to answer your question, what do I think of... Dude, the new Draco Ascension goes so fucking hard. Draco Ascension 3 goes so fucking hard, guys. She's fucking glamorous. If you have no context for this because you didn't want to be spoiled, I'm happy for you in 2 years when you finally get to laugh at this. Because this is what Draco's Third Ascension looks like. Do I like it? Yes. I like Drakaton. Drakaton's pretty good. Ugh. Did you see? No, I know nothing. I know nothing about her Third Ascension other than it's hot. That's the extent of my knowledge. I would prefer if it stayed that way for the time being as well. And I can't really dilly-dally because we got a fuck ton of shit we got to get done today. A lot of 4 stars. So, hey, what's up, Francie? Welcome back. I wish it was a little more lewd. That's fine. When am I gonna make a list of characters that you'd let peg you? Never. I don't get. I'm not into getting pegged. So I'll make that list right now, and it's done. All right. So here's what we're doing. Over a year ago, I did a series of best in class, worst in class, worst in rating for FGO characters, gameplay wise. People hate my gameplay videos. They really do. Well, they do and they don't. But that's okay. I like doing them. I have a lot of experience playing this game, given that I've been doing it for, what, 5-6 years now? Almost every single day. And now that I've had the experience of been playing on arcade for over a year now, and getting to play test with a lot of these other characters, I'm gonna say I have some grasp on how good most of these characters are. So, today... Thought you could sneak by me, you French bitch! So today, we are going to continue and revamp that list. Because it has been a while, and these are fun for me to do. And I have a little bit of a headache, so I'm slightly hungover. But, you know, is what it is. I want to try arcade so bad. I have yet to get the opportunity to fully do it, even though I really want to. The time I went to go and do it, that arcade was closed. I was mad. Which Ascension of Draco do I prefer? I have a preference towards... For me personally, I like arcades.
Yay!
But that's because she's more Monster Girl, which I'm really into. But this new one, it's like, it's picking between, like, gold and more gold. They're both amazing, so I'm not upset. More designs is better. That's what I think. Also, Andreas 3D, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Hope you enjoy your stay. Okay, let's get started. So for some of these characters, I don't know them very well. I don't remember their kits very well. I know them, but like I don't know their exact kits. So that's what this here is for. Let's start with Anne and Mary. Charisma, almost a full charisma with a star rate up for males. Oh, this got buffed. Shit. Oh, it's got an NP charge on it now. Shit. 30% NP charge. Makes 15 stars. 600% absorption, which is really good if you're an archer. And then Permaguts is really good as well. Alright. And then, okay, this has remained unchanged. It has the same modifier if they're at lower health. So ideally you want them to be at 1 health when they fire this off, but that's not always going to be the case. And if you don't... Oh yeah, maybe I should establish some rules. God damn it, Tig, I'm reading. I'm sorry. Are we going to rate the servants on their best case scenario? Niche is nullified. No, we are ranking characters in how they... So yeah, let me establish the rules real quick. Because I should probably do that. I am still waking up. Leave me alone. Yes, all updates and buffs are included in this tier list. This is how they... This is, for me, how well they do against their peers in the niche that they are in. And then also factoring in how often that niche comes up. How many scenarios you can bring them in that are outside of their niche. Essentially, general, how usable are these characters in the majority of content? Like, for example, who's a really good? Let's look at this block of characters up here. Ezo. Let's look at Ezo. Ezo's really good if you bring him into a scenario where you need to kill something that looks like a human. Every other scenario, Ezo is just okay. So he would probably realistically be A or B, because when he's really good, he's really good. But when he's not really good, he's just okay. So he's bumped up from like being from B and not EX, he goes to A. That's what we're doing. Okay. Savvy, any questions? Is there anything we need to do? I'm going to answer the question that I know is going to come. No, this is not a waifu tier list, and I will be attempting to leave my biases at the doorstep. So on that note, yes, I did say attempting. If I remember right, their raw damage is not great in practice. Well, I count their what? Their laces. I don't understand what that means. Yeah. Yes, this is 4 stars. Tig, I think that you are lagging. Yeah. I'm gonna say these guys are in C+. They're fine. They're workable if you need a single target archer. But Anne and Mary Archer are just okay. Stream froze, I'm back. Okay. I was gonna be like, Ezo is not here. Yeah, that was an example. You got frozen. Yeah, they're fine. forgot it's called the thing that gives Herc 3 guts. Yeah, I will factor that in. Serenity is not snuck in at the bottom. Serenity is stepping in as the purple poison gremlin that we got for arcade, because the guy who made this list, who says that this list is updated through the arcade event, did not update it through the arcade event. So this is La Costa. What's up, Last Moogle? How's it going? Alright. Next. Oh yeah, Satana's not here either. Alright, who's slotting in for Satana? I mean, obviously, it just has to be Ku. Yeah, that just makes sense. Proto Ku? No, we're just gonna do Ku. Okay, fine, I'll do Proto Ku. Give me a sec. How good are my eyes that have evolved for thousands of years to spot prey in the wild? How fast can I find a blue-haired dog? You can't just say there. Fuck you. Oh, this is the worst content on YouTube. Next to Nobu, left of Mao Nobu by Salieri. Which, okay, there's 3 Mao Nobus. There he is. You guys had to make this so much harder. We could have just done normal Ku. Anyway, normal Ann and Mary. She has docking. Oh wait, is it? Wait, okay. So she has does she have multiple guts? No, she doesn't. Okay. So this is a new buff for Ann and Mary Ryder. Grant self-gut status, 1 time 3 turns, revives with 1 HP, that's amazing. It's not as good as the Pirate's Glory one, but because it's only 3 turns, but it also gives her a taunt, which is really good. Gives her an NP gen thing and own critical star. Okay, so that's a actually enormous buff for her. Let me use this one. Just straight up 1 turn, 100% crit with a Star Bomb. So you want to pair this with her first skill, so she just... No, wait, no. It's her second skill that has the... Yeah. The Star Absorb. She has a Rider, so she already has a naturally high Star Absorb. Gets all that. Attack buff. Ann and Mary is all about that one absolutely disgustingly big turn. And as someone who's used Ann and Mary a lot, she does do a absolute, like, shit ton of damage. In the best case scenario, she can pop off like an actual cannon. However, having one really good turn, if you're a character that your whole thing is that you have one really good turn and then you have to sit back and do nothing for the next 5, that's not good. I will say this buff is really good for her, and it actually makes her kind of a competitor, because she can now make more stars and then use those stars to hit harder. Her hit counts are really bad though, if I remember. Yeah. 2, 2, 1, 3. Yeah. Year 1 servants. It's a damn shame. Does have a buffed NP though, so yeah. I say C. Again, it's not the worst in the world. If for whatever reason you need a character who can like stand in the front line eat like a single target NP, pop its guts, and then kill the thing that killed it. She does that job real well, specifically against a caster. So in other words, bring her against Geisha, and you might be able to clear Geisha with her. Just let her sit there, absorb beams, and slam on her, slam him with the sword, and then shoot him. Okay. Ow. Marie Antoinette caster, I remember being very bad. What I'm describing is just better Angry Mango. Yes. Hi, Cam.
What's up?
We doing tier lists.
Pod. I'm cooking the spaghetti.
Oh.
What was that about?
I don't want to be rude, Cam, but I don't want cooking sounds in the stream.
You're good. I'm gonna mute.
Okay, sorry. This is something. This is gonna be going up on YouTube, and I don't want, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hate to be that guy. All right. Caster Marie. Crispy Cam audio. Alright, this is the same as... What's up, Jenga? How's it going? Welcome to the tier list. This is the same as Marie, or as Anne and Mary's. And that the skills, it's fine. It's good. It's workable. It only works for males, but it's okay. Okay, so she has the 7-turn cooldown. This effect you get on characters, like, doesn't Cuckoo have this as just like a passive now? Isn't there a character that just has this as a passive now? Just make 10 stars all the time. How's the waiver treating you? Leave me alone. So she makes 10 stars, and then she also heals herself for 1,000 on a 7-turn cooldown. Like, back in the day, this was kind of impressive because, like, oh my god, it's like 2030. And it gives her, like, minor support capabilities. Nowadays, that's not good. And then she's got the Marie Classic, which is that she essentially has protection from arrows, except it's better. On a 6-turn cooldown. And then the debuff resist almost never comes up. Territory creation, yep. Then her NP is it's just a standard AoE, it lowers crit. She's bad. She's very bad. She's bad, she's limited, and I cannot think of a scenario where you would realistically want to bring her. Did I come at a bad time? Absolutely not. Sorry, I'm looking at this list here and thinking I'm going to be here for 5 hours. So, it's not that I'm ignoring chat. I'm trying to read through these things and get through it. I don't mean to, like, ignore you guys, I promise. Did I come at a bad time? No. How am I doing? I am doing fantastic. I'm still waking up. I have a slight hangover from a drinking party, and I have a homemade scone right here that I made for Tiamat. Yeah. Sorry, you didn't come at a bad time. I'm just trying to be a streamer guy. I will say, I did finally find a place that sells vanilla extract, and I put that in these scones, and they are delicious. Give me your liver if that's how. No, I need that. How can I drink without a liver? Summer Marie is the only servant I've never seen in game. She's the only blank in the Sprite origin list. Really? I'm not grumpy. What? Yeah, Caster Marie is... Yeah, she has some capabilities, and I think that you can loop with her. I think it is possible to loop with her. She also has like really good hit counts on her arts cards. Yeah, she's got 5 hits on her arts cards, which is really good. Her NP charge is really bad, though. How many hits is this? This is only 3 hits. Maybe you can't. You know what? If they figured out how to loop with Shuten, I'm sure that you can loop with Caster Marie. No, because Paracelsus is an actual support. Yeah, honestly, where is Will? No, Will knows better than anybody else. He has a he's the guy with the Grailed 120 Marie, like Rider Marie. I don't know if he has 120 Caster Marie, but he knows better than anybody else. Go to the message collide and ask what time zone you were. Yeah, I'm in JST. I am in JST. Alright. As for Rider Marie, my very first 4-star servant, good old Rider Marie, has a charisma with a charm that can miss. This skill is still really good. This is really good with her. I don't want to wake you up like that. No, you're good. I agree to do collab stuff even knowing the difference in time zone. I'm still more than happy to do it. I get up early most days anyway. Normally I'm up at about 6 o'clock. The only reason I slept in today was because drinking. What's up, Mordred Starfall? Thank you for hitting me with a shoe. And then this skill is still useless, which is really bad. This skill never comes up. The heal on it is okay, but you know, buff success rate 30%. Like, you know what? Never mind. I lied. This makes it so she can actually land this skill, which has the cooldowns aren't that bad. You know what? It's okay. It's solidly fine. If I remember right, she has like a weirdly high NP gain on her quick cards. If I remember right, unless something changed, she has better NP gain on her quick cards than she does on her arts cards. Also, 2113 is awful. Yeah. No, that's buff success. This is buff success rate. Wait. Yeah, increases own mental debuff success rate. So if yeah, so that would mean that this is her inflicting it, right? Or is it no, it's not the buff? Am I stupid? No, I'm right. Okay, I'm sorry I said it's stupid, but the meaning remains the same. Okay. Anti-Avenger, what the fuck? She has Anti-Avenger as her append? What? Huh. Interesting. She kills Salieri. And then her NP is actually really good. It's AoE. It has the big heal. It has a decently sized heal on it. Removes party debuffs is pretty huge, and then the crit up for 3 turns is also pretty huge. So she actually has minor support capabilities. She's weird. I wish that she had a taunt. If she had a taunt, she'd be like absolutely amazing because she could actually then utilize this thing here. Like weird debuffer taunter kind of thing would be nice. Riding A+ is really good. We're never gonna get Black Marie. No, we're not. Hi Jake, how's it going? And yeah, I'd say she's about here. I think that she's better. Oh yeah, if you've never seen a klidge tier list before, the closer they are to the left, the better. The better that they are. And I think that she's good. She needs more buffs. She needs like another like really good buff or something else to like help her utilize her third skill more, because as of right now, it being primarily a heal and then sometimes used for the charm thing. Like, I don't know. Honestly, have her apply the French trait to somebody.
Klidge streaming?
Yes, that's why we're in the streaming chat.
Well, you know, I don't read.
I know. You see, we had this exact problem in the Overhub. This exact problem happened in the Overhub. We made a streaming channel, and then when people were streaming, everyone just came in and treated it like the same channel. Most powerful debuff. It makes you French, it seals your skills, and they chop off your head. Yeah, so that's Ryder Marie. Sound like a good drink? Good, yes. Okay, Saber Lily. She has also gotten some buffs. Well, she's got an A buff on NA. That makes her actually able to farm, kind of. She's got the 20% battery, 15 star bomb, bonus to heal rate, 5 turn cooldown. Not bad. Mana burst is mana burst. And then she has the NP gain up, 20%, 5 turns. It's okay. Upgraded NP, AoE, it heals. I think it actually heals 3,000 if it's at max, because it's the 50% up on the first skill. She is just... Having attempted to use her for farming, she's just okay. She's nothing to write home about. You bring her and she hits with... She might even be lower. I think she's D+. She hits with her NP the one time. Her NP hits disgustingly hard. But, what's your appendix? I'm curious. Anti-caster. Okay, so you kill Merlin. Sick. And then 2, 2, 1. Yeah, she's... Yeah, she hits really, really good one time. And it's not with face cards. She has nothing to, like, capitalize on anything.
Hello?
She just hits with her NP one time.
Hello?
That might be a bad idea in a voice call. I'm sorry, guys.
Jacob.
Well, she's in the free-to-play summon, but so is Habitrot. Sorry, I'm just going to leave the voice call because people are going to keep rolling in, and I have to keep this somewhat leveled. I can already see how that's going to play out. No disrespect to my friends, but we will be here for an extra 4 hours if I am still in that call. That was a bad idea on my part. Anyway, yeah, she's down here. It feels disrespected? Look, don't take it personally. I'm just gonna preemptively put... Good morning. I'm just gonna preemptively put her down here because she's awful. She might be an E. I think the only thing keeping her out of E is that she's guaranteed to be NP5. What if they do a tier list with ya? We can do that when it's not fate related, because... One sec. Yeah, so let's look at her kit. Skyhawk Assassin's kit. She has a taunt with a 50% crit damage up, 1 turn, 6 turn cooldown. She has a targetable heal that also gives them a damage cut, 1 turn, 6 turn cooldown. And then she has Ignore Invincible for 1 turn and a quick mana burst. Now, on paper, that's really, really okay. It's pretty good. I guess it's 1 turn. It's another 1 really big turn character, right? Except it doesn't work. Nothing in her kit works well with itself. She has 1 passive, and it's an awful passive. She doesn't really make amazing stars. Like, it's decent. It's like totally standard stars. And then this is NP5. It's AoE. It can instant kill. But it almost never does. I'm not sure if you can actually use her for quick farming or not. I doubt it. Because I don't think that she has a good enough NP gain for it. There's probably a way to do it now with, like, new Scotty. But she's awful. She's an awful unit. Honestly, the only thing keeping her out of E is that you're guaranteed NP5 if you have her. Alright, next up, Astolfo. For a very long time, I actually used Astolfo a lot. I'm sure you can brute force her with something like Triple Scotty. I will not deny that if you really like that character, if you really like any character, you can get them to work. But why would you do that? Okay, Astolfo is also not very good. Even though I use him a lot for farming purposes back in the day. He was one of my go-to farmers. Because I believe his third skill is a 50% battery. No, one of his skills is a battery on it, right? Or am I just dumb? Yes, this skill has a 50% battery on it. Alright, so let's start from the start. Monster Strength, 5 turn cooldown. Get 28% attack up. It's whatever. This skill's just okay. Second skill is a chance to stun. It's a pretty high chance to stun, but it's not 100%. 8 turn cooldown. That needs a buff. That's really bad. That needs a buff. And finally, Evaporation of Sanity. You have a 65% chance to activate all of these, with the exception of the NP gauge, which you're guaranteed to get. Which means that it's possible that this skill is just the NP gauge. It's possible that it's all 3, or it's possible that it's any mix of these buffs. But the game will not tell you which ones land. Eight turn cooldown. Upgraded NP. The effect of it giving him evade for 3 turns is really good, except you're never going to use that in any context. Because the only context you bring Astolfo for, realistically, is farming. his niche is that he's supposed to be farming. So having evade doesn't really do anything for him. The ignore defense on it is really good, though. It's a one-hit thing, so I don't think you can loop with him. I don't think that's possible. Maybe you can because he has the 50% thing, but, you know. And he does make a nice chunk of stars when he does. When he pops off, he does make a decent chunk of stars, but again, that doesn't really matter for what he does. I'd say he's probably top of C+. He's totally okay. You need triple Scotty and a K-scope? Probably, yeah. I don't know, his evade can come in clutch. It's just in most scenarios, that's not what you're gonna... He doesn't need it. This is, again, coming from someone who uses him a lot for farming purposes. Next up is Estrella. I'm gonna say... Don't say it. If you know me, I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I think in terms of character design and kit design, Estrella is maybe the best character they've ever made. Because everything in her kit works perfectly with itself. They sat down with a pen and burning paper and wrote this shit down. So let's take a look. First skill for Estrella. It's targetable. Increases an ally's attack, defense, and NP generation all by 20% for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. She has Mana Burst Star, which gives her an art up for 1 turn and makes 30 stars, 5-turn cooldown, 30% art up. And then her third skill is that it eats 5 stars, it charges her NP by 20%, gives her a higher star absorption, and increases her crit damage by 50% on a 4-turn cooldown. So what you want to do at the start of a fight is you pop this skill, you eat 5 of the stars to use this skill, and then you hit her with this, her third skill, use her NP, hit 1 time with an arts card, get all of her shit back, and then do it again the next turn and win the fight. And she's a ruler. Anti-archer. And then her NP is upgraded. Ignores invincibility. Single target. You get 20 stars for using it. And then deals more damage to things that are evil. Hits 8 times, so she get refunds insanely high. She's wild. I still stand that in terms of character, she's EX tier. She's absolutely insane. You can bring her into pretty much any scenario and she will work. Like, I'm trying to think. I have her grailed to 90. And I use her all the time. In all kinds of content. And she's good in all kinds of content. I've never once brought her and been like, man, I should have brought someone else. Or, man, I could have really used that class advantage here. Because she doesn't really need the class advantage because she always crits. Like, consistently always crits. Because she just keeps making stars, hitting, and then NPing, and then keeps making stars, critting, and NPing over and over and over again. You should use her. She's absolutely insane. EX tier. Braun Stealth just increased his bond level and he came in clutch. I believe it. Okay. Nyalter. First skill is upgraded. Has a huge star absorb. If there's stars on the field, she'll probably get them. Star bomb for 20 stars. The cat, but edgy. And then increased a 50% buster crits for her 5 turns. 1 turn for all those things. She has 2 buster cards. Pretty good. Second skill. It's just an AoE quick up for the entire party for 50%. It's pretty good. Yeah, well, she's a berserker. She doesn't get... She just has no natural star absorb, so you have to have that much. Is that more than Lancelot's? It might be. And then she has an evade with a 3-turn crit up for 50% as well. So she can do 100% buster crits with these 2 skills. She's pretty big. 110% because of independent action. And just more buster damage with their passives. Good against killing herself. That's good. Why buster if quick? Because berserker. Her NP is single... Wait, it's single target, right? Yeah, single target. Has an NP seal tied to it. Gives them curse. It's pretty straightforward. It's quick, hits 5 times. It's decent. It's a pretty, like, standard NP. It's a pretty standard single target NP. The NP seal, though, can come in clutch very, very much. She's good. She has good survival. I mean, she's got the 1 evade to keep her alive, which is good for a berserker. I wish that she had a guts, but beggars can't really be choosers. Her NP generation is pretty decent for a berserker. And she crits like a goddamn monster. I would say she's either A or B+. I think the lack of the guts might have to put her down to B+. Yeah. Alright. Green cat. Green cat is not as good as edgy cat. So, Eidolon to normal, her whole deal is that you use her for Scotty farming. Outside of that scenario, she's almost never bring her. She doesn't function well outside of that. You can bring her for scenarios that are like, you need 1 turn of quick, and then you don't use her, and you slot her out. Alright, so first skill, same as Nyalter's. 50% quick up for the party. 5-turn cooldown, 1 turn. It's good. It's just mana burst for the full party, but for quick. It's good. She has a 1000% star absorb on a 4-turn cooldown. Which is alright. Pretty good. And then this is what allows her to farm. Is the evade with a 3-turn 50% NP rate up. So the way how you use her is you pop this skill in your Scotty team, you use your Scotties, you start farming with her, and then when you need it for the last wave you pop this, and then you use that, and then you kill the last wave. And she's got independent action for that extra crit damage. Here's the thing. Hold on, this is upgraded. Okay, it just makes more stars. This is her NP is a star factory. It just makes a ton of stars. The damage on it is not great. The bonus stars that it gives you are worthless because you're making a ton of stars anyway. It actually does make too many stars. And especially, I mean, with the quick buff that happened, which I'm also considering for these characters. With the quick buff that happened, the extra stars that it's making it's just overkill. This skill needs to have a crit damage up on it. Because otherwise it's pointless. Because you don't need Star Absorb when you bleed stars. You don't need to absorb stars when there's 50 of them on the field at minimum at any given time. If this had an extra effect on it, this would be a hold. She might actually be usable. But right now, like, she's missing something. I think in a Scotty context, she's not even like that good of a Scotty farmer. In a Scotty context, she's probably top of C+. In any other context, she's probably down here or down here. But because I'm gonna put her here. Well, it's because she's a year 1 servant, that's why. That's a real big problem, is that she's a year 1 servant that's been buffed twice. Twice? Yeah, twice. And she's not good enough for that. Alright. Altera the Santa. What the fuck? What does 7 Knight Servant mean? What? What is that? Okay, I'm curious. Oh, okay, it's a Draco thing. Okay, I get it. No, 7 Knights is the 7 main classes. I get it. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Okay, so what's cool about Altera the Santa is that after the JP update, if you missed her, she's just in a what's it called? You can just buy her event in the Rare Prism shop for free, I think. Done with work when I miss. You missed this. You missed me trash talking Atalanta and praising the ever-loving hell out of Estrella. So everybody is guaranteed to have this character at NP5. So long as you're willing to put in the time investment. So first off is her targetable 20% NP battery. Critical star generation up for 30% for 3 turns. It's good. That's a good skill. Second skill is also targetable. NP damage up, increases the critical damage for 30%, 5-turn cooldown, also a very good skill. Then this one is just for her. Ignores invincible, increases own critical star absorption by 600%, increases own defense for 3 turns, and then she burns herself out and stuns herself after 3 turns. So once it's all used up, this happens. You can avoid this. Because I think this can be cleared away, but you can also just like have the command code that just prevents you from being stunned. And then her passives are great. Magic resistance C, writing EX for the bonus quick damage, bonus crit damage to herself, and then I'm going to assume this is anti-lancer. Anti-foreigner? Okay, that makes sense. It's Altera. And then she has a single target, quick NP, NP5 guaranteed, where she goes meh and kills you. It makes decent stars. She has okay NP gain, if I recall correctly. It's better in practice. She is a decent support DPS hybrid. I don't really bring her to too many scenarios because I have better alternatives, but I'd say she's about here. She's good. I mean, she helps people make stars and then helps them also hit harder with those stars that they made. She's like she's a perfectly middle of the road good servant. So I'd say B. Alright, next is Beowulf. Beowulf. This skill needs a fucking butt. His first skill sucks so much. It's mana burst, but bad. Also, his passive, his 1%. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, Beowulf. Sucks. This skill sucks. Yeah, this skill here is bad. It's 1 turn, 30% attack up, NP. It's monstrous. It's not mana burst. It's monstrous strength with the bonus, and monstrous strength is not a great skill. This one, however, now we're getting into some good shit. He gets the 5,000% absorb, so he's pretty much guaranteed to have the stars that are on the field. 50% crit up 1 turn, and then he gets stars, 15 stars, 5 turn cooldown, 1 turn, really big turn. And then grant self gut status for 1 time for 4 turns. Okay, he's got the Eric Blood Axe thing. I don't know why they didn't change that when they put. Okay, increases own critical damage for 3 turns by 50%. Good against dragons, good against giants. I'm pretty sure that those both stack with each other. So if you're fighting a giant dragon, then it's 100%. 6 turn cooldown on that, by the way. So if you pop all of his effects, gotta go. All right, peace out, man. He once gets these stars for a crit damage, and he's fighting a dragon. Yeah. So he's another character with 1 really good turn. If he crits, it's going to do 30, 80. Fucking math. 130, 180, 230% damage. 230% damage to a giant dragon. Yeah, his 1 good turn is a really good turn. He is, I think, one of the only characters who can kill King Protea in her Seraph challenge quest before she has her debuff. Because of this. I'm pretty sure that if you have an NP5 Beowulf, it's possible to actually kill her. Like either with the first time she's debuffed or the before it's done, because he hits so fucking hard with this combination. Now, that puts him into being such an incredibly niche character. Oh yeah, by the way, his thing is 12 hits, ignore evade, deals damage, reduces the crit damage. It's not bad. He was originally, before his buffs, he would have probably been here. After his buffs, I would be willing to say that as a get it, go in, kill something, and then die, he's like here. He's actually pretty decent now. What's up, Benicio? How's it going? Next up is the Valkyrie. Alright. It's an alphabet. It's supposed to be, but it really isn't. Okay. Okay. Quick up, 3 turns, 30%, NP damage for 3 turns, 20%. It's good. I mean, the Valkyrie's whole deal is that they are, they're farmers. American language is something that V is before C. That's correct. This skill almost does nothing ever. Self-debuff immunity for 1 time, 3 turns. Own damage to... Yeah, more often than not, this doesn't matter. It's a good skill, but it doesn't come into play very often. Yeah. And this one, it's nice. Charges on NP for 10%, 3 turns. HP 1000%, and then it has the star generation. It's decent. Anti-rider. Yeah, they are absolutely just farmers. The ignore evade on an NP for a farmer is decent. Chance to instant kill demonic enemies. I didn't even know they had that because it never happens. AoE, they make decent stars. Honestly, from my experience, they're just a better alternative to Atalanta. I'd say they're here. They're fine. Realistically, you could bring them to non-farming content, but are they going to excel in that role? Not really. They're totally workable. They're fine. Alright, Brave Liz. I feel like 90% of instant kill OCs mean that the servant doesn't have an OC at all. Exactly. Alright, Brave Liz. NP5 guaranteed. Invincibility for 1 turn. NP generation for that turn for 50%. For some reason I thought she had 3 Buster cards. I don't know why. Mana Burst Courage. 40% Buster up and defense up by 20%. That's okay. That's actually pretty decent. And then her... Oh, wait. They buffed this? Oh, okay. That's actually really interesting. So now they've made it that she can use this on 50%. This is a Saber Liz. That's actually really good for her. That's actually not bad. So it removes 50% of her NP. It lets her get one random buff. Most of these buffs, I think, are actually pretty decent. So bust her up by 50% for 3 turns is enormous. Party-wide invincibility for 1 turn is enormous. Party's HP by 3,000% or by 3,000 is really big. A 50% attack up, or just make 50 stars. All of those are really, really good. The worst of those probably being the heal and the invincibility. Is 3,000 heal big? Yes. That can mean the difference between life and death in a lot of situations. The issue is that it's random. So it's a 20% chance for all of those to happen. This isn't like all of that could happen. It's one of those things is going to happen. It spins a roulette wheel, and whichever one that it lands on is the one that gets activated. When this was at 100%, so it would use her entire NP bar. This was one of the worst, most useless skills in the game because it was never better than her NP. Now, though, when it's 50%, that can get you out of a pinch really, really well. Or it's just like you start her off. You can start her off for something, and then pop that skill with a 50% battery NP CE. Use that, whichever one that you get. I mean, if it's any of them that aren't the invincibility or the heal, it's immediately a game changer. So it's a 60% chance for it to be in your favor at the start of a fight. Alternatively, you just pop that in the middle of a fight when you're just like, I need to do something, but she doesn't have her NP. Oh wait, it's at 50% now. I can just pop this and get something, and it might get me out of this situation. It's a gamble, but it's way better than it being on 100%. So I like that. That's a really good change to that. I swear I just heard Halo. Is this Halo? No. Yeah, it's additional gacha in your gacha game. Also, she's good against Avenger. That's funny. And then she just has a single target NP. Ignores defense, which is good. And it burns them. The burn doesn't really come into play very often. With that buff, I actually think that she goes up to B. I really like that buff. That's really, really interesting. I mean, she's still kind of just like a substandard Saber. But guaranteed NP 5, she's going to do a nice chunk of damage with her NP, and having that extra bit is, in my opinion, really good. But given that this is a gacha game, you're guaranteed to whiff and get nothing out of it. Good day, sir. Alright, moving on to Carmilla. Carmilla has they need to change these bloodsucker skills. The 27% is so painful to see. 6-turn cooldown. Chance to reduce enemies' NP gauge by 1 and give her 27% NP. How's it going, 420 Freak? Torture Technique. 3 turns of defense down for 20%. It's okay. And then Bloodbath. It's just a star gen. Reduction of crit chance by 50% is enormous for 50. Yeah, it's insane. And then make stars is good. Anti-Lancer, of course. Phantom Maiden. It's single target. It kills women. It heals her for 2,000. Increases her attack. She has one of the highest NP charges in the game, if I remember right. I'm pretty sure her bitch slap of an arts attack gives her, I want to say 50% of her bar back. Yes, the crit chance down is actually crazy. I like her. I like her a lot. I say she's up here, if not higher. She is unironically OP. So yeah, I ran the math at some point. I don't remember what the results were, but I remember that there was a higher percentage of female riders. So she always just is good in that scenario. She can use her NP a lot. She's decently tanky. Yeah, realistically, there's a reason why they've not buffed her. Aside from giving her an NP up. It's because even now, she's still really good. Yeah, yeah, Carmilla stays winning. She's a good one. She is a good one. Next up, I believe, is Caster Gill. Who just got a buff on JP. Honestly, for Carmilla, if they were going to give her a buff, I would imagine they should buff Torture Technique. Because they've done that for other servants, I believe. Okay. So, Caster Gill just got a buff for this skill, his first skill, I believe. Charges own NP gauge by 30% because it's a servant on JP, which means that he gets a free 30% battery. 100% star rate up for the whole party. Yeah, crazy. 3 turns. And party NP up 20%. So it's an additional battery. So he gets 50% battery. But also gets more for himself. So he gets the 50%, everyone else gets the 20%, 7-turn cooldown. That's a good skill. That's a really good skill. Still standard charisma. That's, you know, charisma, it's decent. It's just raw attack up. Can't go wrong with it. And then buff success rate up. Arts up by 30%, 3 turns, 6-turn cooldown. It's good. Anti-archer. He's finally not outclassing that skill by Matahari. Exactly. Hard to say. They do different things now. They actually can be brought for different scenarios. You bring Matahari for the crit damage. You bring Gilgamesh for the farming and art support. Alright. AoE arts. 10 hits. Increases party defense by 20% 3 turns. Critical damage for 30% up for 3 turns. And reduces the enemy's defense. What do you guys think? Is he A+ or EX tier? I've not really had the opportunity to use his buff, but it might be the thing that makes him like the go-to arts farmer now. Like 4-star art support. Know what I mean? Yeah, Cell 50% battery is really good. He just brings so much to the table. He really does. A+ maybe because of Zhufu. I would use him with Zhufu. Actually, using those two together would be kind of crazy. He's good. I think he's good here. Alright. Other Liz, who also got a buff. I don't remember what it was. It might have just been a battery, so that she can farm now. Okay. Innocent Monster. Oh, she makes 12 star. She's just doing what Marie did, but better. What Caster Marie was trying to do, but better. And a 20% heal for, or sorry, 2,000 heal for herself. Makes 12 stars for 3 turns. That's decent. I mean, it's, you know, it's alright. Mana Burst. Pumpkin. Increased on Buster Chant, or Buster Performance for 1 turn. 45%. That's an interesting number. Inflicts Burn for 10 turns. Hey, yo? I didn't know that was a 10-turn thing. Alright, so that just made me think of a very, very specific instance that you can bring her. And that's if you're going to use her with How. Which I don't think that you ever would do, because you can just give How burn CCs. But yeah. Alright, interesting. And then this one... Yeah, command code, that is just more viable instead of bringing a whole ass Liz with you. But here we go. Gives herself Guts for 1 time 5 turns. Charges NP gauge by 30%. Get 8 stars. Interesting. And then spreading fire status for 5 turns to all enemies. For an additional burn rate. Maybe she is okay with How. Maybe you just, like, bring her into the front line. You pop these 2 skills. And then swap her out. That's, like, the most convoluted don't do this way of, like, making How's burn even better. But you could do it. Why 8? Because I'm pretty sure that's what this was originally. Yeah. I don't know why they didn't buff it, but, you know. It's cute. And 7-turn cooldown on that. And she has territory creation. Item construction. Probably good against Lancers, yep. And then her NP, her AoE NP is just fine. I think that even with her buff, she's not really an amazing farmer. But I like the How potential synergy, so I'll put her here. I mean, with the 30% with just appends and being able to show up, pop it, pop your NP, and then leave, it's not bad. Dedicated poster girl holder for How setups. Yes. Unironically, that's a viable setup. Alright. Cha-cha. Well, no. The 30% battery, and then with the 20% append, so you get that 50. So you can just have that. You no longer need K-scope. All right, there we go. Cha-cha's bad. Cha-cha is very bad. How good? It's just how good they are in general and how good they are in their niche altogether. comparatively to other servants, it's a mixture of both. Damn, look, I've had a lot of experience with Cha-Cha. I'd like to give a shout out to Vecino, longtime supporter of the channel. Has a level, I want to say it's a level 120 Cha-Cha on NA, which I do use from time to time. Level 120, Bond 15. I use her from time to time, and she's still bad. I'm so happy that he likes her. No, maybe it's not. It might be 100 because she didn't have the coins. No, you're right. She does not have the coins, so she is 100 then. I'm just trying to remember. Is Bond 15 though? She's not good. So this skill, okay, so let me explain to you why Cha-Cha isn't good in the best way possible. Cha-Cha wants you to hit her because this NP rate thing is really good. She wants you to hit her so then she can get her NP faster, so then she can hit you pretty hard. And I'll say this, when Cha-Cha does actually get to hit things, the hits are decently powerful. Like, she didn't have bad NP gain. She got decent hits on her cards for a year 2 servant. She can reduce her own critical... Sorry, she can reduce the party's critical absorption so that she can get stars for herself so when she can... So she can create... And she also makes her own stars. And then this skill is really good. It just continually debuffs the enemy. Over and over and over again. And then her AoE NP is NP5. It's decent. The reduced critical attack chance is really good. And it also inflicts burn. But she wants you to hit her. Cha-Cha can be killed by a stick falling out of a tree. I'm sure that you can make her work in like very, very whale buster contexts. She has no health, no defense, and the bulk of her getting her NP involves her being hit by things. She's not good. I'm putting her into E. I have her grailed. And I can't even justify having her in anywhere above E. Cha-Cha is at least a berserker, so she has class advantage against a lot of stuff. But God, Skahawk Assassin is so bad. Alright, next up is Chiron. Chiron is very good. Chiron is a support archer. I do bring him a lot, actually, to certain content. This is Mind's Eye True, just an evade with the defense up. It's okay. Targetable, sorry, party-wide, I meant to say. His next skill is the targetable one. Critical damage for 3 turns, 50% with a Star Bomb. Is amazing. And then targetable... Arts Quick Buster Rainbow Buff for 30%, 3 turns. It's so good. And then his NP, I believe, has buff removal on it. Okay, yeah, it removes one enemy debuff before it goes, so it... Wait, hold on. Yeah. So, you pop this before whatever NP you're going to hit. It takes away their evade or invincibility or whatever, what have you. And then you follow his up with... follow him up with whichever your main DPS is. So honestly, he's really good because he can clear the way for characters so that they can then utilize all the buffs that he gave them. He works incredibly well with characters like Super Orion. Honestly, he works really well with what's his name? Oh, my brain is shutting off. He's a 4-star. He's got the red hair. He's a spear guy. Li Xuan. Works really well with him. You can bring him into a lot of just like, I need raw DPS scenarios. He's good. I'd give him an A tier. A or A+. I'll give him A+. He does a lot. I wish that he had full buff removal on his NP. The NP does no damage, but it doesn't need... It really doesn't need to. He also works really well with, like, Saber Hoku. Good. Good guy. Okay, next up. Cersei. Well, I'll eat this scone to your freedom, my friend. Welcome. Alright. Cersei. Guaranteed to get her NP. Always good. 7-turn cooldown. Defense down. Poison. Pretty good. 5-turn cooldown. Party-wide debuff removal is the best thing about Cersei. Hands down. And the star generation up thing is also pretty good. And then she has received a buff to her NP. He removes offensive buffs. Single target. And has a chance to pigify them, which is just glorified stun. Except to certain characters. I have a whole dedicated part of a video to that being one of the weirdest things ever. On paper, she's decent. In practice, she's not great. And the reasoning for that is this right here. 0.39% NP up. She cannot get... Once you use her first skill, getting her to get her NP again is like pulling teeth. It sucks. It really sucks. Like, she would be so good without it. She'd actually be kind of usable if she could get her NP, if she had decent NP charge, but she doesn't. And that's because Lasagna, formerly DW, are so afraid of making good single-target casters. They will not make a good single-target caster because they think that it will make them the most broken character in the game. I don't know why they think that, but they do. Yeah, look at Sheba, look at Medea, look at Cersei, look at Izumo. All of them, Shuten caster, all of the single-target casters are substandard. The best of that bunch being Medea, not because she has, not because she's like exceptionally amazing. Sanzo is the exception. Sanzo's really good. Like, Sanzo and Medea are the exceptions. And Medea's isn't because she has damage, it's because she has buff removal on her attack, but only after damage. So even then, it's not that great. Like, shout out to anybody who remembers the Parade of Hassan's challenge quest, where the actual ideal way to beat that was to bring Medea, because she could just spam out her single target NP, which did no damage, but it was single target, so you could, like, it with insane gain rate, so you could just keep doing it over and over and over again. Yeah, just... Excuse me. No, Medea's NP gain is insane. Look at this. She's crazy. She has one hit on her arts cards, but it doesn't matter because she just keeps going. If you like crit with her art card and then hit with another art card, she has it back. She has her NP back. Cersei, on the other hand, is... What about Prilia? Prilia hurts herself to use her NP. And her gain is also not good. Like, Prilia... Ilia hits decently hard, but she has trouble getting her NP back, and doesn't... She has a buff that prevents her NP from hurting her, I think, one time. I'm going to put Cersei over here. Maybe about here. Because... The being a single target caster gives her something. But yeah, she debuffs herself, making her follow-up NP worse. Again, they're terrified of making casters that are single target casters that are decent. And it makes me mad. I want to say Izumo is actually maybe an exception as well. I just don't remember her kit very well. Oh, Danzo. Danzo, my beloved. I might actually have to drop Cersei. Yeah. And Cersei doesn't even do enough damage to justify being a boss killer. It's just so sad. Oh yeah, the buff lad, he appeared in an anime. So he has priority. Alright, Danzo. 30% quick buster up, 5 turns. That's okay. Targetable evade for 1 turn with the star generation up for 45%. Same star generation up with the targetable invincibility. She has presence concealment. She has a... Oh, I didn't realize that this had gotten buffed. AoE Buster NP. Party-wide Buster performance up for 3 turns. Alright, that's decent. So, Danzo, imagine a Salem anime, I would love that. Danzo is interesting in that she's a weird kind of support. Because you use her to give... these are her 2 good skills. Because her own face damage and NP damage are not good. And 6-turn cooldown on a targetable survive 1 turn is decent. but it comes up so infrequently that you need that I can't. She's like down here. I think she's more useful than certain. No, the debuff clear is good. These two are honestly about the same back here. She's okay. I wish they did more with her. They really did come in and hype her up and make her really, really interesting.
Pain and suffering await you.
Skyty attach, Skyty attach, Skyty attach, Skyty attach, Skyty attach.
Viking 2470, thank you for the resub for 2 months. Welcome back. Glad to have you back. You see, if they did a rework of her where they made both of those party-wide, she would be amazing. But just being targetable, it's just not worth bringing her. She's a character who's gonna get like a 5-star summer form. That's gonna like make her insane. All right, next. Chevalier Daon. Oh, Daon, my beloved. I do really like Daon. And Daon's actually decent to a degree. 1 turn evade with the defense up. Clears own debuffs. Discount Leonidas? No, discount George, if anything. Buff resistance for 3 turns. And then self-suggestion. Wait. No, that's this one. Lovely Look is a 3-turn taunt and recovery to the HP for 3 turns, 5-turn cooldown. And then has a bunch of debuffs tied to their NP. The charm almost never hits. But attack down, defense down. It's okay. So, I actually used Daon a lot back in the day. Daon's whole thing is that you put Daon... You use Daon in teams like how you use George. In that you put Daon there, you let Daon get hit. Ugh. And then you just, after Daon has been hit, to eat up 3 turns. Whatever happens to Daon afterwards is irrelevant. What Daon has that's really nice is the evade. And the evade, I would argue the evade's better than the guts to some degree. Because it lets Daon just avoid 1 turn, and then also the increased defense up. I mean, it's very comparable to George, except everybody has George. The debuff clear is nice, though. I would argue that this is just... Yeah. I say here. Daon's useful. I can actually think of times when I've brought Daon specifically because I needed Daon. Why is Toda here? We've got a lot of motherfuckers to get through, huh? Alright. Emiya Alter. I don't like Emiya Alter. And I've used him a decent amount. I don't like him. He's like got this tankiness to him. He's got a 30% battery now. The 3 times for each of these is okay. It's projection, but with extra steps to it. Wait. Okay, it is just a better projection. Okay. And then 40% attack up for 3 times. Yeah, I don't like this, like, balancing thing. Where it's just like you have to know exactly which hit counts that you're doing for him. At all times. And then... yeah, his NP gain is whatever. He's got decent hits on his arts cards. I'm going to assume anti-archer. Yep. This is buffed. Reduces NP gauge of the enemy that he's hitting. This hits decently hard. He's a good unit. I just don't like using him for some reason. I'd say he's about here. He's B... maybe B+. Probably B+. 80% charge drain is kind of oof. Alright, Edison. Ah! He got buffed recently. Targetable. Imagine they make Loki and FGO as a waifu. I'd be into it. That's something Loki would do. Ah. Oh. Yeah. Cooldown reduction, always good. With the increased defense up, also good. He gets, for 5 turns, he gets stars. He gets 10 stars. Party-wide NP gauge up by 10%. Party's damage by 20% for 5 turns each, 8-turn cooldown. That was buffed recent. That's the one that was buffed recently, I think. That was much better. And then overcharge by 2 for 1 turn, and crit generation up for 30% for 1 turn. Territory creation EXD. EXD. I'm going to assume anti-archer. Yep. And then AoE, NP, skill seal, NP seal, and reduces crit chance and attack. No, party-wide 50% battery. Or am I dumb? Yeah, 50% battery. Over the course of 5 turns. Edison is weird. No, we know that Zeus is a boy. We've seen it. And he's got okay. He's got good hits. But his NP gain, if I recall, is not... in practice isn't great. He's interesting. Edison is such a weirdo in this game because there is no other character that's like him. He's incredibly unique with what he does, and he's really, really interesting to use. SAP. Unique doesn't always mean better, but Edison does something that I really appreciate, I like the targetable cooldown reduction. I like the fact that he just constantly churns out buffs for everybody. And I believe that mass production is applied to him. Yeah, this is a buff that's applied to him, so you need to... He just needs to be on the field, and he can do that. So if a character dies that's on the field, it doesn't lose the buff, but if he dies, it all goes away. So theoretically, I mean, take that as you will. If you value that as being better or worse, I think that that's better. That it's all tied to him. With my level 100 Edison. I like him. Alright, Kiritsuga. Alright, Carrie, what do you got for me? An oft-forgotten servant. It did not organize all the enemies, no. He's got Mage Crow, okay. Arts up one time, 40%. How many arts? Okay, he does have 3 arts cards. Affection of the Holy Grail, ignores invincibility. Crit damage by 50% for 3 turns. That 3-turn ignore invincibility is pretty good. So is the 3-turn crit up for 50%. And then, honestly, the debuff resist is whatever. It doesn't come into play most of the time. Scapegoat, targetable... targeting, I guess. Targetable taunt, which can be useful. Also, the 15-star star bomb is decent. It can be useful. Anti-Avenger, interesting. Buffed NP, ignores defense, reduces NP charge. Single target arts, hits 15 times. Reduces critical attack by 10%. And his gain is his... I love that they do this. They had to make it so his NP gain was worse than his normal gain. I was gonna be like, I've used carry, and he does not refund well. I see now. I understand why now. Bastards. Yeah, he's decent. He's up here. He's really weird. He is just completely outclassed by Shiki. But if you don't have Shiki, and you're like me where he spooks you all the time, then, you know. I'd say he's here. He's good. I'm just going to put Emiya in EX tier. Probably better than Gilgamesh. Is there anybody going to complain about this guy? Just, like, save time by doing this. No arguments. I'll just run through it here. This skill doesn't matter. This skill's good because it makes stars. This skill is the one that makes him overpowered because it changes his multi-hit, his 10-hit Buster NP into an Arts NP, and then he just loops forever. No instant gauge, he can only loop twice. He only needs to loop twice. He's disgusting. And even if he's not using his NP, he still pops off incredibly hard. Yeah, Gil's better. Okay. Fion. Emmy a rank explanation. His rank is that he's broken. Okay. You can now loop with Fion. It's a pain in the ass to do it, but you can. NP generation 30% for the party up. And star rate by 50%. He's got his own battery for 30%. With a chance to evade and a taunt. And if he's charmed by a female, he's guaranteed to be charmed by them for 3 turns instead of the normal 1. That's not true. I lied. That's not what that does. That's just he's more likely to get charmed. And then Magecraft, he just... This is where he fucks up. 1 turn. If this was 3 turns, he would be insane, but that's a 1-turn art up. And then this is AoE. Gives him mental debuff immunity. It's alright. As a farmer, as an arts farmer, he's okay. He's not really good outside of that context. I mean, he's fine. Again, middle of the road, totally okay servant. Sorry. Can't see, but I'm grabbing a hugging pillow. So we're gonna be here for a fucking minute. Okay, Fran is bad. Fran is very bad. Galvanism's a good skill. NP generation up 3 turns, 45% is a very good skill. Chance to stun and reduce their defense, decent. The stun is almost never going to hit, though. And then Overload. NP damage up for 1 turn. For 1 turn. Anti-Saber. AoE stun self for 2 turns. You can technically use command codes to prevent this. Reduces critical attack chance. Yeah, Fran is so bad. If you're one of those psychopaths that does actually bring BB so that you can make Fran farm, I don't. I almost don't respect you. Fran is bad Tomacat. Bond 10 Fran have her. She might be E tier. Yeah, I think she is. So, you can theoretically bring Fran in contexts that are not farming. In fact, that's probably most of the context that you're going to bring her in. Because she can't farm. Yes, I know that she can farm with BB, but no, she cannot farm. If you have to bring that much extra shit to make a character work, then fucking Caster Giles can farm. BB gives characters the ability to not be hurt by their own stun. No one tell him? Yes, I know. Didn't Giles get the buff? What's a better example of that, then? Fucking Nero Chris Assassin. How about that? She can't farm for shit. Anyway, yeah. All of her... I believe her claim to fame is that she can do the most AoE quick NP damage in the game. think that's true. Hold on, it might be in the trivia down here. Highest NP damage rate of all quick AoE NP servants. That's her big thing. Which is like, theoretically, you're like, yo, that's really cool. Except it doesn't work. Are you gonna make a 5-star tier list after this 4-star tier? The 5-star tier list I made took 8.5 hours to do. So I will not be making that very soon after this one, but I will probably make it again eventually. Maybe we can like make that during another holiday or something. Yeah. Yeah, I cannot think of a time when I would actually... As someone who loves Fran, I loved Fran in Apocrypha. I love her in the story. I love that she's just cute. That she wants so desperately to just be loved. She's awful as a unit. That girl needs an overhaul. And Early Fate was very, very hung up on... Hi, Twitch. One sec. Early Fate was very, very hung up on the idea that they had to make characters somewhat lore accurate. And because of that, a lot of characters suffered gameplay-wise, which sucks. Like, Beowulf's a good example of that. Like, who else is there? Like Steno and Yuri. I mean, really Steno is another good example of that. There's so many characters like that where it's like, we need to be super dedicated to how they were in lore. It just, unfortunate scenario. Alright. My brain like shut off trying to remember this girl's name. I like her a lot, Fujino. Yeah, it's either they're overpowered because of the lore or they don't work because of it. There's no real in between. I have Fujino NP5 on, sorry, NP6 on JP, and I use her a lot. She's my go-to single target archer as of right now on JP. 35% buster up, NP generation for 3 turns, and ignores defense for 3 turns. Really good. Ignores evade and a star bomb. Great. It's fantastic. 3-turn ignore invasion. Invasion, evasion. Really good. And then she hurts herself, reduces own damage taken, gives herself guts, she revives with 1 HP. She is really good. She's a very tanky archer. Extra damage to super large enemies. Reduces attack. Buff block 1 time 3 turns is amazing. Yeah. She's up here. She has amazing survivability, and she puts out insane damage. And unless you are evading, you are going... Sorry, unless you have invincibility or are Castoria, you're going to get hit by her. She is great. A very, very simple servant, kind of. She's hard to kill, and she does a lot of damage. Also, her NP generation is pretty decent, right? It's okay. She's got good hits. 3s, yeah. She gets her NP decently well. She's lawful evil? That doesn't seem right. Alright. Yeah, she's good. I like her. Next up is Himbo. Okay. Gawain. First skill, 20% attack up for 3 turns for self. And if the sun is on the field, 30% buster up for 3 turns. That's okay, the sun is always on the field because he makes the sun with his second skill on also a 5-turn cooldown. Which is a party-wide 20% attack up. And makes the sun for 1 turn. Which is, you only need it up for the 1 turn anyway. And then he's got his belt, gives him guts, makes stars, charges NP by 20%, 6-turn cooldown. He's not receiving an NP buff, huh? That's kind of rough, actually. AoE with Skill Seal. Skill Seal's really good. Oh, I forgot he got the glasses. Yeah. Is it a 1-turn guts? Did I gloss over that? Yeah, 1-time 1-turn guts. Jesus. Yeah, the way how you want to play Gawain is not as an AoE servant. You want to play him the same way you play a berserker. In that you use him for his face cards, and his face card damage is decent. Because he just Oonga Boonga hit a guy. Yeah. But even then, like, there are better choices, but I'd say he's still better than average. I'd say he's better here. Yeah. Okay, Gorgon. Gorgon, my beloved. Increases own attack for 4 attacks for 2 what the fuck? 4 attack for 2 turns. Increases own critical star absorption of buster cards for 1 turn, which is really important when you're an Avenger who relies on crits, which is what she is. Demonic Mutation gives her Guts for 1 time, 5 turns, revives her with 3,000 HP, increases her own critical damage for 3 turns by 50%, which is crazy. And then Mystic Eyes is just a stun but better. Anti-Rider to kill Medusa. Then her NP is AoE. It's buffed, deals damage to all enemies, and then charges the party's NP gauge by 15% and inflicts curse. She is good. She's very good. So, you use her for critting. And now that she has a way to get those crits on the cards that matter, that's real good. But it's limited. But I would say in the age that we live in, where there's so many good supports for Buster units, she might be A tier. Time-based skills should be... Yeah, so she can actually hit with the Brave... her Brave chain to get that extra bonus in. Yeah, she's good. I like Gorgon a lot. I should use her more because she is good. Gray. Why is Gray's name spelled with an A if she's British? Anybody know the answer to that? Anyway. I think that Gray is decent, if I remember right. 3-turn attack up for herself, increases own damage against undead enemies, which almost never comes up. Okay, 1 turn 40% to both the quick and buster, but also invincibility. She's got a 20% battery, and debuff resist up by 30%. She can loop now? Really? You are 2 hours late, but you're okay. Anti-berserker. Ooh, anti-berserker's really good. Oh, okay, she actually got a rate. Damn. Ignore invincible. Was that on the original one too? No. Ooh. Ignore invincibility's good. Deals damage to all enemies. Charges NP gauge by 10%. And then reduces quick and buster. That's really good. Oh, you're fine. Also, she's guaranteed NP 5 because she's a welfare. She's a better than average AoE character. I'd say she's about here. It's a pretty good NP. Alright. I'm just gonna quickly do something. I'm gonna move all these. Is there other Valkyries around? There are. Ortland should be here. Okay, Archer Helena. As someone who has used Archer Helena a lot because of farming purposes, she's not good. She's really not good. She has one skill, and that's this one. The 20% battery for the party, and then she makes five crit stars for 5 turns. This skill is almost useless. The flat bonus of 2,000 damage never really does anything. It's also 5 attacks for 5 turns. Yeah, 8 turn cooldown. Yep, year 2 servant. And then the one-time art up and debuff immunity for one-time 5 turns. The art up is good. It's at 40% up. But, again, this is a character that, again, wants to farm. Very clearly wants to farm or be like a support. But no, she wants to be a DPS because she has so much stuff that boosts her own attack. And then this... Oh, this... When did this get strengthened? What? Learn with manga oh, okay, so this got strengthened last year. Got it. Charges the party's NP. Okay, so that makes her a better farmer. Reduces defense. Okay, so she actually did get slightly better. That's good to know. Does that make her great? No. Does it make her better than Atalanta? Yes. I put her up here. Party-wide 20% up is really good. But, maybe she's actually down here because there's... Asclepius does that shit for free. And he's a 3-star. Limited 3-star, though. Or, sorry, story lock 3-star, though. I think C+ is best for her. Sorry, Aiko. Okay. Next, Helena Normal. Who is a really decent budget support. Also has the 20% NP gauge for the party. I think she was one of the first people to have that. Has Mahatma, which now charges her own NP gauge to 30%. Makes 5 stars every turn for 5 turns. Only missing 1 turn with that. And wait, chance to increase own NP damage. They took help. Yeah, they did. Is she out of it now? Damn. That's a shame, because she was really good. Sorry I'm yawning so much. I am very tired. I may take a minor coffee break here in like 30 minutes. Which is that I will go put on the hot water for coffee. And then come back, do this, pour the coffee. Come back, do this, and then get the coffee. And this party-wide projection for 3 turns. It's a watered down projection, only 20%, but still 3-turn buff, like 3-turn rainbow buff is wild. She is a very good all-around support. Also, her NP. Reduces defense, reduces critical attack chance, reduces debuff resist. She is a very, very good all-arounder support. I think she's up here in A. I bring her from time to time. I mean, she's definitely not able to go along to as many scenarios as you would bring the 5-star supports, just because she's weaker all around than most of the 5-star supports. But even then, like, she does the job that she needs to do, and she does it well. So I think A is fitting for her. Alright, Ibaraki, Lancer. Do I need to explain? I don't think I need to explain why Herc is good. Herc essentially broke the game. You're hoping for a very detailed explanation? Okay, let me give you a very detailed explanation. There you go. There's your very detailed explanation. The argument... okay, maybe I should go about it like this. The argument that people make against why Herc is not actually EX tier, which is stupid, is that he needs Castle of Snow to work. And while that is not wrong per se, it's not right either. Herc does want Castle of Snow in order to work at his best. However, it's not a requirement. Herc's job is to sit in your back line like a gorilla eyeing you down. And then the moment that you need him, he comes out and he cleans up for you. That's how you use Herc. Alternatively is that you just solo things with Herc once you get Castle of Snow. But until then, a very viable strategy is just have him in your slot 4 or slot 6, and then when everybody else is dead, Herc comes in with a CE that has a guts on it, and then he just kills everything for you. And the guts are stackable. His NP doesn't matter, it's irrelevant. It's just an extra red card. You just hit, you see red, you press red, he kill thing, it good. It's just that easy. And you can make the argument that having a character just sit in the backline doesn't make them a good character. People buy insurance for their cars in the event that they get into a car accident. Herc is insurance in Fate. Herc is your insurance in FGO. Did you fuck up? Have you or a loved one recently been rear-ended by a demon god pillar and you found yourself and your kohai stranded on the side of the astral plane. Well, have we got quite the insurance plan for you? It's called Hercules. You see, this here Hercules, he can fit so much goddamn livability in him. He does so much fucking damage at all given time. He will take his big old rock and he will slap the shit out of anything that you need. Call us now at 555-5555.goat. And that's your detailed explanation as to why Herc is EX tier. Anyway, Ibaraki Lancer. Yeah, you wanna know something that's funny? Don't actually call that number. I don't know what'll happen, but don't do it. When the original ticket came around to get a free 4-star on my old free-to-play account that I don't really play anymore, I picked Herc, and then I did a gacha roll after that, and what's the policy on the new Poison Girl? Let me check something. I think that the policy on the new Poison Girl is going to probably end up being what it is for a couple of others. But I'm going to say it's probably fine. This is going to be one of those characters that it very much is determined by artist interpretation, so use judgment on it. If it's very clear that the artist is aging them down to look like a child, then that's not okay. But this... I have coworkers who have this exact body shape. It's just, this is just like short. He died? I didn't die. I'm here. Hello. Yeah, it is kind of a 50-50. I'm muted? Can you not hear me? Can nobody hear me? If nobody can hear me, then I'm gonna just start talking shit about Fate Stay Night again. God, Fate Stay Night, what a fucking piece of shit. Ugh. Overrated. The story, mediocre. It's totally serviceable as any other shonen anime and manga is. Anyway, Ibaraki... Ow! Get this shit out of my fucking head. You'll provoke the wrath of John Stay Night. That's okay, I have John Skyrim to protect me. Alright. Demonic nature of the Oni water. Increases party's... Okay, so it's a charisma. That also gives her NP damage for 3 turns and NP generation for 3 turns. That's good. That's a good skill. Cooldown, 6-turn cooldown. Okay. John Dark Souls. Debuff removal and increases own max HP. It's pretty good. And then Summertime Trouble Girl. 500% crit star absorption. 50% crit damage up randomly grants the self the buff or debuff below, so it's a 50-50. Own buff resistance or chance to reduce own buff resistance by 50%. It's the demerit's not that bad. Elder John. I like Elder John. Or Elden John. My favorite singer, Elden John. 4-turn cooldown. Her NP ignores defense. It's single target. And it reduces her own critical star generation rate, but honestly that's not that big of a deal because she's not making stars anyway. She can, I guess, but yeah. She is a decent, a really actually good single target Lancer for the 4 stars. I like using her. She's good. Normal Ibaraki. Who Deja said smash to, not knowing that that was a child. R.I.P. 20% attack up, 30% NP up, 3 turns on both. For... Okay, the NP is for herself, and the other one's charisma. Got it. Oh, I forgot that she's a Shuten buffer now. Oh, it's targetable debuff clear for an ally. Recovers their HP as well by 2,500. Increases crit damage for 1 turn by 100%. Holy shit. Increases 1 Shuten Doji ally attack for 3 turns by 30%. If Shuten Doji ally is alive on the battlefield, charges own NP gauge by 20%. Does Ibuki count as a Shuten? No, she doesn't. Okay. I was kind of curious about that. Is it Assassin to kill Shuten? I wonder. Whoops. Or is it Saber? It's Saber. Ah. And then Shapeshift is bad. It's a defense up with an additional defense up. Mad Enhancement B. Her NP gain is okay from what I remember. I mean, it's a berserker, so it's not the greatest. And then she has buff removal on her NP. Given that I have her at like NP 1000, yeah, she seems to be like one of the most spooked characters in this game. I feel like I see Ibaraki pop up a lot for people's 4-star spooks. Am I wrong about that? What's your Ibaraki NP levels? Let me know. Also, the defense down is good. That buff makes her decent. That like gives her kind of an edge on some of the competition. Not everyone's gonna have. That's actually not true. Everybody at 2 years from now on NA, everybody will have at least 1 Shuten because they are running the event where you get the old characters, the old welfare characters. So in the first round of that has Shuten in it, so you will have a Shuten to buff. Now, does she work well with Shuten? Or sorry, does Shuten work well with her? Caster Shuten? It's whatever. But it can be done. I mean, you can do it. It's kind of fun. There's a good flavor to it. That's more of like fun lore than anything else. But you can make that work. I'd say she's B+, about here. Mama Iris Veal, get outclassed by an ass. Medea Lily does your job too. Alright. I'll take characters that don't exist for $500. She is not a C. She is not a C. She was made at a time when healing, she and Medea Lily were both made at a time when healing was thought by Lasagna to be maybe overpowered. I'm talking about Iris Veal. Now, you can tell that they thought that was going to be the case because they made her cooldowns disgusting, and then they were wrong about it. So increases her own healing power by 50%. So this does 4,500 healing instead of 3,000. This is for one turn though, right? Yeah, one turn, 7 turn cooldown. Number 1 in the worst 4 stars video? I believe it. I kind of still stand by that. Recovers 1 ally's aid. Yeah. Heal 1 time, 5 turn cooldown. And then she has an invincibility for herself with NP generation. Her passives are okay. Party-wide guts is the one thing that she's good for, except for the fact that characters have that on skills now. And her NP generation is not great. Even with her buff to it with this. What do you mean she can heal? It's so OP. Yeah, right? No, she's bad. She's not good. I can't think of a single scenario in which I would ever bring Iris Veal. But the fact that she does give party-wide guts 1 time, maybe with a max limit broken K-scope, prevents her from being the worst in the E tier. Alright. Summer Ishtar. Party-wide, for 3 turns, Buster, Quick, and NP rate all for 20%. It's pretty good. Excel turn's a very good skill. Just straight up 1 turn of crit damage and an evade, 4 turn cooldown. There's a couple of characters that have that same skill, and it's good on them too. And then Summer Breaker. Invincibility for 1 attack. Okay. Increases own critical damage by 50%. Okay, all of this is 50%. Crit damage, star generation, NP generation, debuff resist, and own healing. And then she stuns herself after that turn. Again, that stun can be avoided with the command codes. She's a rider. And then she has an AoE NP that just increases her own quick damage. I'm going to assume Archer. Ruler! Ooh, interesting. Wonder why that is. Interesting, interesting. Summer Eris Keegal Ruler? Probably. Rider Ishtar is very good. She's very underused. Like, people don't really use her that much because she is a year 2 servant, so she doesn't, like... Maybe a lot of people don't really have her. But she's good. Like, she's definitely a good servant. She's like a DPS support hybrid thing. And with the quick buff on JP, I'd say that she's really good. But yeah, I put her there. If she had a battery, she would probably be an A+ or EX tier. Because she's also has a lot of hits, too. She's good NP gain, if I remember right. Yeah. Decent NP gain. Her thing here hits 4 times, so she can probably farm. Yeah, riding EX. Use this to help farm as well. NPG, yeah, she could work. Characters that don't really work though. God damn, I have to go to the Jean disambiguation. Jolter Lily. Jailter, if you will. Targetable heal, 3,000. It's okay. And crit generation up, okay. 20% battery. With the debuff resist for 3 turns, it's okay. And then 55% buster up. With self-invincibility for 1 turn, and then hurts herself for 1,200. Which, I mean, her adult self does that too, so that's whatever. And then AoE NP. Increases healing rate, increases attack for 1 turn. The healing rate lasts for 1 turn. So, if I'm remembering correctly, this procs, and then if a character isn't like Tamamo that has a heal, the healing rate doesn't matter. Is that right? No, that's not right. It probably lasts for that 1 extra turn so she can actually use her ability on it. But even then, I'll say this. She was a part of my OG farming team as well. And her NP does hit decently hard, mostly thanks to the fact that it's NP 5 and she's an AoE Lancer. So she has that extra stab damage. It's not that great though. She's probably down here. She's totally fine if in a pinch, but once you get a character that does her thing but better, you never need to use her again. Alright, speaking of Jeans, let's look at Zerker. Berserker Jean is really good. Also NP5, thanks to being a, another, what's it called? Welfare. So she gets 1 evade for 1 attack every single turn. Which is good. It's really good. And NP generation up as well. It doesn't matter as much, but it does come in handy. 30% is good. Increases own attack for 3 turns by 20%, and has the chance that when she hits people with her attacks, they get burned. Which, the burn damage is nice. That's just extra flavor more than anything. But I like it. Extra stuff like that's always fun. Bond 10 Jolter Bikini. Increases own buster damage for 1 turn. Charges own NP by 20%, and then hurts herself for 1,000. And Madness Enhancement EX. 6 turn cooldown on that, 5 turn cooldown on this, and 6 turn cooldown on her first skill. Anti-Archer. Oh, I get it, because Archer Gene. And then single target. Berserker, Buster NP, inflicts burn, NP 5 always, because, you know. She's really good. Honestly, the skill that gives her an evade, 1 evade every turn for 3 turns is huge. Because unless you are supremely unlucky, she gets away with getting hit 1 time a lot. And so she has like this weird tankiness to her. It's chance-based tankiness, but it's really good. Her damage is really good. Her NP hits like a goddamn truck. And she has decent NP gain, right? It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. She's got good hits on her car. She's got one art, 1 quick. Yeah. She's kind of a beat stick, but she's good. If you can get external buster buff, she's a good Honey Lake holder. Yes. Yes, and her attack is also very high. Okay. So I like her. She's good. Rider Kentoki's EX tier. I would say like here. This is a character that, I don't feel like I have to justify, but I will. So this skill, I think it's his third skill, is the one that doesn't matter. It has a heal on it, which is nice. 3,000 heal's good. He has a 50% battery. Always. So he just started off, hit it with him. Increases his own crit star generation, so he makes a fuck ton of stars for 3 turns. And has this huge quick buff on it. Guaranteed NP5. He's available on JP right now. Anti-berserker on his append, which is crazy. Single target, quick NP. He is debatably... Is there a trivia thing about his damage? I wouldn't be surprised. He has the highest attack value out of all the 4-star riders. He's crazy. If he's stuck on that on NA, he comes back on JP this year. I think he has competition from Ryder Liz. We'll talk about Ryder Liz because Ryder Liz is also very good, surprisingly good. Ugh. But Kentoki is a perfect example of simplicity is best. Because his playstyle is very simple. It's just hit things with quick things. And he's that's all he needs to do. I personally don't use him that much because I have Ushi at level 120 and they fulfill basically the same job. But certain like challenge quests, he's just insane. And also, he's just a god-tier boss killer as a rider. And there's a lot of caster bosses in this game. No, you're probably right. I just need to take a look at Ryder Liz's stuff. It's been a while. Okay, Kiyohime. Lancer Kiyohime. I remember you because I have you. I think I have you like at NP3 or some shit because you kept spooking me. 6 hit buster cards. Christ. Alright, crit chance down, 3 turns for all enemies. 30%, that's really good. Was that the Pokemon Snap theme? Probably. Let me see. Sorry, I was checking something. Bath transformation. Just straight up 30% buster up, 5-turn cooldown. Well, this is Legend of Zelda. He's talking about the song from before. But Fran in S tier? Saber Fran I would consider, but yeah, we'll talk about it. This skill, same as normal Kiyohima's, I'm pretty sure, is bad. The defense down does not justify, unless you know you can kill it, does not justify this, and with the existence of break bars, it's just not worth it. Madness Enhancement EX is very good. Anti-Berserker is really good. Alright. Oh, Lord! John Loves Gaming, thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome, Raiders. Come criticize my horrible tier list. Thank you so much. How's it going? Howdy, howdy.
Yay!
John Loves Gaming, thank you for the follow. How was stream? Hopefully everything was great. Howdy, howdy. Saw your YouTube videos? Oh, Lord. Hopefully not any of the ones that people don't like me for. But yeah, welcome, welcome. Glad to have you here. I really appreciate that, man. Stream was well, finished up some JP stuff. Good. Good, good, good. No, the controversial videos are the best. Maybe the best for entertainment value, not the best for my own mental wealth. Yeah, welcome. We are doing a 4-star tier list. I appreciate the raid. Hopefully you enjoy this. This nonsense. Yeah, right now we're talking about Lancer Kiyohime, who has a very good single target Noble Phantasm. It's decent. She is, yeah, here's the list thus far. So, I actually use Kiyohime a little bit, because I have her at a fairly high NP level. And she works really well as a boss killer some of the time. If it's a boss with a break bar, I don't trust to bring her. But she does decent damage. She's got decent NP gain too. She's okay. I'd say she's B+. Maybe here. Tell me when Shiva gets roasted so I can heal. I'll let you know. Alright, John, I'm curious. Who is your Grailed servant? Who's your #1 Grailed servant? Highest Grail level. Ugh. As we move on to Lalter. All of them are... Okay, who's your favorite one? Morgan, though? Hey, fair. Trying to get rid of 2K vote? Gotcha. Karna, Gajuna, Siegfried, gotcha. But again, man, thank you for the raid. I do really appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Hope you guys enjoy. Alright. Another one with the 55% buster up. And it's for 3 times 3 turns. Charges own NP gauge as well. Saberashi. Saber Sashi to 106 for... Oh, really? Yeah, Lancer Alter has avoided me, and I like her a lot. It pains me. So we could... this is a good skill. This is a really good skill, actually. Protection at World's End is really good. It makes stars, star absorb, and crit damage up. It's only for 1 turn, but it's good for what it is. Oh, I thought they buffed this. They didn't. Oh, no. Ooh. Charisma E. I thought that they had changed this, but I guess not. They buffed Saber alters, right? Is that what I'm thinking? Let me look it up. I'm pretty sure Saber Alter has the buffs bad charisma. No, she doesn't. It's also still ranked E. Oish. Damn. Yeah, that's rough. That's really rough. Anti-Rider. Alright, she's got the AoE... Hold on. AoE NP, ignores defense, 60% chance to seal the NP for 1 turn. Inflicts Curse. It does a nice chunk of damage, if I remember right. And her attack is good, because it has the Lancer stab to it as well. She's decent. God, she needs a buff to that charisma stat. I say she's about here. She can work as a decent beat stick, but man, she can Oonga Boonga. But I think that she can only Oonga Boonga. Yeah, she needs a battery or like an additional crit damage up to her to be like real good. Oh, she has a battery. I'm dumb. I don't know. This needs something. This needs some tweaking. Why not both? Yes. Okay. The bastard in purple. Lancelot. Has the 30% battery with the 20-star Star Bomb. Which is really good. 6-turn cooldown. 6,000% Star Absorb for 3 turns. And then his Star Factory. 6-turn cooldown, makes 15 stars, and has a 50% crit damage up. And then his NP is just fine, if I remember right. Oh, wait, did it always do the... Oh, he just does more damage and ignores defense now. Increases his own arts up. It's a one-hit thing. Does decent damage. He's good. He's A+. He's debatably the best single target Saber for the 4-star class. He is very Oonga Boonga, but he works. He's got really good NP gain as well. Toon, Sumi, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Hope you enjoy your stay. Who organized this list? The same guy who said that it was updated through Arcade and it's not. I didn't make this list. So, okay, here's what I think happened, in case you're curious. I think it was initially supposed to be alphabetical, and then it went based on release. Yes, Berserker Fran is an E. Justify your case, Galahad. You don't need survival if you kill everything that's on the screen. Fran stuns herself for 2 turns. Okay, why is Protoku here, and also why is Serenity here? This is Locosta, and this is, Setana. Because they were not included in this list, even though it said that they should be. So they're just these are just filling in. There are command codes that can help with the stun. If you have to build a character if you have to prop up a character with so much shit to make them even function, you need to bring command codes, and you need to bring BB, and you need to bring the Rings of Solomon for her to actually function the way that every other character that does her job does, then she is E tier. No other character requires that much propping up to get them to even work at a normal level. Hence why she's in E tier. Anyway, next up is Mask Man. I about said Chen Gong, that's not right. I'm thinking of his name, his actual name, which is, I think, Chong Ong. Look, man, I know it's Fran. It's not, this isn't a character tier list. I love Fran. Fran's great. Chen Gong at 100, based. I actually used this guy decently since I've gotten him. He has the self-invincibility for 2 attacks, 3 turns, and a charisma-like ability for that for 20%. Targetable NP charge and buff success rate. That buff success rate is low-key kind of goated. Wait. How much trauma does Ritsuka have at this point? Yes. Trying to get Kojiro to 120. Good choice. I respect that. I have my 120 Ushi and I couldn't be happier. Yes, this skill is amazing. And then party-wide, art's up for 3 turns. 60% chance. It's not simping if it's a daughter, then it's called doting. 6% chance to increase party's critical generation rate for 3 turns, which is pretty good. And then 60% chance for the party up. So really, realistically, you want to use this on himself so that you can activate this. But then his NP is also really good. Reduces charge, reduces crit chance, and reduces party damage taken for 3 turns. And then also it has a really good 30% attack up. He's a supporter. It's hard to justify bringing him to certain content, but he can be brought and work really well, so I'm going to say he's here. I like him a lot. He's fun to use. He's really fun to use to get to work. Yeah, he's kind of situational, but he's really fun to get to work. All right, next up, Lip. I really like Passion Lip. And she's really good too. Alter Ego class. NP gauge 20%. Buster up 20%. Reduces damage taken for 3 attacks, 3 turns. Debuff immunity for 3 times, 3 turns. 3 times 3 turns is really good. Sorry, 3 times 5 turns. That says 5 turns. My brain, big dumb. She got a buff to... Okay, no, she didn't. She has the Taunt. If own HP is less than 50%, increase own attack based on the remaining HP. There's a calculator to that. Think of it like the Ann and Mary calculator. I'm pretty sure it's almost the exact same. And also increases her own defense. And then this skill. You always want to use the first skill first and then this skill next, so that way she doesn't stun herself. 30% attack up, ignores invincibility for 3 turns, has a chance to instant kill on a normal attacking, which I've only ever seen it happen once. Hello, Klidge. I'm only here for the waifu Fujino. Fujino's in A+ tier. There you go. And then her NP is AoE, 12 hits, recovers 3,000 HP to the party. She is a character that is really well designed. She's a lot like Astraya in that sense. She's not EX tier. Where everything that she does works super well within itself. The issue is that she has no NP gauge, and her NP gain rate is garbage. She relies a lot on needing supports for her to, like, do anything. In terms of, like, using her NP, which is a shame because her NP is really good. But she's a tank. She is a tank. But she has one turn of taunt. That's her issue. I say top of B+. I think she's really good. I like using her. She has absolutely massive padding. Alright, next is Li Xuan. An oft-forgotten servant. I feel like a lot of people genuinely do not remember that Li is in this game, which is a shame because he's not bad. So he has the just straight up one turn of 100% crit up that ignores evade. That's really good. Increases his own star absorb with an evade. 6 turn cooldown, 1 turn. And then ignore invincibility, increases art performance, and then gain crit stars. 50% art performance. 50%. This guy... Well, yeah, he's really good. I mean, he's another character that is all about that one really good turn. And for that, his one really good turn is a really good turn. Anti-Lancer. Interesting. I love when there's a drop-down menu onto how. Alright, I'm gonna go get some rest, though. Alright, thanks for hanging out, man. I really appreciate the raid. You have a fantastic rest of your night. People who are in my community, go give John Loves Gaming a follow. Big shout-out. Appreciate you, my dude. Have a fantastic rest of your night. What the fuck? Wait, when did we get this? What? Okay, 7th anniversary. Okay. There's a mystic code that increases instant death chance. Excuse me? When did this happen? Hey, yo? Okay. Interesting. What does this do? Chance to increase one ally's buster performance by 50% and recovers their HP. Remove mental debuff, charges NP gauge. Okay, interesting. I'm not going to be able to use it just yet because that is happening not this anniversary, but next. Oh, he has a 0% on his NP. That's interesting. Yeah, he is decent. He's a totally serviceable single target lancer who has a really good turn and hits like a fucking freight train. I remember on my free-to-play account, he was my lancer, and he was really good. I'd say he's down here, though, because that one really good turn is just that. It's one really good turn, and then you have to wait and reset after. But he works fairly well. It's nice to have a lancer that you know is going to hit something. Okay, let's talk about Liz. How would you describe my relationship with Liz? Stalker, loving, Liz is easy A+. She's the daughter. That's how I kind of view her. She's like... I view Liz the way how I view, like, a... reverse adopted daughter is the best way to put it. Because I don't hate Liz. I don't, like, hold animosity towards Liz. I just wish that she didn't just keep showing up in my gacha. Because Liz is cute. But, you know, when you see her all the time... Yeah, reverse adopted daughter, I think, is the best way to describe her. Anyway. Disdain, but in an apathetic way. Will you make a Nikke usability tier list? Like a Nikke gameplay tier list? I don't know enough about the characters in Nikke. Because Nikke isn't like Fate, where if you don't have the character, you can, like, borrow it. But... So I just don't know. Burst animation tier list? I'd be more willing to do that. Maybe eventually I'll do a Nikke usability tier list, but at present I don't have enough experience with the characters to make one that I can competently say, yes, you should listen to what I have to say. Know what I mean? I don't want to lead people astray with a lack of knowledge. Liz's sadistic charisma is a good skill. It's just a 40%. If you bring it with female characters, I wish it gave it to herself, but it doesn't. It gives her decent supporting abilities. It's not the best thing in the world, but it's okay. If you would like to, Tig, you can, but I will not force anybody to do that. But I would not be opposed. Alright. Second skill got buffed. Reduces all enemies' defense for 3 turns, which is really good, 20%. Removes their latest buff and then skill steals them. That's real good. And then just battle continuation. She's another one with the 4 turns thing. Interesting. Anti-assassin? Anti-alter ego! Oh. Extella! Alright. Then her NP is upgraded. It's an AoE buster thing. Reduces buff success rate. Ignores defense. It's decent. Like, Liz as a unit is totally... She's incredibly middle of the road. I'd say she's, like, here. She's a really good... She does have buff removal. Maybe I put her here. She has very good support capabilities for females. And buff remove, like, it's only one buff removal, but a lot of times the characters are just like giving themselves the one buff and then attack twice, and then you use her thing, take it away, remove their defense. buff your guys, and then kill the motherfucker. Alright. She's okay. Lobo, who also spooks me a lot. I like Lobo, though. Big old puppy. Look at him, big old puppy. You know what I've not seen? What does your baseball thing look like? I love him so much. I love him so much. He's so cute. Okay. First skill, Crit Star Absorb. Very important for Avengers, as we said prior. Defense up 40%, also important. 5-turn cooldown. 1 turn up for both of those. His monster strength was buffed recently. Increases own attack by 30% for 3 turns. Increases own damage against the man attribute characters for 30%. So that's a straight up better than a mana burst. It doesn't say how long it lasts, though. Man attribute, by the way, is... a lot of fucking things. Yeah, he misses his wife who's dead. Me too. Third skill. 1 Cloaked in Death. Reduces 1 enemy instant kill resistance for 1 turn. Reduces their attack for 1 turn. And removes their buffs. So buff removal... they can't do any damage, and then there's a chance they just get instantly murked. And he has a buffed NP. It ignores evade, increases his own crit damage, and then does a shit ton of damage. Lobo... his one issue, if I remember right, is his NP. His NP gain's actually pretty good. I don't remember him. Why is Izumo man attribute? Because man just means human. Man, if I recall correctly, just means that you originate from humanity, or were a real person. You're not like a god. You're not like an alien. You're not anything like that. You are man. Think of man in like the biblical scientific term, not the gender term. Yes, featherless biped. If you're a featherless biped, you are a man. Behold a man. Except not, because those I'm pretty sure those are star attributes, they're gods. Lobo's good. I'd say Lobo's like here. Maybe higher. Maybe higher. The Marthas. The various Marthas. Alright, Martha Ruler. I love Martha Ruler so much. She's so fucking... Look at that shit! Okay. Charges on... Okay, so I need to talk about something with this in particular. Charges on NP gauge. If you're by the water side, further increase your attack by 20%. This is no longer an issue because of Zhongzhi being in the game, who just makes the battlefield all of the elements, and is a really good support for most of the characters that need that. For example, critical hits can be given to this character who's a Buster Beatstick because of him. His inclusion in this game makes her insanely more viable. Recovers 3000 HP, debuff immunity for 1 time. Which I believe that just stays because there's no turn limit locked onto it, if I recall. And then bonus damage against demons, divines, or the undead. That's a lot of things. 100% 1 turn. Anti-berserker, crazy. Single target, 10 hit buster hit. Guarantees reduces their defense by 50%, or sorry, by 20%. She is a monster. She doesn't really have any survivability aside from being a ruler, which, you know, that works. She hurts. In terms of just being a beatstick, she is amazing. And it works, so I think she's A tier. She takes full advantage of the fact that nobody can hurt her because she's a ruler, which is good. She's also, yeah, she is also designed to fucking murder BB. That's not the right Martha. Rider Martha is interesting. Personal heal for 2500. Recovers party's HP and removes party debuffs. That's really the best skill that she has. And then this one's also really good. It just removes one enemy's buff and reduces their defense by 30% for 3 turns. Also anti-berserker. It's good for AoE, charm, stun, and combo with skill 2. True, that's true. And then she has a buster up for herself for her NP that also is an AoE. Her NP doesn't really hit that hard. She's a support through and through. She's a very interesting support because the buff removal and the debuff removal are what make her viable. She's very, very hyper specific, and you only really bring her into like certain contexts. But in those contexts, she's still roll good. So I'd say she's B. Top of B, probably. Standard mash is EX tier. Anyone want to object to that? EX plus. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Medea Lily. Okay, I'll just make it very brief. She costs 0. Her skills make her essentially immortal. And she's ever evolving with the game. So, yeah, she's actually workable. She's continually buffed. And is continually viable. And the game requires that you use her all the time. So yes, mash EX tier.
Yay!
Ken Wolf 12, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Hope you enjoy your stay. Next up, Medea Lily. Can we still get her? Mash? Yes! You are guaranteed to have mash. In fact, I don't believe it's possible to not have mash. No, not that one. Which one? Okay, Medea Lily. Battery for 150. Removes party's poison, never comes up. Heals for 3,000. It's okay. And increases buff removal resist. Increases one ally's healing received for 1 turn by 100%. Removes party's debuffs, recovers party's HP. The only thing about her that's interesting is the fact that she can increase buff removal resistance to 100% for 3 turns. That's the only thing about her that I'm going to say is going to keep her out of being in E tier. Oh, you can still get Medea Lily. She might be story locked though, is that right? Yeah, she's story locked. She's like here. You can find a use for Medea Lily, but realistically, there is no reason to bring her to any combat. She's not due for a buff. She's received so many of them. She has 3 buffs. Anti-Saber? Yeah, figured. Like, when did she get this strengthening? Two years ago. Okay. 3 years ago. Wait. So, yeah, okay. 2019. 5 years ago. 4 years ago. Fuck. Yeah, she's... I can't think of a scenario where I would want to bring her. Like, ever. On the contrary, who else is this guy? What other characters have you made? Okay, you've done all of the MHXs and Eskander. Got it. You need to draw more characters because I love your art style. Thank you, Bun Bun. Okay. MHXX is a 4-star. First skill. 1 turn invincibility, 50% attack up. Pretty good. 5 turn cooldown. You're mainly gonna use that for the attack up, but having that extra survivability is really nice. Detective Instincts, pretty good. Gain crit stars, reduces own critical star absorption by 100% for 1 turn. So you can 4 turn cooldown on that. Pretty decent. Ignore invincibility, charges own NP gauge by 30%, increases own damage to the threat to humanity class. Is Draco not a threat to humanity? But Oberon is? But Hokusai's Saber is? Something's wrong there. Moth too dangerous. Painters are scary. No, Oberon does make sense, but yeah, interesting that the beast of humanity is not a threat to humanity. Why are the Mecha Liz's threats to humanity? Liz. Okay. Single target arts. Bonus damage to the Saber class. Increases her own attack first. I thought that Kama was a threat as well. Same thing with Kiara, but I guess not. MHX is interesting. I think in practice she's probably B+. It's nice that she has a niche and that she can actually fight something that's not berserkers and do better than class advantage, but only with her NP. So I'd say she's like here. She's okay. She's good to use. Okay, next up is Medusa Lily. Charm, 100%. Quick resist down for 3 turns. 6 turn cooldown. Monster Strength, 1 turn of 30% attack up. And finally, Guts, 1 time, 3 turns. Invincibility for 1 attack. Chart, she's got her battery for 30%. And she has a single target. Quick NP. Reduces quick resist down more for 3 turns, and has a chance to stun for 80% at minimum. So with the quick buff on JP, she has gotten better. The big issue with her is that despite having multiple hits on her quick and arts cards, it doesn't feel like she does enough to get NP back. For me, she's a B tier. I've used her a decent amount. For me, she's a B tier. She's like here. The quick resist down is good, but it's rough. It's hard to justify. We have a lot of guys to go through. Okay. Next is Miyu. Is it nice? Oh, it's Miyu. Got it. I remember you being bad, but then I remember you getting a buff and not being bad anymore. Own arts performance up for 3 turns. Own critical damage for 3 attacks for 3 turns. Ugh. 5 turn cooldown. That's okay. She's not a DPS, so it's an interesting thing for her. Self Guts, 1 time 3 turns. Self Debuff immunity for 1 time 3 turns. It's pretty good. Charges 1 ally's NP gauge by 30%. Increases their buff success rate for 3 turns by 40%. That's really good. Anti-caster? Anti-ruler. Alright. Grants herself the protection of Sakatsugi, regeneration buff for 3 turns, which charges the party's MP gauge by 10% every turn for 3 turns. Increases party's attack for 3 turns. Wait, what? Increases party's attack 3 turns every turn for 3 turns. Removes party's HP every turn. Recovers party's HP every turn for 3 turns. So it just keeps happening. And originally it did a fuck ton of damage to her, right? Yeah. Which it no longer does. And now she heals. Now there's a heal type to it. It's decent. She's got good NP charge too. Or NP gain. She's okay. Miyu's a character that I never see anybody ever use. And is never on anyone's support lists. So I don't really... What do you guys think? Well, yeah, it's because she's had 2 rate ups or some shit like that, right? put her here. Alright, Chio. I love the name Chio. Chiome, Chio. I think Chio's a cute name. Okay. Chance to seal NP for 1 turn. Increases own damage against demonic enemies for 3 turns. Increases own damage against enemies with the curse status for 3 turns. That's the big one for her, because she does a lot of curse stuff. 20% attack up against cursed enemies. Pretty good. Curse of the Orochi. Inflicts curse every turn when she attacks. Increases own arts performance for 3 turns. This is good. And then an evade with a 30% battery on it's decent. Buffed NP, has skill seal on it, inflicts evil curse as well. It actually does a decent amount of damage, and it refunds okay. Like, she has really decent NP gain. It's just weird to use her. She's a totally workable... I'm going to try and get through these a little bit faster, the way I'm not here for the next 20 hours. She's like a totally workable... I think she's in B tier. Her damage output is really low, which is the issue. I'm talking about Chiome. No, because I have like NP 7 Chiome. I need all 7 of them. Maybe here. Her damage is lacking. Why is her 4th Ascension looking like it's a hentai? Who? Chiome? I can see it. Mordred Rider. So I could honestly... just like rank this character outright right now. And all of it comes down to the fact that she has surfing, she has this, and she has this. The skill doesn't matter as much. Mordred Rider is built for farming. And she is, I would argue, the best. She's the best when it comes to QP farming. Best servant for it, because she can loop without Castoria. She works better with Castoria, but she doesn't need Castoria to loop. Ergo, she's fucking insane. And that's really the only context that you bring her in, because she's crazy. Yeah, my old team was Tamamo and Waver. Or sorry, Tamamo and Paracelsus, and she can loop with that. Yeah, she's insane. Nero. Next is Nero. Nero is mediocre, if I remember right. Again, the waterside battlefield. Irrelevant because of Zhangzhou. But gets... Oh, it's waterside or city. So she's almost guaranteed to get that 20% arts up with it. 30% battery. Debuff resist 100 and heals herself for 2000. On a 5-turn cooldown. That's really good. Imperial Privilege. If it lands, it's great. Otherwise, it's whatever. And then Invictus Spiritus Thrice is just a 3-time guts, 5 turns on a 10-turn cooldown. Honestly, this probably needs a buff to reduce that cooldown. But it's still a really decent buff, or really decent skill. So Nero's whole thing is that she's like a tanky Saber with really decent... She actually has really good NP gain. Anti-assassin, I get it. One hit, arts AoE NP, reduces defense. Nero is underwhelming, which is kind of a shame. I'd say she's like here, if not maybe C tier. She might be C tier, C plus tier. She's tanky, she can keep herself alive pretty decently, but her damage is lackluster and her NP doesn't do enough. Next up is Neza, who I recently just got, and I love Neza. Neza is... Quick Buster and crit damage. 20% for the Quick Buster and crit damage for 30%, 3 turns. It's 5-turn cooldown. It's pretty good. A Guts with a battery on it with a 7-turn cooldown. Increases own critical star absorption for 1 turn by 500%. It's kind of weak. Increases own damage against demonic, increases own defense against demonic, both for 3 turns, 50% for the attack, 30% for the defense, removes own debuffs, and gets 15 stars. If I remember right, your big issue was that your attack is bad. Like, your attack is kind of low, and your NP gain is kind of... Yeah, you have the 1 art card. Yeah. And then AoE, drop a nuke on them. Inflicts burn with 3,000. That's a lot. That's actually a lot of burn damage. You can do some memes with that. Interesting. And then increases own NP damage by 20% before activating. Neza is a totally middle-of-the-road, perfectly workable AoE Lancer. You can't really farm with her, but she'll get the job done. She can clear a wave. I like her. Alright, next up are the Nitocris. Starting with the Assassin Nitocris. There we go. Sorry. There we go. Assassin Nitocris is bad. She has defense up. Her whole thing is that she's tanky, right? She's tanky, but she also wants to be a farmer, like her caster self. She has defense up. This is essentially morph but better, this skill. She has a taunt for 1 turn, and is further tanky with this. And then an attack up, NP damage up, and NP generation up. But the issue is her NP generation, it says it's really good, but it really isn't. Anyone who's actually used Nitocris Assassin knows that that's not true. And then her NP hits like a wet noodle. It refunds for nothing. And it has instant kill that's just worse than her caster self. It's very underwhelming. It's hard to justify bringing it, but I would recommend rolling for it because she's cute. Next, Caster Nitocris. Now this is a completely different story. Caster Nitocris. Is this a new buff? Yeah, this is the one we just got for her on NA. Increases her arts up. Arts up, instant kill up, and she has a heal for it. 5-turn cooldown. 3-turn buffs on all of her stuff. The notes are all relative to the Mystic code that came out that buffs the success rate. Show that costume? Perfect. Is this Klidge streaming at Western hours? It's crazy, right? Western. Rapid casting is good for her. And then a guts with a debuff removal is also good. Anti-caster. And then buffed NP. Reduces crit damage, AoE, chance to instant kill. She is A+ tier. This is pre-recorded, actually. She is just one of the best farmers in the game. I got the blink. No. She's good. She's really good. She's a great farmer. One of the very few characters that can actually enable instant kill memes to work. So yeah, I'm totally here for her. Okay, MP7 Nero rolling for crank. Yeah, pain. But welcome pain. My clairvoyance is ranked EX fake. Next up is Nobu. Berserker Nobu. She got a buff. Didn't she get a buff recently? Am I crazy? I think I'm crazy. Evade with a buster up. Pretty good. Why fake? Because I'll predict things to happen and the exact opposite will happen. Oh, she got an NP. Okay, she got an NP buff. Yeah, evade, buster up for 3 turns, 20%, decent. This is a party-wide NP gauge 3% every turn for 5 turns. Party-wide HP every turn for 5 turns by 500, and it's Merlin. It's just the Merlin thing. And also makes 10 stars every turn for 5 turns. Caster Marie is crying. And then increases on critical star absorption for 1 turn, ignores evasion for 1 turn, and increases own attack on the burning battlefield. I'm still going to assume Zhangzhu's with you when you're using her. 4-turn cooldown. That's really good. Then buff on the NP. Okay, her NP now burns the battlefield for you for 3 turns, which is good. Extra damage to Divine. It's a single target 12-hit buster NP. Deals damage to 1 yeah. She's okay. She has okay survivability. She's weird. She's weird to use. I'd say that she's either B+ or A. Maybe here. Maybe here. I like it here. Yeah, I think so. Normal Nobu. Is bad. Normal Nobu has the party-wide NP gain up for 30% for 3 turns. Increases zone damage against the divine enemies for 1 turn 100%. And increases on critical star absorption for 3 turns by 600%. Increases on critical damage for 3 turns by 50%. She is interesting. And then AoE, NP, deals damage to all enemies extra damage to riding enemies, which is funny. She needs a buff. She's hurting. I don't know if she's Saber Lily tier. She's definitely bottom of C. Like, she reeks of year 1 servant. Alright, next is Nursery. Book. Alright. She has a 3-turn crit up and crit star absorption. 50% crit up. Defense up by 30%. Debuff resist for 40%. And then a 40% battery. Recovers HP, removes own debuffs. As an AoE arts NP. It reduces defense. She is... Her NP gain rate is whatever. I've used her before for farming purposes. I use her in, like, weird other teams. She's just... She also is in desperate need of a buff. I think that you can feasibly use her if you're in a pinch, but otherwise I would not recommend it. Parvati is A+ tier, if not EX tier. I'm going to say Parvati's EX tier. Quick and NP generation up 3 turns 30% is insane. Ashes of Kama is only 1 turn. Its target... No, wait, this is for self. Increases own attack, defense, crit star generation, debuff resist. What the fuck? Okay, Blessing of the Goddess can only be used when NP is 10% or higher. It's a targetable battery. With a heal on it. And then she has the AoE NP, does charm, does a shit ton of damage, is quick. She is Scotty's best 4-star friend, but she also can work outside of a Scotty context. I might have to drop her down because she's better outside of the Scotty inside the Scotty context, but she's insanely powerful regardless. Klidge personal skills, Sight of the Future, Chance EX, through unknown luck, Klidge has been able to predict events to come regardless if they are good outcome or bad omens to come. The skill allows Klidge to predict either a miracle to come or a curse. Yes, all of that is true. Penth. I say Penth is here. Get me away from that. Penth has a basic Charisma B for 18%. 3 turns of debuff immunity. With 20%... with 20%... You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna keep that here. NP gen all the time for 3 turns. 6-turn cooldown. And then bust her up for herself in the party. 20%. And then 100% Greek mythology male damage for 3 turns. Single target, pretty basic AoE, or basic single target NP. Just rip someone apart. If you give her a CE that gives her evade, like the 3-turn evade one or the 3-turn invincibility one, she is a fucking monster. Again, back when I would run my free-to-play account, she's absolutely wild. She does crazy damage. She supports her team, and then she just can never be debuffed because of her second skill. An absolute monster of a unit, and is very underrated. On the opposite end of that spectrum, we have Qin Liangyu. Qin Liangyu is worse Asterios. Quick arts crit damage 3 turns. 20% for the quick and arts, 30% for the crit. Debuff immunity 3 times for 3 turns, which is good. Star absorb by 600%. Buff removal resist, which is good. Oh, this got buffed. I didn't know that. Guts status for 2 times 5 turns. Has a battery on it now. That's really good. Oh, I had a battery on it before. It's even more, though. Oh, now it makes stars, too. Okay, that's the difference. That's pretty good. Anti-berserker. Oh, good night. A servant like Penth and calls her beautiful on day 1 of ebbing Chaldea. I'm pretty sure that's how you lose your copy of Bartholomew Roberts. Her NP is weird. It's if she's attacked, she reduces defense. I'm pretty sure one of these is that if she's hit by a crit or something. Okay. On attack buff for 3 turns, reduces the enemy's defense by 10% when normal attacking. Removes the enemy's buffs when critical attacking. Reduces the enemy's critical damage by 10% for 3 turns when attacking normal. Increases own attack for 3 turns. If you can get that, and also when recovers party's attack, when she's taking critical hits, she recovers the party's HP. She is so hyper specific in the in like where she's good. She's good almost exclusively on bosses that do like the Gorgon boss in Babylon or Geisha. Those are the fights where she shines. Everywhere else, she is just okay, which is a shame because I like her a lot. Alright, next up, Santa Cats. She's pretty basic from what I remember. Yeah, Qin Liangyu has a lot of potential as a unit, but she's so weird to get to actually function that it's hard to justify placing her very high. And it's not even like a skill issue thing, it's just like you need a very, very specific situation where she can then work. There is not a dark mode on this wiki. Because this isn't a wiki, it's the fandom. And if there is one, I would love to know about it. Mars and Shim. Look, I sympathize with him. Scroll up. Do they add it? Top right. Oh, what a legend. My eyes are saved. That must be new. I don't remember that. But, hell, thank you. Alright, Samba Cats. Let my Midwesterner come out on that. Samba Cats. You increases her parry's attack for 3 turns. Gain critical stars every turn, 5 turns. Marie Caster's still in shambles. It's relatively new, like since... Okay, gotcha. I was gonna say, I don't remember that being a thing. But yeah, fuck yeah. Alright, so it's a charisma that makes stars too, which is good. Targetable. Star absorb and crit star generation is crazy. That's crazy good. And then increases own buster performance for 3 turn. 3 turns. Increases own critical star absorption of Buster cards for 1 turn. This is a great skill set for her. Is this anti-Lancer? Anti-Ruler. And she has an AoE Buster. Drops a giant present on you. Increases critical star generation rate by 100% for 1 turn, and then AoE. Increases crit damage. So Kets is all about... Samba Kets is all about those making crits, making stars, and getting those stars. And she's really good at it. And also, she's NP5, and if you're on JP, you can get her for pretty much free. She's up here. She's really good. Next, Raiko. God, my eyes are so happy right now. Does she farm without the need of Oberon? I don't think that she's a farmer because she doesn't have a battery for herself. This is not the wrong Raiko. What do you mean? What? Alright. Summer Raiko has the 1000% Star Absorb and 50% crit up, which is good. That's really good. It's for 1 turn, though. Targetable Buster and debuff removal is crazy good. 3-turn Buster up for 40% is very good. And then increases party's attack for 3 turns by 20%. Increases party's critical star generation rate for 3 turns by 30%. There's a lot of good passives. I'm going to assume Anti-Lancer. Anti-Berserker is always good. Okay, and then it's a single target. Ignores defense. Gets 20 stars when she uses it. She's a support Lancer with DPS traits. I say she's up here. She's really solid. She can do damage on her own if you want her to, but realistically, you're gonna want to use you're gonna want to bring her with characters that need like that extra Buster damage. Or you could just use it all on her and just pop the fuck off, which is also possible. But I think her damage itself is... it's good. It's not that good. Rom single target, removes enemies' defensive buffs, then does the thing. They're alter egos as well. There's something with their... No, that's not it. It's possible to have both her and Elegant in the same parties. They're considered to be different servants. No. Okay, never mind. They're good. They're solid, like, single target alter egos. They might even be up here. Like, they do a lot of damage. Put you up here. They're decent. Also NP5 for free. Alright, Sakamoto. Ah! So you know I've been streaming long. This happened twice now. Hey, you guys remember like an hour and a half ago when I said I was going to take an intermission to get a drink? Me neither. So Sakamoto's got Charisma C+, so 17%. Party-wide, 10% NP gauge. With the debuff resistance increased for 3 turns. Increases party's arts performance for 3 turns by 20%. Gets 15 stars for it. 5-turn cooldown. And then he has a single target arts NP. NP5 guaranteed. Deals damage to 1 enemy. And drains their NP gauge. Sakamoto is... I remember years ago, there was a video titled something like... Sakamoto, the need for mediocrity or something like that. Talking about how Sakamoto was like the only single target support rider in the game for a very long time. And it was true. And he's not like an overpowered or broken servant, but he's good. He's like perfectly B+ tier, like here. He's decent. All right. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go put on some hot water for some coffee. All right. Got another scone too. In about 3 minutes, I'm gonna get up, do it again, pour my coffee, and then I will be ready to go. Saber is a fucking piece of shit. I hate him. I don't want him to be in my gacha anymore. I'm tired of seeing his ugly ass face. He's probably like a C+ tier. I love it. Somebody has to. I just don't. Alright. Give himself evade. 1 turn. 20% quick up. 20% attack up. 1 turn for both. Crit star absorb for 3 turns. 15 star bomb. Defense up. NP generation up for 3 turns. His kit does not work well with itself. Like, these 2 skills work okay. This one's just like, why? And single target NP. Removes their defensive buffs. I forget, does it remove them before damage or after? Removes them after damage. That's not good. With the quick buff on JP, he is better. I will give him that. His kit has always just been really weird and confusing, like, as to why. Like, having to make the decision as to whether you want to do the evade or use it for the offensive thing. It's nice to have that variety, but it's also just like, why? It normally does, but sometimes it doesn't. I think that I think top to C+ is probably, yeah, maybe here. Is he B tier? No, he's C+ tier. Alright. Fran. Galahad, if you're still here, welcome to the Redemption arc. The cost of 10% of your HP is 100% worth an 80% NP generation rate. It's insane for 3 turns. That's not even a demerit. 500 HP down kind of sucks. Reduces enemies' attack by 20% for 3 turns and removes their buffs. That's worth 500 health to a character. And then increases own attack for 3 turns, increases own NP damage for 3 turns, both by 20%, and then burns herself, which can be cleared away pretty easily. With friend point gotcha, clear CCs. Riding EX, Madness Enhancement E. Decent here with the NP gain. She's single target, right? Single target. Quick NP. Inflicts the charging status for 1 turn to them. When activated, stun all enemies except the enemy with this debuff for 1 turn after that. It does decent damage. She does it, like... Her damage is really good, and she can loop her NP by herself. If you use her in the context of, like, it's just a friend Scotty or ruler Scotty, she just becomes a fucking monster. Saber Fran is, like, up here. She's really good. It's a strict upgrade, and none of her debuffs that she gives to herself are that bad. So, yeah, Saber Fran's up there. Alright, I'm gonna go pour my coffee. Y'all talk about Saber Mave. Hold on, let me... God damn it. Actually, Roka, since you're here, I'm kind of curious. Do you have anything to say about Medea Lily? I know you're a Medea simp, but how about Medea Lily? And as I wait for that response, Summer Mave. Charges zone NP gauge by 20% for 3 turns. Gains critical stars every turn for 3 turns. Again, Caster Marie weeping. What de toilet. 60% chance to charm all enemies for 1 turn and reduce their arch resistance for 3 turns. The art resist down is really good. 7 turn cooldown's an issue. Increases party attack for 3 turns by 20% and increases their critical damage except self for 30%. 5 turn cooldown. Alright. It's a single target. Arts NP hits 6 times. If you don't know what the nice shot thing does, it just has a 10% chance. What is the percent chance for it to activate? There is a percent chance for it to activate, and it stacks as the NP goes on. It can theoretically hit all 6 times. It could hit... Oh, wait, no. It can only hit max of 4 times. Got it. 4 times per NP. Got it. So you can effectively, if you're lucky, reduce it by their defense by 40%. The issue with Maeve is that her attack is awful. And her gains are not that good. Theoretically, you could probably make her work in like a super arts team, but really, she's not that good. She's fine. Like, she's usable. Give Ushi head pat, says Summer Ushi is at S++, yes. Okay, put her here. Where is Summer? Oh, she's over here. Oh my god. Santa Altar. Targetable 3,500 heal with critical star generation by 30% for 3 turns. The last instincts in the game. Skill 2 is always most important in my opinion. Having the extra NP battery is always the most important. Mana Burst A-, 45%. Riding A, Magic Resistance A. AoE 3 hit. She's like down here. She's rough. It's rough, buddy. Alright, I got my coffee. Ugh. So I have Santa Altar, but I can't get her any higher than level 40. That's, yeah. Speaking of altars, let's talk about the cooler altar. Mana Burst A, 50%. We all know what this does. Bust her up 50% one turn. 20% battery. Gains 20 stars. That's a really good skill. Charisma E. Pain and suffering await you. Bonus damage against riders. Interesting. And then her NP damage is really good. And it has a battery on it. So after she uses it, she gets a refund. It's really good. I believe that NP1... Somebody correct me if I'm wrong on this. NP1 Salter's NP, I think, does more damage than NP2 Mordred's. I know for a fact NP1 Salters does more damage than NP1 Mordred's. It might be NP2 as well. Salter's a very simple character. She's a beatstick. She's a buster beatstick, and she's good at it. So I'm gonna put her here. Alright. Peacock's here. One sec. Ah. She's got a battery now. 30% battery, 5-turn cooldown, 20%. I am speaking. I was just chewing. Yeah, she got 30% battery now. 20% charisma-like ability. Pretty good. 5-turn cooldown. My notes. She's a support who's a DOS. Yes. DPS. Yeah, she is a support DPS hybrid from what I recall. Because you want to use this skill for herself and then this skill for the party. And then this is for when she needs to like actually hit something. The 100% crit damage is really good. Ignore invincibility is very good. 20% arts and buster is very good, and 10 crit stars. The 10 crit stars is kind of forgettable, but everything else is good. Territory creation is good. Anti-caster, she can kill her husband. She also loops with her own NP with outcast Doria. I believe that. Single target, reduces defense, reduces attack, and reduces their healing received by 10, 10, and 30% respectively. From my own experience using her, she is supposed to be a DPS support hybrid. But I find myself, every time I'm using her, wanting to be using somebody else. That battery does add a lot to her, but she is very much lacking. And again, this isn't a waifu or character design tier list, because waifu-wise... she's just lacking in a lot of ways. She needs another good buff, probably to... if this skill was AoE, she would be perfect. If it was like, she keeps the 100% to herself, but then gives the party ignore invincibility and 50% crit damage up for one turn, that's a whole different story. Okay, Shiki's EX tier. Making anti-man could work. That could work too. Shiki, another character that actually is able to utilize her instant kill mechanic. Ignore invincibility. Art's up 50%. No, there's only one Crazy Kings. Yeah, arts up, instant kill, ignore invincibility. That's a stacked skill for a 5-turn cooldown. Evade and 40% crit up, really good. And then her NP gauge that hurts her for 30%, it's decent. Independent action is really good, it makes her crit harder. Anti-Avenger, interesting. She's actually a welfare with a ranked up NP. Yay! Oh my goodness. Spooky Gabe, thank you for following. Welcome, welcome. Hope you enjoy your stay. Deals damage, that ignores defense, reduces their defense, and it has a chance to instant kill. It's pretty high. Shiki mod check. Yeah, Shiki is assassin. Yeah, Shiki's insane. If you have her, you understand. You wouldn't know it if you didn't, because she's one of those characters that on paper you're just like, that doesn't seem that good. And then you use her. And you're like, oh. She's better than a lot of the 5-star assassins. Wild. It's really kind of hard to put into words, which is a shame because this is a primarily audio format. But yeah, she is she's something else. All right, Shuten. Caster Shuten. I don't have her, but I managed to save and get my hands on Kama. Fair enough, Kama's also good. Shuten. Oh, I love Shuten. If only this art of you did not have a fucking chicken leg. Is a welfare. Quick arts buster. Quick arts buster. Roka, maybe you weren't here when I asked that. What are your thoughts on Medea Lily, Roka? Being that you are a Medea simp. What do you know on Medea Lily? Alright. First skill has an NP seal, reduces crit chance by 50% for 3 turns. That's actually insane on some bosses. Personal, arts, buster, and crit absorb. 30%, 30%, 500%. Pretty good. Third skill is a charisma. And then increases her own damage against demonic enemies. That's almost never going to come up. Territory creation, I construct and divinity. Anti-berserker, which is really good. Ignores evade. Single target, hits, inflicts poison. Shuten Caster's big issue is that her damage is bad. And her skills attempt to alleviate that. And they do an okay job of it, but when they're on cooldown, she is just bad. I will say, probably of the 4-star single target casters that exist, she's the best one. Which, as you can see, the competition ain't exactly fierce. But She's okay. She's like B tier. B tier, maybe B plus tier. Is that? Does anyone want to fight for Caster Shuten being B plus? Cool. Siegfried. Rinrin's husband, Siegfried. She overheals, but unfortunately her inability to provide guts has her behind Asclepius. The buff removal resist is awesome, but is situational, and the places where it works, she doesn't exactly excel at. If she did something else besides healing, she'd rank up at least 3 ranks, but she's sadly low tier. She's cute, though. Give her all the head pats. Fair enough. Good assessment. I'm about there right there with you. Alright. This buff made Sumanai crazy. Charges own NP gauge by 30%. Increases NP generation rate by 37.5 and own attack for 3 turns. It was just it was just that before. So it's an attack buff and a battery. Disengage is decent. Just remove debuffs, heal. That's just a good skill. And Dragon Slayer. Bonus damage against dragons with a mana burst on it, and increases own defense against dragons as well for 30%. The dragon buff lasts for 3 turns, the buster buff lasts for 1. Anti-Saber. I believe, yes, that's true. I think that he does hit harder now because of that, his most recent buff. Deals damage to all enemies, increases own NP generation rate so he can spam his shit out faster. Deals extra damage to dragon enemies. He's a dragon slayer. Who would have thought? He, I believe, is... He's A tier now. His damage overall is still not amazing. But in the modern FGO, he is very good. Very usable. A lot of good support for Buster characters. He doesn't even need to be in his niche of being a Dragon Slayer anymore for him to work. He just kind of works now, which is good. Alright. Sieg. I do be chewing. MP generation up to 30%, increase on max HP. 36% art up for 1 turn. And his anti-dragon battery. 100% anti-dragon, 30% battery. Good arts. Homunculus, which gives him an arts buff and independent action for a crit buff. 3 hit. Yeah. He 3 hit AoE. He is good for one thing and one thing only, and that is farming. Much like Mordred Rider. However, he needs more setup to be the good farmer. I'll put him here. I think that's fitting right there. Stay winning. Oh, next up is Steno. So, I just want to point this out. Every time I see this picture of Musashi, I think of you, Tig. Which makes me laugh. Oh, Steno. How you love me. Alright. Bloodsucker. Talking about this before. Chance to drain gives her a 27% thing. Chance to charm one male enemy for 1 turn, 7-turn cooldown. Wait, why do you laugh when you think of me? Am I a joke to you? Madge, what happened? And then Whim of a Goddess, the one skill that people will point out saying, no, she's not a bad unit, she can do this one thing, which is give a divine enemy 40% attack for 3 turns. Her NP is bad. It removes buffs of one enemy and might kill them. It decreases their defense. It charms them. Steno is bad. Is Steno E tier bad? I'm going to say no. Unlike the E tier, there is actually a setup in which Steno can work. And that's if you're using her with Uriel to do a charm lock setup. And so she does have some form of value. And also, yeah, her third skill is actually not the worst thing in the world. But outside of those 2 hyper-specific instances, there's never a reason to bring her. Never. I go in shambles. Okay. Suzuka. She got a buff. Supernatural power JK. That's really funny. Buster up for 40%. 3 times 3 turns. Critical star generation up for 3 turns. Increases own critical damage for 3 times 3 turns by 50% as well. Chance to charm 1 male enemy for 1 turn. Also, reduces attack by 20%. Blessing of Wisdom increases own NP gauge by 10% for 5 turns. Ignores evasion for 3 turns. And own NP damage up by 20% for 3 turns. Magic resist riding divinity. I'm going to assume good against caster. Good against ruler. Interesting. Upgraded NP. AoE. Deals damage to all enemies. Increases own NP generation rate by 20% for 3 turns. She makes a decent amount of stars with this. Her interlude's annoying to get through with her saying like saying like everything sentence. She's okay. Suzuka's okay. Say Suzuka's like here. She's okay. Cat. Oh, Cat, my beloved. Oh my god, I love Tama Cat so much. She's perfect. Look at her, she's perfect. How did you do that? How did Wada Arco do that? How'd they make a perfect character? How do they make a perfect character design? I don't know. I love her so much. Anyway. Monster Strength, 30% attack up for 2 turns. This is a good skill for her. Chance to reduce enemy NP gauge by 1. Grant self invincibility for 1 attack for 5 turns, which is good. With a 5-turn cooldown, so, you know, it could theoretically keep her alive for a long time. Is it bad I want more of Tamamo Cat? No, Tamamo Cat is amazing. I love her so much. Shapeshift Lunge. Increases own defense for 3 turns. Increases own max HP for 3 turns. And gives herself debuff immunity for 1 turn. Which I believe her NP... Yeah, which essentially just prevents her NP from proccing. She does the thing that Fran wishes that she could. Her NP is a... It heals her. It's AoE. It does decent damage. She's a berserker. She's decent. I believe that she can... I believe that she can loop. Somebody correct me on that. But that's only for 1 turn, so it's hard to really justify it. She's a weird unit to use, even though I love her so much. She cannot. Alright. I wish that she was better. I love her so much. Alright. Tomoe. Charisma. With an NP damage up for 19% and 28% respectively, which is weird. 5-turn cooldown. Star Absorb for herself for 600%, and party-wide star rate up for 50% is really good. Grant Self Guts for 1 time for 5 turns. Increases own max HP for 5 turns by 2,000 HP, which is great. Upgraded NP deals damage to one enemy, reduces their critical attack chance by 20% for 5 turns. Inflicts burn with 2,000%. With 2,000 damage. She's a perfectly good single target archer. In fact, she's really good. She's very simple, and sometimes simplicity is best. She's A tier. Miss Yedis. One of my favorite jokes I've ever done for a video is in the Remembering the 7 Singularities from Memory recap video, where the opening is just, one of the opening scenes is Tomoe just throwing, Olga into the sun. Just watching her spin out. I love that so much. Alright, Woo. Goblin. Alright. Reduces one enemy's defense for 3 turns. Inflict buff block for buff block for 1 time for 3 turns and burns them. That's insanely good. Buff block is such a good skill. Have all of her skills? No, they haven't. She has had her Imperial Privilege upgraded. So it does all of those things. Increases party's critical damage for 3 turns. Charges the party's NP gauge by 10%. And 30% for all of those people. And also all the extra stuff. Why burn? I don't have time for a history lesson right now. Something about removing corpses. And then her Charisma also gives quick buffs to everyone except for herself. Her NP is... has buff removal now. Deals damage to one enemy and inflicts poison with 1,000 damage for 3 turns. I believe that she has the single, like, highest damaging assassin NP in the game without buffs. Wu is really good. Despite being a Mesugaki, she's really good. Like, she's at the very least A tier. Put her up here. Chloe's EX tier. I'm just gonna run through what she does real quick. But she is EX tier. I will hear no arguments on that. An evade with a 3-turn, 36% crit damage. Projection. 1-turn rainbow, 35% buff. 50% battery, has a star rate on it. Also something to do with Ilya and Ilya allies, which is good for them. Anti-caster, because she has to have the class advantage against Ilya. Ignores evasion, does all of the damage in the known universe with her hit, refunds like a motherfucker, and then does it again the next turn. She is a disgusting archer. Like, actually insanely powerful archer. I think at present, one of the very few characters that keeps up with her is Artoria Archer, who is also one of the best single target archers in the game. This motherfucker. Ah!
Is it quick up?
Removes party's debuffs. Grants party evasion for 1 attack. Heals himself for 1,000. This skill is insanely good. This skill, not so much. I don't know why they had to do the he NP seals himself, but it sucks that he does. It's really not that bad, but at the same time, it's also just like, come on, dude. And then buff removal with crit chance down is really good. Tristan's one of those characters. Also, ignore evade. Single target, deal damage, ignores defense, and removes has debuff resist on them. Tristan is one of those characters that is low-key very, very good and very underrated. With the quick buff on JP, he has gotten significantly better as well. He is a character that has only gotten better as time has gone on. He's also one of the only characters to give the party AoE evade on a decently short cooldown too, with that, like, it's him and David. Yeah, 6-turn cooldown. It's crazy. It's crazy. Coffee went down the wrong fucking horn. Yeah, is good. Ushi, my wife. Look. I want to put her in EX tier. But as someone who loves Ushi the most. As an Ushi simp who's tried to make Ushi work in every situation, who are you to tell my wife what to do? Give Ushi head pats. You have to know as well as I do, my friend, that she's not that good for gameplay. She's not that good for gameplay, my man. Alright, so she has the 40% battery, a quick performance up for 30 turns with an evade on it, and the ability to increase his own critical star absorption for 1 turn, debuff immunity for 1 turn, 500% chance to grant self on attack activated debuff, which is that it has the chance to remove buffs when normal attacking, which is good. I don't use any other assassin, so I wouldn't know. I'm currently addicted on using Kagekyo. And yeah, fair enough. Kagekyo is overpowered. She did get a buff to her NP. Deals damage to all enemies. Extra damage to lawful alignment enemies. Removes their offensive buffs. She is an amazing star generator. But her damage is so lacking. With the quick buffs on JP, I think that she is better. She's not better than B+ tier. And it pains me to do this. Alright, next up is Evil Vlad. Protection of the Faith has debuff resist, a heal, defense, and attack for 100%, 2500 heal, 40% defense, 20% attack. The Dracule Military Tactics increases the party's NP damage for 3 turns. Increases party buster performance for 3 turns, both by 20%. And self on defense, activate buff for 5 attacks, 3 turns. Reduce the enemy's defense by 10% for 3 turns when taking attack by them. Okay. Interesting. This is why Ushi never streams. Damn. And then he has Innocent Monster with the taunt on it. So the taunt actually works great with that Dracula Military Tactic. So you can just get that shit down. Drop them down for 5 attacks. Okay, so it's a maximum of 50% defense down, but still. I'm out of coffee again. And he has the... It's not been ranked up, really. Ignores invincibility, though, which is good. Extra damage against the evil alignment. Single target, buster NP. Grandpa Vlad is good. Grandpa Vlad is really decent. I'd say that he's... I say he's like here. I say like here. He's good. He brings a lot to the table. He's a decent DPS. I feel like he's oft forgotten because there are definitely better options. He's like, once you get a better 5-star unit, you really don't need to use him anymore. But he's still decently good for what he is. Next up is Ortmash. Does she have a different... Okay. So as of right now on JP, we're going to talk about that Ort Mash. So, Bunker Bolt. Tier list is going good. Buster Performance, 1 attack, 3 turns. Increases own critical damage of Buster cards for 1 attack, 3 turns. Ignores defense for 3 turns. And that's 200% if the Buster crit lands. Which is crazy. Her Taunt with the NP gauge for 20%. And then this is a new one that she gets after Lost Belt 7. Which is, it gives herself, it grants herself invincibility for 1 turn, has the taunt, ignores invincibility for 5 turns, deals damage to herself, and a 30-star Star Bomb. Oh, nice. And then her NP is still in Mold Camelot, which is just the increases defense and reduces party's damage taken. Ortmash gets better every time it is brought up. It's still not amazing. Maybe like here. Yeah, Mold Camelot is very underwhelming, but the rest of her kit's very good. She's like up here. She's good. She's still good. It does just keep getting better, which is really good. Alright, Yagyu. Has a... Oh, he's another one of those, like, 1 really good turn characters. Increases own art performance for 1 turn. Increases own critical star absorption of the art cards for 1 turn. Increases own debuff resistance by 100% for 1 turn. And Suigetsu. Evasion for 1 turn. Own attack damage. Increases own attack for 1 turn. Increases own critical strength, or critical damage for 1 turn by 100%. And then Bladeless State reduces 1 enemy's attack for 1 turn, increases own NP generation rate for 1 turn. 50-50 on that. He hits... Also, his NP is really good. 4-hit Arts NP. It does a lot of damage. Yeah, he's good. He is only really... His issue is that his competition is Saber Hokusai and Saber Lancelot, both of whom are really good. But otherwise, like, for being a character that has the 1 really good turn, he uses that 1 really good turn real well. So I'd say A. Alright, Yan King, the guy who they keep on buffing. Alright. Increases own critical star absorption for 1 turn. 600%. And then his NP rate, lawful damage, evil damage, all 30%. Mr. Fister himself. Doppelganger increases quick performance for 3 turns. Critical damage for 3 turns, and own critical star generation rate for 3 turns, all by 30%, 5-turn cooldown. And then he reduces his own critical star absorption by 100% for 1 turn, and then also produces his own stars. And then has a self-built-in passive that increases his crit and quick damage. Good against archers. Upgraded NP, which further reduces quick resist. Deals damage to one enemy. Hits a fuck ton of times. He makes stars. His whole deal is that he makes stars and does no damage, but it's okay because he makes stars. And they keep trying to give him more and more damage, but he's consistently lackluster in it. But the quick buff to JP has made him better. Put him bottom of B tier. B plus tier. No, that's not fair. He's probably like here. Yeah. Alright, you. Okay. Ugh. Charges an NP gauge every turn for 5 turns. Grants self debuff immunity for 1 turn. Then she has the one that also makes it she doesn't lose her buff removal resist on her second, which she needs, so it prevents her from dying that one time. 1000 HP regen and an attack buff. And then vampirism, same as we've seen before. And then her NP, which hits decently hard, is AoE, removes her own buffs, but removes own debuffs, then removes her own buffs. She can technically avoid that with her second skill. Ignores defense, inflicts curse, and also busts her up. What would you call a female servant that appears back-to-back in a single 10 roll? Wife. I think that the issue I have with her is that her damage is still kind of lackluster. And her NP gain is bad. So she's bottom of B tier. The buff that she has received makes her better, but she needs a little bit more help. Alright, Lancelot. Well, congratulations on the wife. Berserker Lancelot is good for only one moment. Or is only good for one thing. And that's farming with Scotty. And if you can't farm with Scotty with him, he's not worth it. He gets crit stars with that skill. Increases his crit star generation with his second skill. And then his third skill is his NP gain rate for 100% for 1 turn and crit damage for 3 turns. Anti-Berserker. And then he has the Daka. 10 hit quick NP. If you don't have Scotty, he's not good. But because Scotty exists in the game, I'm going to factor that in and say that he's B tier. And anyone who's going to say you're being hypocritical, what about Parvati? What about Emiya? What about Mordred? Those characters don't need supports to work and function. Like, they don't need, like, broken, overpowered, like, 5-star supports to function. You need that to get Lancelot to work. So I'm gonna say he's like down here. Alright, Lakshmi Bai, you got a buff recently. Okay. Charisma of the Rani, 60% chance for... Okay, it's... You get your Charisma, which is your 20%. 60% chance to increase party's critical star generation for 3 turns by 50%. 60% chance to increase party's critical damage for 3 turns by 50% as well. 5-turn cooldown, that's decent. Grants... You're guaranteed your invincibility. 60% chance to grant the healing your generation buff for 3 turns, and the damage cut buff for 3 times 3 turns. And then this skill's the one that got buffed. It gives yourself Guts. Increases own quick performance for 3 turns. Increases own NP generation rate for 3 turns. Reduces own debuff resistance for 20% for 3 turns. Increases party buff success rate by 40%. Which lets her proc all of her other abilities. While also giving a really good quick and NP generation buff for her. Which I believe allows her to loop now. And she has an AoE quick NP as well. With that buff, she has become a much more decent unit. She can stand on her own 2 feet without supports, but works significantly better with them. So I'm going to say she's like here. Ash is A tier. I think I like Tomoe better. Because these 2 characters essentially function the same way. In that they're both Oonga Boonga Buster Archers. But I like Tomoe better. He's got that 30% MP gauge and invincibility. He's got the Buster up for 3 turns that also inflicts defense down when he attacks with the Buster card. And he gets crit damage up when he hits with his quick cards, and there's a 30% buff on that as well. He's got very decent passives. The Buster one's good. He cannot be mentally debuffed because he's too mad. Good extra crit damage. Anti-Archer, makes sense. And single target removes their defensive buffs after damage, and further deals damage to them based on his remaining HP, so he has the Anne Mary thing going on. Yeah, so I think he's fine there. Kagetora. Kagetora is just a strictly better version of Lee. Mostly because she can loop her NP fairly easily. Increase on arts performance by 30%, and Star Absorb. Gives yourself an evade, NP generation rate up, and party-wide charisma, crit damage by 20%, and star rate by 20%. And she has the multi-hit, 8-hit art NP, guaranteed NP5, removes offensive buffs, single target. Kagetora is really good. She's like really good. She does decent damage as well. Just on her own. She's A+. She's good. Hime. Osakabe Hime. If I remember right, she ain't great. Crit damage for 3 attacks, 3 turns, 50% with a 1 attack, 1... That's rough. It's like a good effect, but so limited. Okay. She has a taunt that ignores evade for 3 turns. And a charisma on it. Interesting. And a Buster and Arts up by 30% each. 5-turn cooldown. Passives are okay. Anti-assassin, so she can beat herself up. It's an AoE NP. that increases the party's buster performance and crit damage by 20% and 30% respectively. Her NP gain, I remember not being great. No, it's okay. That's right. Her damage is bad. She is weird. The taunt thing is what throws me through the loop. She's okay. I'd say she's like here. No, I think Alwyn's better. Alright, Carmilla. Let's see. Wrong Carmilla. There we go. Chance to steal one enemy's skills for 1 turn, reduce their defense. And gain stars. Okay, so defense down for critical hits is so interesting. Interesting. How am I feeling right now? I'm okay. I'm considering stopping and splitting this up, because we still got a chunk to go. How many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, we've got a lot of people to go through. So I may stop and then come back. You should stop yourself now. Alright, we'll stop with Carmilla Ryder. And then I'll come back. What did I have scheduled for Thursday? I don't remember. Free space. Nah, we'll do Carmilla now because we're right here. Alright. Gain stars. Defense down versus crit is interesting. Skill steal's okay. 500% chance to inflict calling card. Delay debuff for 1 turn to 1 enemy. Reduce one enemy's NP gauge by 1 after 1 turn. Charges the party's NP gauge. Okay, so it's delayed vampirism, but cooler. By 25% too is pretty decent. For the full party, that's good. And reduces the critical damage, or the critical attack chance by 30% is good. Absorbs all enemies' HP without killing them. And then however much that you steal is given to you to heal, I believe. Reduces their defense for 3 turns. What do you mean? Does it say 8 p.m.? No, it says 8 a.m. Yeah. Yeah, see? Yeah. Skill reduces their defense for 3. Yeah, okay. That's good. 30% defense down also is just good. Anti-Rider, okay. And then it's an AoE quick 4-hit NP. Buff block on it's really good. She's gimmicky. She's very gimmicky. Do I think that she's amazing? Not really. She's interesting, though. I say that she's like B+. I'd put her here. She's decent. Alright.
The next day.
Hi. Hi, how are you? This is everything. So if you're wondering what this is, if you're just tuning in now, Wednesday we started this off. And this is how far that we've gotten. So, obviously, I'm streaming at a different time than I did at Wednesday, so there's going to be a different crowd of people. If you see anything that you would like to see objectively changed, now is the time. Also, hi YouTube, sorry for the break. 5 hours of non-stop streaming is a lot for one's voice. So, yeah. Let me know if there's anything that you would like to see changed at all. Let me make some reviews real quick. EX tier is Mash, Herc, Estraya, Shiki, Kentoki, Castergill, Ortonox Mash is in B+. Chloe, Emiya might need to come down. And so does I think so does Mordred. MHX needs to go higher? No, I don't think so. MHX is good. Okay, so yeah, let me restate the criteria. The criteria is how well do they do in their niche, and also how usable are they outside of their niche. And in that combination of things, I'm taking into account like how good they are altogether. So, like, for example, Mash is always good even outside of her niche, which is being a tank. Herc is always good even outside of his niche of being a last man standing character. Estraya is always good outside of her niche of being a DPS. Or, I guess, Estraya is just always good. You're never upset to bring anybody in the EX tier with you. So, which is why I think I need to drop down Mordred probably to A+. Probably about here, and Emiya for the same reason. Maybe, no, I think Emiya can stay up, because Emiya can actually hold his own pretty well. You think MHX seems a bit too low? Really? I use MHX, and I don't find her damage output that impressive. Is your wife in this? Which one is your wife again? Okay, NP5 MHX is impressive, though. She's a limited servant, my man. Oh, Pretty Brown Egypt Lady. She's up here. She's right here. She's really high. Yeah. Alright, let me quickly look at MHX again. I think the biggest issue with MHX is the fact that she is a foreigner. Let's see. Excuse me. Uh, 50% attack. Okay, this is essentially an all-around mana burst with an invincibility tied to it, which is really good. Detective Instincts is the Star Bomb. 4-turn cooldown. Bring her thing done. Does she have anti-berserker on this? She has anti-moon cancer. Interesting. The Star Absorb down is interesting because you kind of want her to get those stars so she can crit better. And then ignore invincibility, which is always good. The battery's good, and increased damage with threat to humanity, which pretty much never comes up. Then her NP has the Saber mod on it. And it hits decently hard. She is limited, so you're not going to have too many copies of her. I think B plus is fair for her. I can move her up in the B plus, but I don't. She's not an A tier servant. What do you got here? King Prote is a 5-star servant. No, I'm gonna fight. Having both of these characters, I'm gonna fight for lit being higher. All right, Saber Hoku. Reason? Passion Lip is more consistent with her damage, and I feel myself bringing. I feel like I can bring Passion Lip to more content than I can MHXX. I feel like in terms of being well balanced, Passion Lip is incredibly well balanced. The only thing that really holds her back is that she's kind of awkward. But she's good nonetheless. Good morning, Junkyard Wolf. How's it going? Yeah, the foreigner class advantage is just fine, and but it's like as soon as you have I have all of the foreigners, right? So I bring MHX when she has like a damage mod or something with her. All right, Hoku Saber is very good. Star Bomb for 20 stars, 20% NP charge, 5-turn cooldown, pretty solid. She's guaranteed NP 5 because she's a welfare. She has a guts that lasts for 3 turns. You're bitch slapped awake by Loki. Congratulations. And a star absorb for 500%, which is pretty good. It's not the most high in the world, but it'll help her gather. Then she has the art up, which is essential for how she needs to function, and then her buff that makes her, when she hits, she gets more crit damage, and it stacks, which is really good. Anti-foreigner, okay. And then yeah, it's a pretty simple single target arts MP that refunds really, really heavily. She is good enough to give Lancelot a run for his money in terms of damage. I think that because these two characters essentially function the exact same way. I will say I think Lancelot's a little bit more consistent because he can make his own stars significantly easier and doesn't really have a need for a battery just because he crits so hard. But once, I guess that's the best way to put it. Lancelot is consistently good when but Hokusai needs help getting started. Once she gets going, she gets going. But before that, she's kind of just okay. Lancelot is a little bit more consistent, I would say, when it comes to damage and getting his NP back. He also just makes a fuck ton of stars. I'm gonna put her here. Alright, Lambda. You have a costume? Yeah, I guess you do. Okay. Lambda has the famous art up that can last for... It lasts for 5 turns with a 4-turn cooldown, so it can technically be up the entire battle, which is really good. A permanent art up is incredibly good. Has invincibility, gives herself her own waterside stage, which is really good. Buff removal resist is a nice thing to add on to that. 6-turn cooldown's okay. It is the Nemo support. Well, her and Zhangzhu. And then she has the... Oh yeah, she's got the thing where she absorbs the party's NP gauge. Increases her own critical star absorption by 500% and then own attack by 50%, both for 1 turn. And then anti-caster, okay. If she's on the water, she cannot be ignored. You can't use evade against her. She makes a nice chunk of stars whenever she uses her NP, and she ignores defense. Why do these young people be walking around at 6:30 every day? I need to know. I don't know. Yell at them. Wave your fist out the window and be like, "What are you doing?" Okay, so Lambda. Let's talk about Lambda. She's good. She is good. She is at minimum A tier. I'm very old, leaving B. Yeah, buy a cane. Shake it at him. Lambda's very good. You really don't bring Lambda for any content outside of farming. And somebody in chat's gonna need to clarify this for me, because I really don't use Lambda. Can she loop without Castoria? I think putting her next to Mordred may be the best way to do it. Because these two fulfill essentially the same function. But I value Mordred higher because Mordred can clear the QP farming node. Maybe about here. Maybe about here, actually. Yeah, I think that's fair. Okita. Summer Okita. Summer Okita is a mess. Because she has some amazing buffs, and she is an insane star generator. But all of her buffs hurt her, I'm pretty sure. So let's see. She can give herself 100% crit up for one turn. Gives herself a really strong star absorb for one turn, but removes the latest defensive buff. So you're always going to want to pop the skill first. Don't worry, Azrac. I also use Vritra, and I love her. An evade with an ignore evasion. Oh, she does have one that's just a strictly good skill. An evade with an ignore an evade with an ignore evade on it, and then increases on NP damage by 20% for 3 turns. Maybe I should have clarified this near the beginning. I'm going to just make the assumption that you're at, like, around NP 2 for most of these. NP 1 or 2. Unless they are a welfare. And then her M drive, which is a 3-turn quick mana burst that just makes her defense drop like a goddamn rock. Constantly. And you can't get rid of it because it's treated as a buff. So she becomes a glass cannon. And then she has the foreigner existence outside the domain thing, which is good. It helps her make more stars. And she is much easier to instant kill as well. Anti-archer, okay. Let's see. Deals damage to all enemies, removes their defensive buffs, which is really good. Reduces their defense as well. And has a chance to stun herself after doing it. So she's a lot like Fran in that she's weird because you would think that she's supposed to be a farmer, but she's not. She's a star generator. With the quick buff on JP, she's significantly better. She has really good NP gain, so she can actually spam out her NP decently well. So, because you don't really want to use her in that farming context, I think the best thing that you can do with her is just bring her to make more stars. And so, the argument that some people make for Fran, which is just give her the command codes, actually works with her. Just give her the anti-stun command codes, have them hit, and then she can go use her NP, don't get stunned, and then just keep making more stars. Also, what's up, Tig? How's it going? However, her damage is incredibly lackluster. She works really well as a star generator, and that's just about it. So let's say she's about here, B+. Next up is Jane. My current project to get to 100. Dear sweet Jane. So I actually do have a fair amount of practice using her. She is interesting. So she has the attack down for the enemy party. That also reduces their crit chance by 19%. This is actually really, really nice. It's just a minor, like, defensive buff, but it works. It's good. Galaxy Messenger, it reduces everybody, all of the enemy's NP gauges. Is a charisma on top of that. For 3 turns. Has a chance to give everybody else more stuff for another 20%. And then also gives the 10% like vampirism type skill. It's good. And then this skill right now on NA is not very good. Once we get to JP, it's going to be insanely good. It's targetable, and it's based on how many stars you have on the field. If you have 10 stars, you give somebody... Wait, what? Oh, yeah, on base, it just increases buff success rate, which she kind of needs to proc her Galaxy Messenger skill. But there's like command codes that help with that stuff anyway. 10 stars is she gets 40%. She can give somebody 40% crit up. She can increase their star absorb. She can give them evade. She can give them ignore invincibility, and then she can charge their NP gauge by 20% at best. With the quick buff on JP, Jane actually makes a decent amount of stars. I'd say on her normal, like, Buster quick chain, she makes anywhere between 26 to 30 stars, which is decent. Once you actually have, like, the ability to quick chain to get that immediate 20, it's going to be absolutely busted, seeing how this goes. The riding rank A is really helpful for her because that just gives her better star generation with her quick stuff. Same with the presence concealment. Independent action does the same. Anti-foreigner because she's from space. And then she has ignore evade on her NP, which is very good. Believe me when I say that's incredibly helpful. It's single target, hits 5 times. It makes a chunk of stars, but not like anything great. But then the defense down and the quick down is what really helps sell it. Only for 2 turns though. Jane her damage is also not good. Jane is interesting because I think that she's a B tier servant. Right now on NA, she might even be C tier, C plus tier. But with the quick buff, she's either B or B plus, because she has some like good applications. She might be the top of B. She has some very like usable applications. Well, she'd be good on a team with Scotty and Dante. She would be good on a team with Scotty, maybe not Dante's. Like if you bring one Scotty, she just becomes significantly better. But she works in that like weird in between where she's a support DPS hybrid. So I'd say she's probably top of B. She probably needs a buff to her first skill, because her first skill is not great. Like it's nice for what it does, but this should probably do something else. Like a stun maybe would be good on this. Or maybe the ability to inflict confusion would be good on this, kind of like what Fuma has, or something like that. Or maybe just like a quick up. Like if that was the case, it would be significantly better. What could be a 3-turn cooldown? It could be a 3-turn cooldown. I mean, because this is an old skill. It's just Next, Nightingale Santa. I think the last time I did this, I ranked her lower than she should have been. Because after using her a lot more, she's very good. Her NP gain's okay, her damage is fine. Okay. She has the ability to do buff removal for just one buff for her allies, and also remove the latest debuff for the party with a 3000 HP heal on a 5-turn cooldown. That's amazing. Targetable guts, which is crazy. Increases buff removal resist for 3 turns, which is really good. Increases NP damage for 3 turns by 30%, which is also very good. The 7-turn cooldown's kind of rough though, but it is a targetable gut, so I get it. And then the charisma with the bonus crit damage up on it is really good. She has Madness Enhancement EX, doesn't really matter. Independent action comes into play sometimes. Anti-Avenger. And then she has an AoE, quick NP, which removes offensive buffs for the enemy and does a decent chunk of damage. NP5 as well. Nightingale makes for like a really solid crit support. She's somewhere in the A tier. I would reckon she is like up here. Maybe below Gorgon, but yeah, maybe about right here. She's good. She's really good. Alright, Canis. Canis, who I have at level 100. She needs a buff. She actually got a buff, I think, to her second skill. Yeah. Her monstrous strength needs a buff to become something else, realistically. Monstrous strength is not a good skill. The fact that this was released on a servant that came out technically last year on NA is kind of wild. Like, it's fine. It's a 2-turn 40% attack up on a 5-turn cooldown. That could be... For her, she has a... Like... She's very Unga Boonga. You want to play her very Unga Boonga. Then she has her halberd with the buff, which gives her a battery. Is that the only thing that changes that they got the battery? She also gets Star Gen as well. Okay, she gets a Star Factory with it as well. So she now makes 15 stars every turn, gets a 20% battery. When she attacks, for 3 attacks for 3 turns, she gets a buff to her normal attack for 20%. It always activates first, so you're not gonna like whiff it. So a good strat for her is to use her buster, her first 2 busters, and then her NP to get that bonus 40% attack on top of the 40% from her first skill, and then hit somebody with the 80% extra attack damage. And I didn't know this also gave stars. It's pretty good for her. And then she has the damage taken thing for 3 attacks, 3 turns, and also a 3000 HP guts, 6-turn cooldown. She has Madness Enhancement EX to help her out. Sea God's Essence gives her a better arts card. I think she's got 1 though, so it doesn't really matter. Anti-Ruler, because she doesn't like the gods. And then she gets the crit up for 50% for 3 turns, and then does AoE damage, and then increases her own NP damage again. So she's like a hidden crit servant. And her second skill helps her out with that. The issue is that she has no way to gather those. If they buffed Monstrous Strength here to also have the ability to gather stars, she would probably be an A+ EX tier servant. But she doesn't have that. I say she, but he doesn't have that. They don't have that. Canis doesn't have that. I'd say here. Canis is a really good, like, Oonga Boonga slap-a-guy character. She needs 1 more good buff, and then she'll be, like, pushed over the edge. Okay. Kijo Koyo. Hey, how's it going? Okay. Koyo. Koyo's weird. I have her too, and I use her sometimes. The defense up is okay. She is a berserker. Defense up. The 5,000 star absorb is good. Except, okay, we'll get into why that's maybe not good, but yeah, we'll talk about it. She has a buff to her quick and Buster performance for 30%, and overcharges 1 ally's NP by 1 stage 1 time for 3 turns, which is good. And then she has a heal for the entire party for 2,000 HP, removes the latest debuff, and grants instant kill immunity for 3 turns. Madness Enhancement A is good. She's good against Sabers. She has, I believe, it's a single target. Yes. 10 hit Buster card. Gives them burn. Oh, wait, no. Burns herself for it. And then increases her own attack when she does it. Yeah, so here's the issue. These 2 skills kind of function well together in making her a support. If this was fully targetable, it would be much better. But it's not. Or if it was party-wide. This skill is probably her best one because it heals and removes debuffs. The instant kill immunity almost never comes up, but it's a nice thing to just have. And then this skill is bad. Because it gives her defense, but in order to have that defense, you have to sacrifice a turn of crits. She isn't a DPS. She's supposed to be like a support, and she functions best as a support with DPS capabilities. But yeah, her kit is just way too unfocused. She does have decent NP gain though, but she has the Berserker deck, which kind of hurts her. She's either C+ or C. I'll put her in C+. I'll put her in C+ for being cute. Okay. Eris. There's one reason why Eris is not a good servant. Eris is a character that you can make work, but there is one issue. Alright. She has the art up for 30% and a 2-time evade for 3 turns. Which is good. That's a good buff. Ignore evade for 1 turn, increases star absorb, 4-turn cooldown. That's really good buff. And then instant kill success rate up, increases own critical damage for 3 turns, and increases own damage against servant enemies for 3 turns, which is kind of interesting because that makes it so that farming is kind of easier for certain content like event quests. And her instant kill is not awful. The crit damage up is also nice, 30% on those. The undead thing almost never comes up. The rest of these don't really matter. Anti-Lancer. Here is why she's bad. She has an AoE Arts NP, hits 3 times. It removes defensive buffs after damage. But before doing the this is Eris. Before doing the damage, she has the chance to instant kill all enemies, just like Nero-Chris does. So, if she happens to have her instant kill proc, she doesn't get enough back to be able to do more farming. And her NP gain rate is not great. Like, this looks okay, it's mediocre. If you've ever used Eris, you know that her NP gain rate is not that great. And even though she's NP 5, she is lackluster. And someone will probably say, well, what about Nero-Chris? Nero-Chris has the chance to instant kill enemies first too. Nero-Chris also has a battery on her that lets her compensate for that, if that happens. Eris does not. And because of that, Eris is like probably top of C tier. No, her kit's better than that. I'd say here. Nero-Chris does a lot. Nero-Chris can clear mobs, Nero-Chris can farm, Nero-Chris can just like, she can solo challenge quests. Eris can't do any of that.
Pain and suffering await you.
Hello, Mr. Goat.
Martin... How do you... Whoop? How do you pronounce that name? I feel like I say this name wrong every time. Martin Eclue. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the resub for 5 months. Glad to have you back, my friend. Welcome back, welcome back. Klidge, be like, Yaya. And go to bed, then just talk about fucking Zeus in his chat. Yes. I realize what you're doing. Okay, next up. Ilya. Summer Ilya. If I remember right, you are just okay. Your gimmick is that you're a child servant. Buffer. And she can loop with Scotty, I believe. Yes, she can. Okay. She has a quick up for herself for 20%, a star absorb on a quick card for 1 turn, and own critic damage up for 100%. It's pretty good. That's a really good skill. 5-turn cooldown. She gives herself invincible for 1 attack, 3 turns, increases her own NP generation for 3 turns, increases the attack of child servants for 3 turns by 20%, NP generation is for 30%, 6 turn cooldown, and then Regal Shower, which I believe was translated to be Legal Shower, charges own NP gauge by 30%, increases own critical damage for 3 turns, and a 70% chance to recover own HP by 500 every turn for 5 turns. The real big thing on that is her crit damage up and her NP gain. The heals, whatever. Anti-Archer. And she has Ignore Evade, which is good, and then deals damage to all enemies. And has a chance to apply a rainbow effect to herself. Oh no, does apply a rainbow effect to herself. Okay. She's okay. She's totally okay. Like, she's nothing phenomenal. With the quick buff that's coming on JP, which I'm sure people on YouTube are probably going to be sick of me saying that, but it really does change up, like, how you view some of these servants. Because all of a sudden, a quick character becomes an actual, like, menace. Because they can just make infinite stars.
Pain and suffering await you.
Safi Everosa, thank you for the gifted sub to Arc Road. Please say thank you for receiving that sub. Yes, very good. Ever generous, thank you so much. I'd say that she's like around here. Maybe like about here. Yeah, Quick needs all the help it can get, and JP gave that to it. So, I'm gonna let him have it. Bryn Zerker. I use you a lot on JP, actually, because someone on my support list has a level 100 Bryn Zerker. And she is just fine. She's not amazing. She's not awful. She's like probably middle of the road, a totally workable, like, berserker. She's fine. Alright, she has the 2 attack evade for 3 turns and reduces own damage taken for 3 attacks for 3 turns. 5 turn cooldown. So she has some hard survival, which is good for a berserker. She gets 20% NP every turn for 3 turns and 10 stars every turn for 3 turns. And then she has her art and Buster up for herself, and then for Kriemhild beloved allies, they also get an art and Buster up for 30% each. And a low madness enhancement as well. Which is actually good because she has a triple Buster deck. She has Ignore Invincibility on her NP, which is real good. Do you know what was ironically, when she came to NA, my girlfriend got Sigurd, and when I got... Oh, that's cute. How common is Kriemhild's beloved? I have a video about the whole subject. I can't get into it right now. She also has a small Buster up on her. She is just fine. I'd say about here. She's fine. I mean, she's the character I wouldn't really bring to a lot of extra content. She doesn't get her NP very quickly because she's a berserker. Her little thing that gives her stars and NP is okay. She's very reminiscent of Penth, but Penth also helps out the team, while Bryn is much more selfish. The Kriemhild Beloved thing can proc on people because Kriemhild Beloved is common. but not as common as you would hope it would be. So it has the chance to just whiff sometimes. So I think that's a good placement for her. Okay, next up, speaking of summer cuties, let's go with you. Yeah, I did notice that it said only Jekyll. Okay. Now you get your sparkly red nails. Okay. She has real good NP gain. But low hits on her cards, probably to compensate for that. Okay, so she has she has Guts, 1 time 5 turns, so it's almost always up. And increases own NP generation by 20% for 3 turns as well. The Water Side and Sunlight battlefields, again, just bring... She's a quick servant. Yeah, so bring Zhangzhu, who's a quick support with her, and this is not an issue anymore. So I'm just going to assume that these proc, which gives her a further NP generation rate up. So theoretically, she can have 60 up for 3 turns at all times. With an already pretty stacked NP gain, so she can fire off her NP again. She has a taunt on her to help her get her NP as well, that also has a battery. And then a personal quick up for 3 turns, and a party crit up for 3 turns, 50% on that, which is really good. Even if it's just you use it just for that, that's really good. And she has the 1 passive in Magic Resist, Anti-Caster. She does bonus damage against males, inflicts curse, and burn. Lancer U is really stacked. She's at the very least A+ tier. She's really good. She might, you know what? I think that she's better than Parvati. I think she might actually be EX tier. And she's NP5 for free. I think that her one issue is that her own personal damage is not amazing, which may be the thing that keeps her maybe an A+ instead of EX. I'm going to keep her an EX though, and people can whine about it. Okay, Tomoe. Bad NP gain. Your attack is... God, you're so cute, though. Okay, first skill. Say Guts with a 3000 HP res. Personal 103 turn, 100% crit up. And then gets the... Then she gets stunned for 1 turn after 3 turns. This is very easily avoided with a command code. So this is almost a non-issue for her. If you really want to invest in her, that's a non-issue. Increase on art performance by 30% and art star absorb for 1 turn, 4 turn cooldown, roll good. And then she makes stars, 25 star bomb, makes more stars, 1-time debuff immune, which, you know what, even better, it's built into her kit that she can just avoid this. She can avoid the stun when it comes to hit her. She can't note she can't avoid getting the Nighthawk thanks to treat as a buff. She can't avoid the stun when it comes by. 6 turn cooldown for that. Anti-alter ego. Art and Buster up by 20% before attacking. Deals its AoE, its arts. She can't really loop though, which is... She can, but not really. She works as like a weird hybrid, where she kind of just functions on her own 2 feet, but just she does like having the supports with her. And then the spreading fire thing doesn't really matter that much. She can loop. Yeah, Jason loops. She can loop, but yeah, she's not my go-to looping Saber. I'd say she's B+. She's pretty good. She's like a little bit above mediocre, so I'd say she's like here. Okay. Next, Murasaki. Yes, this is Conker's Bad Fur Day. If you're interested in the music, I'll drop a link to it in the chat. Have fun. Murasaki is interesting. I feel like I said it about a lot of these characters. Did she get a buff? Yeah, she did. It's because her NP damage was Garbo. Okay. So she has the guaranteed NP seal, which is okay. The 3-turn defense down is pretty good. For 30%. That's pretty decent. She has a skill seal for a single enemy. It reduces their debuff resist. And then reduces their arts resist. Which is... The fact that it's 1 turn kind of sucks for the art resist, but whatever. This is Summer Murasaki, yes. And then she has the NP gain, 20% every turn for 3 turns. And then she just has a strict star bomb as well. Riding B, Arts NP, deals extra damage to Earth attribute, which is all of these. All of these servants. All of these monsters. "100% debuff resist, though." True. And a chance to reduce their gauge. Reduces their arch resist again. Yeah, so she is a... She's weird. She wants... Is this single target? Yes, it is. She wants to... Ugh. Her whole deal is that she she's like a side DPS. You use her to debuff the shit out of like a boss enemy, and then hit them with like the real deal arts DPS. But she is kind of clunky and awkward to use, which sucks. So for me, she's a B. Maybe like here. Pretty high B, because she is usable in the in the niche that she has. She is usable. Next up, oh, it's my man. What is this? Why'd this come up? Saito. Oh, he has glasses. That's what the difference is. My man Saito. Saito can loop. He's a single target servant that can loop, and I use him a lot for challenge quests and for like max farming. He has the 3-turn Arts and Buster up with a 20-star Star Bomb on a 5-turn cooldown. It's pretty good. Mind's Eye True. If this should have been Mind's Eye Fake, but it's not. And then his invincible sword, which is a 3-attack, 3-turn, 30% damage up, but a 3-attack, 3-turn, 100% crit up. And then he's got independent action for more crit damage. I'm going to assume this is anti-Saber? Anti-assassin. Then he has the multi-hit, the 7-hit single target art NP. Reduces their arts resist down. Saito is very good. He's at minimum an A. He might be an A+. I'm going to put him in A+. In fact, comparing him to Kagetora is really good because they serve essentially the same function. I think he's debatably the weakest of the the broken art sabers. Because he doesn't have a way to get his own stars, really. But I like him. He is a worse Hoku Saber, yes. In a way, all the 4 big art sabers all essentially do the same thing and can be brought to the exact same content and be good all of the exact same way. Yeah, being NP5 does help Hoku a lot. Alright. Tuna. Watanabe no Suna. He has Eternal Arms Mastery Demon, so he has Buster Absorb specifically up for 3 turns, which is really good. And then increases his own critical damage for 3 attacks for 3 turns by 50%, 5-turn cooldown. He has an evade for 1 turn, increases his art card absorption by 600%, and then increases his NP generation for 1 turn by 50%. You have 2 arts cards, you do, and your NP gain is average. And then further buffing for the Buster. Increases Buster damage for 40% for 3 turns, ignore evade for 3 turns, which is crazy. Reduces all enemies' critical attack chance for 3 turns by 20%. That's really good. And then Riding Bee for his 1 quick card. Anti-Berserker is fitting. That's insanely good for him. Here's all of your Oni. To know that this does not come up very often. Hydration, you got it. It's an AoE. No, it's not. I always think it's AoE because it's on a bridge. No, it's a single target. Does a nice chunk of damage. It's better against demons. Again, the demonic thing doesn't really come up that often. Like, here's your demonic servants. Demonic enemies are actually fairly common, though. Yeah. He is totally good. Totally, like, just good. If he had an NP buff, he would be much better. But for now, he's just good. I'd say that him and Demia are pretty close. Yeah, he's a very plain servant. Alright, Karna. Santa Karna. Lore-wise, man is IRL human people. Earth is legendary folklore, heroes are supernatural beings. Sky is divine. Stars people who defined, majorly impacted history, and the beasts are beast. Gameplay-wise, don't worry about them unless a skill or MP says they do something against it. Yep, pretty much. Karna Santa's really good. He's a quick servant, which means he gets better in about a year from now. His NP gain is pretty decent, despite only having one arts card. He's NP 5 for free. He's got a buff, 3-turn buff to his Quick and Buster for 30%, and his crit damage for 50% for 5-turn cooldown, so it's up most of the fight. 2-time evade for 3 attacks, increase his own critical star absorption by 500%, and increase his own crit damage of his quick cards for 100%. So between these two skills right here, he has 1 turn of 150% quick crit damage. And then his targetable battery, that also gives them debuff immunity 3 times for 3 turns. This is insane. Targetable debuff immunity is amazing. And he also just does a bonus Buster crit damage because of this, which is really good. Anti-Archer, Anti-Saber. And then he removes the guts from his enemies to deal damage to them, and then increases his quick damage even more. Santa Karna is kind of wild. Like, he's debatably one of the best welfares we've ever gotten. And again, with the quick buff coming up, he's crazy. He's at least up here. Is he better than Hokusei? Yes. Is he better than Lancelot? I'm going to say yes. With the quick buff on JP, I'm going to say he is better than Lancelot. Because he then makes all of the stars that he needs by himself. Okay. Kichi Hogan. Okay. Another welfare. So NP5. She gets... She's going to benefit from the quick buff a lot, too. Quick up for 3 turns by 30%, and then the 2 attack 3 turn thing. They were doing that for a while. Giving this. Do damage? Yes. That is her biggest issue. She has a targetable NP gauge and increases their crit star absorption by only 200%, which is not amazing. And then a charisma that also increases NP gain rate, which is okay. She has presence concealment for more crit generation and better arts card singular, of course. She is so far the only farming quick assassin on NA. Yes. Anti-Archer removes defensive buffs after damage, increases quick damage, or increases quick up before damage, and then does a lot of damage. Hits 7 times, so she makes a decent chunk of stars. She is middle of the road, totally workable. She's like here. I feel like she is just completely outclassed by Summer Uchi. She does make a nice chunk of stars on her own, though. Alright, our most recent welfare on NA. And then we're moving into the JP exclusive territory.
I hope this works.
So many sabers. Mysterious Idol X is pretty good. Free 5-star foreigner. Sorry, free 4-star foreigner, NP5. She has really good NP gain from her, and yeah, the event taught me that she has very good NP gain. Arts quick. The 3x 3-turn Buster quick up for 30%, and then one attack evade for 3 turns, 5-turn cooldown. It's okay. Increases on critical damage for 1 turn by 100% on a 4-turn cooldown. And then the mechanical enemies increases on damage against them thing that it's not relevant. Not really. It's good for some content, but not all. And then this, which is a Charisma and a 2000 heal on it. And she has Existence outside the domain, which gives her more stars. Madness Enhancement C, which is okay. Anti-Berserker, which is amazing for a foreigner. And then AoE that does damage to Evil Alignment Servants, or Evil Alignment characters, which is a lot. Most enemies in the game, I want to say, most enemy servants in the game are evil. That's not... No, what am I saying? Ignore that. That was stupid. For AoE, it hits decently hard. She benefits from the quick buff that's happening on NA. She is A tier. I'd say... here. It's not very often that you need an AoE quick foreigner, but she is very good. She's very strong, and I like using her. Alright, on to the JP exclusives. Let's talk Barghast. Barghast's base attack is bad. It's very bad. I used Barghast to solo Canis in Olympus with level 111 skills, and it worked. And the reason for that is because of the, which skill is it? This skill, I'm pretty sure. So let's talk about it in order. She has the same skill as Gawain, which is the 18% attack up, and if there's sunlight, get the Buster up. Again, you can bring Zhangzhu for it. He kind of helps her out with like getting crit damage in as well. Or honestly, she kind of works with Gawain because they both fulfill the same purpose of being Oonga Boonga hit a guy. This skill is disgustingly good. Increases own Buster performance for 3 turns by 30%. Grants self Survival of the Fittest buff for 3 turns, which recovers her HP by 1000 when just attacking, and removes the latest buff on the enemy. And then if it does remove a buff, they get defense down by 10% for 3 turns. If she is the only unit on the field, she just stacks this forever and prevents the enemy boss that she's fighting from buffing themselves. Because it chains. It just keeps chaining. And so she's essentially immortal. I don't believe she has any hard survival, but she doesn't need it. And then there's this one, which is that at the end of every turn, the party gains 15% NP. It also has a party-wide defense down for 3 attacks. Madness Enhancement A+, for her triple Buster deck is insane. Anti-alter ego is nice. And then here's the kicker. She does damage to all enemies, increases her own max HP for 5 turns by 3,000, and then reduces the cooldown of her own skills by 1. And it also has a buster buff on that for 1 turn as well. Barghast is a fucking monster. She is like Herc in a way, but her one weakness is that she doesn't have hard survival, which I just said is not a big deal, but it can come into play for some content. But if she is able to just keep throwing out her NP, and she gets it back pretty decently, because that's decently high, that's above average, she can just pop the fuck off. She can be functionally immortal. And I, for one, accept our dog waifu overlords that could break us. Alright. Bow. Bow. My experiences with Bow are not great. How would it work with how big she is? Well. Bow is interesting. Alright, so she has a personal quick up for 3 turns, 40%. Gives herself invincibility for 1 turn and gives the party evade for 1 attack. It's Harp of Healing, except it hurts people. It's the Harp of Harming, but the party-wide evade is pretty good. NP Seal, Skill Seal, and charges on NP gauge is very strong. It's for 1 turn though. And then Fey Vampirism. Saphariza, thank you for the gifted sub to Ezrect. Please say thank you if you received that gifted sub. That is incredibly kind. I believe that's your 2nd one today. So I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Incredibly kind of you. Alright, Fey Vampirism is she takes away enemy HP and heals herself with it. She absorbs their HP. That cannot kill the enemy, though. And the drain chance is 100% is guaranteed to happen at max level, and then she also gets her NP gauge. Effectively, she has a 60% battery built into her kit. Magic Resist EX is really good, and Riding A is really good for her. Territory Creation, she has 1... Oh, she has 2 art cards. Never mind, that's a lot better. Anti-Alter Ego as well. She has Ignore Evade on her NP. It is single target, deals damage to 1 enemy and gives them Curse. It also inflicts Evil Curse on them. My big issue with Bow is that she is good for 1 turn. She has the 1 support capability for the party with the AoE evade, and the skill seal NP seal is nice. I wouldn't say that she's a worse Tristan, because she does actually dish out a decent amount of damage, and she does make okay stars. That's not even true. She makes really good stars. But after her good turn, she's deadweight's not the right term, but she's not as good. Like, it's noticeably worse after that 1 turn. Whereas other characters that are similar to that, like Tristan, at the very least, are able to assist the party more. Her damage output is still okay. I'd say that she's B+. Probably up here. Probably up here. Probably right there's good. I'm pretty sure this is from Banjo-Kazooie, but I could be wrong. It is. Okay, Percy. The biggest tits in the round table. He's got average gain. He's an arts looper, if I remember right. That's his deal. Arts performance, 30%. Charges MP gauge by 20%. And party MP damage for 3 turns by 20%. He has the taunt that has the, he gets hit, he gets healed. Or not healed, he gets more NP gain off of it. And then the targetable invincibility with the heal on it. Anti-Lancer. Ignore invincibility is AoE, and then this is a really cool thing where it heals the lowest health ally. And it also increases his own NP damage. Percy he's good. Percy's good. I don't think there's anything, he's weird. He's just like a better Fion, I guess is the best way to put it. He's a Fion with tanky and like support capabilities, which does just make him a really good character all around, because you can bring him to more content because of that. Night, Deja, I'll see you when you're not asleep. So I think he may be like here. I think A is pretty good. Alright, Habernan. Goblin. Yup. Haven't yet. I'm going to count as NP5 because she's in the free-to-play gacha. Has critical attack resistance on herself, which is kind of cool. Recovers one ally's HP. Okay, yeah, targetable heal, grants them debuff immunity for 1 turn, and star generation up by 100%, 3-turn cooldown. Wild. Increases own arts performance for 3 turns by 30%, and charges her own NP gauge by 80%. And then deals 2,000 damage to herself, which she can just fix up with this, and then have this ready for the 3 turns later. Then she gives a female ally invincibility for 1 turn, gives them guts 1 time for 5 turns, gives them healing regeneration buff for 2,000 for 5 turns, removes any of their dots, but then kills herself because of it after 1 turn. 10-turn cooldown. That 10-turn cooldown, irrelevant because it kills her afterward. Sensei, there's 2 of them. 2 of what? Anti-berserkers, good. And then her NP is that she increases her own NP damage, ignores defense, and then reduces her own crit star absorb, which is amazing because she's a rider. She makes stars, and then she hits it with an AoE. Hits 3 times. I think that you can actually farm with her. But she functions as this interesting side support character. She goes in, she clears one of the first waves, and then is used for the longer fights to buff people and keep them alive. and I like her. She's very strong for a 4-star. Maybe like here. Yeah, okay. Summer Anastasia. I don't want to think about there being 2 of you. Bye! Okay, Schwipzig. 3-turn art up for 30% and a 50% battery. That's really good. Self-invincibility. Buff removal resist for 100% and a star bomb for 20. Also very good. 3-turn ignore evade is very strong. Increases own critical star absorption for her arts cards is very strong. Increases own critical damage for 3 turns by 30% and MP damage by 20% on a 4-turn cooldown. So this is going to be up almost the entire battle. That's really strong. And then a really good independent action with the crit damage and star generation by 10%. Anti-caster. And then you have a single target NP, 3 hits, reduces their arts resist first for 1 turn, skill seal. She reminds me a lot of Chloe, but I remember there being something wrong with her. Is it her gain? I think it's her gain. Her gain is just average. But still, she seems pretty strong. Put her up here. Caster Corday. Arts cards, really not great NP gain. Really bad attack. Are you support? I've used you, and you're kind of weird. I used Pran's level 100 and level 120 of you. Increases own arts performance for 3 turns, inflicts confusion. Arts is for 30%. The confusion will give them skill seal. And a party-wide evasion for 1 attack, 1 turn. Okay. Oh, no. 1 attack, 1 turn is really unfortunate. Chance to seal 1 enemy skills for 1 turn. Guaranteed with that. Gain crit stars every turn for 3 turns for 10 stars. And then party-wide NP damage up for 20% for 3 turns. 30% battery for herself, and it charges an ally's battery by 30%. Increases on arts performance by 5%. Increases on critical damage on arts cards by 10%, which is interesting. I just want to take her to the... yeah. Anti-alter ego. It is a oh, she's a single target caster that makes stars. I need to look at her kit again, now knowing that she's a single target caster. It seems like her big thing, skill seal. She does more damage to people who are skill sealed, and she can do that decently well. Yeah, it's guaranteed to hit with that. And this will hit people with it as well. Interesting. Her kit is really weird, but they do the thing where, hey, we're gonna make a single target caster, and give them no damage. No, Pran knows better than anyone that she is. Her damage is lackluster and her gains are bad. I've used her before and I was not impressed. I think she can't be higher than caster Shuten. So I'll put her here. Explanation for Karna. He's disgusting. End of explanation. Alright, Summer Canis. I remember her not being that good. And from what I've used, I remember her not being that good. Okay. Increases party's attack for 3 turns. Increases the critical damage of male or gender unknown allies for 3 turns. Allies, which means not her. I keep saying her. God, Lord forgive me. So 20% for themselves and 30% for everybody else. Canis has a art and buster performance up for 3 turns and gets 15 stars. 30% on both of those, 6-turn cooldown. Again, with the water side thing, that can be an issue. Zhongzhu gets rid of that. Grant self-gut status for 1 time, 3 turns. Revives with 3,000 HP. Gains critical stars every turn for 3 turns. Gets 10 of them. And then if she's on the water, gets a decent star absorb and makes stars every turn for 3 turns. Riding EX for her 1 quick card, and then the art performance up. Anti-Lancer, so Canis can fight themselves. The waterside battlefield thing again. For more attack, it activates first, otherwise it's just the 20%. And then it's a single target rider NP. That also increases Canis's crit damage. It seems decent. It relies on... A lot of the kit relies on there being a waterside battlefield for a good chunk of the damage. Hold on, that's not the rank. I'm just gonna look at something. The damage is mediocre. Or the attack is just okay, it's average. Was it an arts NP? No, it's a buster NP. Interesting. I think Vlad is better. I'll put Canis here. Crits can make any low damage character hit like a truck, but Canis didn't have a way to get those, from what I remember. Let me look again. Canis has no Star Gather, which is bad. Again, though, Zhongzhu fixes that problem, and he'll be available. Rider Canis is very hot. Look. Alright. Zenobia. Canis didn't break them up. Canis joined them. Summer Servants are very gimmicky, yes. Okay, I actually use Zenobia a decent amount. Increases own arts performance for 3 turns by 30%. Charges an NP gauge every turn for 3 turns by 20%. And then a star gen for 10 stars every turn for 3 turns. 7-turn cooldown. Aurelian Siege gets her a revive. a Star Absorb, and a Star Bomb. 6-turn cooldown, 20-star Star Bomb. And then a... This is an interesting one. It's a Charisma, but it also decreases the damage taken, or it increases the resist of crit. It increases crit resist, which is very, very interesting. Independent action is good. Riding for her... Oh, she does have 2 quick cards. Anti-Zerker is always good. Bonus damage to kings. Increases own attack by 10% when she's attacking. Is an AoE arts. I think that she can technically loop, but it's kind of hard. And then increases her own critical damage for 3 turns by 50% at normal. And she has a way to take advantage of that. She is all about making them stars, using them stars, and then hitting hard with those stars, using her NP and doing that over and over and over again. And she's pretty good at it. The king trait is not as rare as you would think it would be. That's a lot of servants. It is only servants, really. Maybe some exceptions for some enemies. But it's primarily servants. And I mean, this row right here, from here to here, is who you're mostly worried about, and from here to here. She's good. She's very good. She's an A tier, at least. I'd say she's up here. She's incredibly strong. Next is Rider Liz. It's definitely the Liz that has one of my more preferred designs. Yes, Zenobia is on the JP starter banner. That is correct. And she really said, ah. Okay. Okay. Grant self-invincibility for 3 attacks for 3 turns. That's pretty good. That's really good. She's a welfare, by the way, so you get her NP5 for free. NP gen up by 30% for 3 turns, 5-turn cooldown. But she poisons herself, which you can clear that out herself. Bust her up for 30%. Increases own damage against wild beast enemies for 3 turns. These are your wild beast enemies. These are your servants. In terms of like actual enemies, anything that's based pretty much on 4 legs is a wild beast. Reduces her own defense by 10% after doing that. Liz is my reverse adopted daughter. And I have mixed feelings on it. And then Glass Cinderella, she gets stars. 30-star Star Bomb, 30% NP, 4-turn cooldown, and then skill seals herself after. This is an irrelevant skill if you're not stupid. Just do this last. Simple as that. Riding EX. Anti-Foreigner. Buster NP. It removes all of her debuffs. Deals damage to 1 enemy, a single target. Bonus damage against Fairy Tail enemies, which is all of these. And... oh wow, it's almost exclusive. It is exclusively servants. Given that she's a rider, that means she was made to kill a book, a bird, and a rat. Liz would be a 4-star beast. She hits incredibly hard with this NP. Oh wait, no, it increases the attack of them. Sorry, I'm stupid. I can't read. You're right. It is a party buff, and it just increases her attack and fairy tale. It's mostly just for her then. How is your NP gain? Your NP gain is really high. For a rider, that's pretty decent. Okay. Art's up, Buster up. The Wild Beast thing I feel like doesn't do much. The 3-turn Buster up's really good. Stars on Demand in the battery. Yeah, she's pretty good. I feel like she's just missing a little something for like that final oomph. My daughter's waiting for you outside the classroom. Should we let her in? I don't know her. She is very strong. Somebody said last stream that she is a competitor for Kentucky. I don't believe that. Kentucky is just solidly good. She's a little bit too gimmicky, but she's still very strong. So I'm gonna put her here. Okay, Ranmaru, 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 Ranmaru is a free NP5 Avenger. Let's look at her. Ranmaru is very cute. It's a targetable. Oh my god, holy shit. I didn't know it was that good. It is a targetable 5,000% crit star absorb. That is essentially a berserker level star absorb on demand for one ally. If there are stars on the field, they're getting it. And then they also get the plus 50% crit damage with it. So they're guaranteed to crit with it. And then it also clears their debuffs on a 4-turn cooldown. That is one of the most overpowered skills I've ever seen. That's insanely powerful. Hey, how's it going? Oh, Twitch issue. I figured it was about time for it to hit, so I was waiting for it. There we go. This is Ranmaru. Alright, 40% chance to charm all enemies for 1 turn. It's pretty low. Reduces their defense for 3 turns by 20%, and then gets 10 stars. That's a less good skill, but still decent. And then increases arch performance for 3 turns, charges her own NP gauge by 20%, and then gets 10 more stars. Oh my god. Okay. Avenger C is decent. Oblivion Correction E, so she just has a little bit better. This is a welfare servant, yes. Ranmanium EX, which is better NP gauge, better arts, and she gets 33% of her NP gauge back every time. She makes her own stars. It has the burn debuff immunity. Anti-caster, so she can kill Akechi Mitsuhide. And then AoE, arts, NP. Salieri is in shambles. Increases own critical star generation for 1 turn by 100%. Ranmaru is a support servant. She's a support servant with DPS capabilities. This skill alone makes her at the very least B+ tier. And that the fact is on a 4-turn cooldown. Explain Ranmaru again. No. I value my brain cells. She needs to be high. Her other two skills are just not as good, though, so I think that she's probably about here. EX tier or We Murder? She's not EX tier. I could not compare Ranmaru to Mash, Herc, or Estraya. Okay. Martha Santa. We're on the final row, by the way. We're actually going to get this done tonight. Does she get more points for being the only Avenger welfare? She doesn't get points for that, no. She does get points for being NP5, though. My god, look at that face.
Ugh.
If I remember right, she's actually a really good, like, side support. She has a... It's targetable, so... 30% attack up for 3 turns, increases their max HP by 2,000, and then also charges their NP gauge by 20%. That's pretty good. That's really good, actually. It's a heal, an attack buff, and a battery. Guaranteed NP seal, not chance-based, for 1 turn, and defense down by 20%. Is decent. That's pretty good. Santa's Invitation increases 1 crit ally... Another one! 5,000% Star Absorb. Targetable. Get 10 stars with it as well, and then charges own NP gauge by 30%. But this one's on a 6-turn cooldown. Territory Creation B is good. She's quick, arts. Okay, so she actually does get to use her riding EX to a degree. Anti-Ruler. She has a quick NP. Interesting. That actually... Oh my god, that makes her so much better. Because then she can quick chain to make the stars that then let the third skill actually function properly. Which Ranmaru can't really do as well. And it also has... She's strictly a support. Increases party's attack by 20% for 3 turns. Party damage against Demon, Divine, or Undead for 3 turns. By... She's NP5, so 50%. And then gets stars on demand. And then also heals the party. Yeah, she's a very, very good side support. She's a side quick support. I'm gonna put her top of A. If not A+, she's top of A. I didn't get her from her event because I made my NA account like right when that event dropped, and I didn't have the power to actually finish it, which sucks because she's really good. Isn't that too much stars? Never. Okay. Dobrynia. I've used you. You're just okay. You are a just okay character. You're also in the starting summon now, I believe. Okay. Yeah, she is weird. Guts, 3000 HP. 1 time 3 turns. Debuff immunity, 1 time 3 turns. And gains stars every turn. Well, it's May the 4th for me today, so May the 4th be with you. Gains crit stars every turn for 3 turns, 10 of them. Let me check something. She has really good NP game, but I remember it not being good. This is why. It's because she has 2 hits on her arts card. That's why. Okay. Increases arts and buster performance up for 30%. Own damage against dragon enemies for 3 turns. By 50%, 5-turn cooldown. And then a battery for herself. Increases party's critical damage for by 30% for 3 turns. And more dragon damage for the party. So she can stack 80% dragon damage for herself. Riding EX for her 1 quick card. Anti-alter ego. Buster NP. She's a... Are you single target? Hold on. No, you're AoE. Deals damage that ignores defense, inflicts burn, reduces their defense, increases own buster performance first. She is lacking something. In practice, she's very underwhelming to use. Because she's not a farmer, she's like a side DPS. It's hard to really describe. She's like, okay, she's Siegfried's best friend. Oh, she's very much not single. The reason why she's in this game is because she didn't want her husband to cheat on her. The dragon enemy thing does not come up very often. In the context where you would use her as a like side support to your Siegfried or Sigurd or George, I could see that being useful. Actually, bringing her with George isn't a bad idea because they're both riders. But let me check something. I think your damage is like just okay. Yeah, it's just okay. It's mediocre. You need a buff. Put you here. Okay. Her damage is bad. Her damage is mediocre. But mediocre damage on a 4-star translates to bad damage comparatively to 5 stars. I use her a decent amount too, because a friend of mine on my JP account has her at level 100. And even then, she's still... meh. Alright, Lil Vinci Ruler. That's so cute. That's so cute. Okay. If I recall, you are pretty good. No design. Not counting any design. Okay. Targetable rainbow buff. What was the other two? A Da Vinci... What? The other two Da Vinci aren't here. They're 5 stars. Yeah, targetable rainbow buff for 20% 3 turns is really good. Targetable battery and NP generation rate 20% and 30% respectively, also pretty good. And then party-wide NP damage up for 3 turns, overcharges parties NP by 1 stage for 1 turn, reduces all enemies' critical chance by 20% for 3 turns. She has riding EX for her 1 buster, for her 1 quick card. Lots of anti-alter ego. And then here we go, play the gotcha, folks. Deals damage to... It's a Buster NP. Deals damage to one enemy, so it's single target ruler. And it gets a buff, depending. If she gets the green bullet, you get 30 crit stars. She gets the blue bullet, the party's NP gauge goes up by 20. If she gets the red bullet, you get 20% attack up for 3 turns. Increases own NP damage for 1 turn. She's a support character, obviously. I'm trying to think of what situation you would bring her to, though. She's very much a side support character. You like bring her in, you buff the shit out of a character, and then you gong her away. Like, you do all of this, you pop her NP, because all of these are good, and if you don't really care which one that you get, they're all good regardless. You pop that, you gong her, and then that's all you need to do. She's NP5 for free. She's anti-alter ego. She was born to pick with Rasputin. Probably. Yeah, she seems decent. She's a character I don't really use too much, but she seems decent. This is one that's subject to change as I may need more practice with her. But I'll put her... She's better than Ortmat. I'll put her here. I can see where the usability is. Hephaestion. The second pretender. The first 4-star pretender. I'm gonna keep it real with you guys. I fucking love Hephaestion. She really said, "Oh." Hephaestion is very strong. Her attack, don't let this fool you, her attack is not that good. She is essentially a caster, but not really. She has heterochromia? Yes. Very slight, though. I never noticed either. Her NP gain is not great, but she does have rapid casting, but we'll get into that. She has a 30% buff to her her arts and buster damage for 3 turns. She gets advantage against casters for 3 turns. Deals the 2 times damage against them and takes less from them, so she actually gets like pure caster damage against them. She has rapid casting, which is good, and she has a taunt that increases her own defense for 1 turn and her own NP generation for 1 turn. It absorbs the party's curses. I'm gonna say this right now. This almost never comes into play. Wait, yeah, she's a pretender because her history is that she's pretending to be Iskander. She's like the body double for Iskander. Hephaestion never had her own name in history, or at least this version, which is technically Hephaestion's sister. She doesn't have a name in history because of Macedonian magic that allowed her to then take the form of Iskander and pretend to be him when need be. The 50% defense up for 1 turn is really, really strong. She has independent action BEX for 12%, camouflage B, so she makes better stars and has a less chance to get crit, and then territory creation EX is very good. Also, she just does more NP damage. Anti-Rider, Anti-Lancer, got it. Then her NP hits 4 times. It doesn't refund amazingly well. It's single target, reduces Buster and Arts damage, or resist, and then also increases zone damage before. She is a solid answer for what she is right now, we still don't really have enough pretenders to like classify against her. She's the only single target one in the gacha, and for that alone she has value. And personally I use her a lot and I like using her. Pretender class bad, you're just wrong. You're just incorrect. I would put her here. This guy, I don't remember his name. I never do. Taisui, that's right. I like this art for him. This is actually really good art. Okay. You were like weirdly good, but no one uses you, if I remember right. Okay. Increases arts performance for 3 turns by 20%, and party art performance for 3 turns, party MP generation rate for 3 turns, and gains critical stars every turn for 3 turns. 20, 20, and 10, 6-turn cooldown. Oh, you have bad NP charge, that's why. He is NP 5, he is a welfare. Wait, is he? Yes, he is. Grants 1 ally gut status for 1 time, 3 turns. Okay, targetable guts is always good, with a pretty big HP pool to come back with for targetable guts. Gives them debuff immunity on top of that, which is really good, and increases their buff removal resist. It's really good. And then has skill seal for all enemies. Increases own NP damage for 3 turns by 30%, and charges his own NP by 30% as well. Divinity A, magic resist, item construction, anti-assassin. Okay. Noble Phantasm type Calamity. Interesting. Inflicts to the Taisui Misfortune debuff for 3 turns to all enemies. What it does is that when they're defeated, it reduces the enemy party's defense by 20% for 3 turns, curses them, gives them evil curse, increases more evil curse for 5 turns, activates first, and then it also just does AoE damage to them. We're nearing the end, and also does more damage to man attribute. He's NP 5 for free, so damage is pretty good. Yeah, we're almost at the end here. The curse on the bottom is linked to the NP. Yes, he seems weird. Put him here. Through virtue of being an alter ego, he has some merit. I don't know. The curse thing is bizarre to me. I get what they're trying to do with it. I just don't. His kit doesn't work with itself well. He's like a support-ish AoE debuffer kind of guy, which isn't that great. Alright, rats. Alright, what do we think about the rats? Your NP gain is bad. It's okay. Personal quick up for 3 turns. Stars, 10 stars every turn for 3 turns. Party-wide heal by 1,000 for 3 turns. Pretty okay. Personal NP battery, and then charges NP gauge of the party by 10% every turn, 30% and 10% respectively. Kingdom of Children, party-wide evade for 1 attack 3 turns. Increases party's NP generation for 3 turns by 30%. Territory creation E, these are just fine. Alright, good night, thanks for hanging out. Anti-moon cancer, what the fuck? That's weird. Quick resist down, deals damage to all enemies. Increases party's critical damage by 20% for 3 turns. Deals extra damage to Earth attribute characters, which is all of these. Which is a lot. And they can loop with Scotties, can't they? They're an AoE quick caster, which is super fucking rare. And I'm pretty sure they can loop with Scotty and make a shit ton of stars. Otherwise, though, their damage can't be that good. It's not. Their damage is very bad. So even if they can loop, the damage probably doesn't make up for itself. These guys seem more like weird, unorthodox, like, star generators and supports. These are like a side support. These guys like fill the same role as Helena does, except almost exclusively for a quick team. Which is kind of how I view them, but the fact they can also actually like effectively loop is very interesting to me. So I'm going to put them here. No, they're not as good as Ranmar, but I think they're better than Fran. They fulfill a niche that is not really... They fulfill a niche that needs to be filled. And I think they're pretty decent with it. Okay. No Pants Man. You guys have a... You know... Okay, let me remember your name. Roland. God damn. Holy shit, that's good NP gain. It makes sense because you have 2 hits on your fucking arts card. I remember Roland doing some like really, really good damage. I remember his NP being pretty strong. Alright, personal invincibility. Increases own defense for 1 turn by 100% in an NP battery. Now, this is on a 6-turn cooldown. The issue with this skill immediately is this. Which I assume the reasoning for it is that if there's a character that has ignore invincibility, it'll help him survive better, because that's a huge defense up. But otherwise, that's just, there's no point on this being here. It's insurance that almost never comes into play. Personal Buster up for 3 turns by 30%. Debuff removal. And then reduces own charm resist down. Removes all enemy buffs. That's really good. That's really good. Clears his own buffs, removes the enemy's buffs. The charm thing is whatever. And the Buster up's a nice little addition as well. Makes 20 stars. Increases own critical star absorption for 1 turn by 500%. Charges own NP gauge by 10%. This is on a 3-turn cooldown. That's a 20-star Star Bomb on a 3-turn cooldown. And the 500 health down is fucking nothing. Riding A for your 1 quick card. This is a theme I've noticed. Anti-rider, so you can rail the Stolfo. And his NP ignores invincibility. It increases his attack and crit damage by 20% for 3 turns. It's single target. It's decent. He has 2 really good skills. He's got 3 really good skills. All of these skills are good. The demerits are whatever. Your damage is... it's okay. The cowards refuse to give us himbos. Agreed. I mean, I would classify him as a himbo, but he's not buff enough. He's getting there though. Like this is very himbo. Roland is better than Watanabe. Or Watanabe. So he's at least better than you. I'd say about here. Okay, Krispy Kreme. The Vlad Killer or something. Let me see. Liang Yu and C. Justify why Liang Yu should be higher, and I might put her higher. Because I like Liang Yu. This is low. Okay. Mana Management EX immediately good. Okay. Reduces all enemies MP gauge by 1, guaranteed, which is nice. Reduces their defense for 3 turns by 20%, which is nice. Reduces their critical attack chance by 3 turns, which is also nice. That's a very strong skill. I actually use Kriemhild on my JP account. I use a friend's Kriemhild for various things. Arts and Buster up by 30% for 3 turns. And damage to Chaotic Alignment for an additional 50%. Chaotic Alignment is a lot of characters. It's a lot of characters. And she's a berserker, so she always has class advantage against them anyway, which is good. And then she has a targetable taunt, which is technically, this is her only bit of survival. And it comes with a 50% battery and a heal for herself. She does extra damage to dragons, removes the enemy's defense buffs, activates first, thank God. It's single target. Yeah, she is... reduces arts resistance after damage by 20%. She is very interesting. So you bring her into the same situations that you bring Vlad into, which is normally like a boss fight situation, where she then is able to be double Castoria'd, slam her fucking axe into somebody's head as many times as possible, get protection from them to cover for the fact that she has no hard protection herself, and then get her NP back over and over and over again. Except she's not as good at it as Vlad is. But she can stack the arts down, which is really good. She does have a good. She has a pretty high attack. I'll put her up here. No, you're probably higher. Put you here. All right, Dawn. My boy, Don Quixote. With the best final ascension art in the whole game. Hands down. Men want one thing and it's fucking amazing. Don is bad. As someone who uses Don a lot, Don is not good. He's such a weirdo. He's fun to use, but he's a weirdo. No, I'm not talking about the horse wife. I'm talking about peace. Peace and actual happiness. This is what men want. The horse wife is a bonus, though. Yeah, okay, so I'll break down what he does. He has decent NP gain, which is important for him, which I'll get into. So, he has a Self-Guts, a Quicken Buster up for 20% for 3 turns, 6-turn cooldown. He can charge his own NP gauge by 10%, gain critical stars every turn, 10 of them, and a 20% attack up. Then there's this one, which you need a 30% charge on your NP to begin with. It takes it down to 0 regardless of what it's at. But in doing so, it charges the party's NP by 30% and makes 20 stars. He has Riding E. Traveling Attendant increases own instant kill resistance by 20%, which is decent. Anti-Rider. Anti-Windmill. Deals damage to one enemy. Hits 5 times. It hurts him, though. It's good against giant enemies. Increases party's damage by 20%, and then also increases their critical damage by 20%. So Don is weird, because his NP is probably one of the best parts about him, because the buffs that it gives are very good, and it does do a nice chunk of damage. And on top of that, it makes decent stars. If he's against a giant enemy, it's great. He's just so weird. He's just so weird to use. It's really hard to put it into words why he doesn't work as well as you would think he does. I mean, that's the problem, is that there is not a lot of giant enemies, so it doesn't proc that often. It's nice when it does, but it doesn't very often. Yeah. He's awkward. He's an awkward servant to use, because you want him to use his NP, but then you also have this always looming over you that has such good effects on it. And even though he has decently high NP gain, it doesn't feel like it. It's weird. He's weird. He's in dire need of like a decent buff. Say put you here. My dad came in when you said anti-windmill, and he has not stopped laughing. I'm happy. Good. Somebody appreciates my comedy. Alright, Gareth. My beloved daughter, Gareth. Very high NP gain, okay. Ow. Bias incoming? My brother in Christ, if I only put Summer Ushi... Where is she? If Summer Ushi is not an EX tier, then there's no bias here. And I'm a huge Dawn fan, so yeah, the bias is not here. I've heard... From what I've had, she's... From what I've heard and from what I've used of her, she's not amazing. She's like totally standard. Arts and Buster up for 20%, makes 20 stars, 5-turn cooldown. Ushi is absolutely my favorite. I have her 120'd on NA. Gives herself the Sunlight buff, which is good. Grants one... Oh, gives an ally Guts, so targetable Guts. Gets 10 stars. Alright, so she's already making 30 stars here. Every turn. Okay. Increases own Buster performance for 3 turns. Charges own NP gauge by 20%. The Buster's for 30%. And then she burns characters when she hits them. Yeah, the Gawain synergy is very real. Anti-Saber so she can bully Gawain. Okay, so she does actually capitalize with that Sunlight buff. It increases her attack, so she gets a 30% almost always. Off of this, it's an AoE, does 30%. Yeah, she is very much middle of the road, solid. She's just, yeah. She has some crit capabilities, okay damage. Like, she's... Where's Tuna? I would argue that she and Tuna are essentially the same character. But she has some more... She has better support capability, so I'll give her some. I'll give her a little up for that. They fulfill the exact same purpose of being Oonga Boonga hit a guy. Yeah, right. Well, your damage is actually not that good. But you buff your own damage a lot. All of your skills work towards buffing your damage. If only you had something that could help you capitalize on the burn, then you'd be really good. Okay. Summer Heiress. Smug. Okay. Good attack. Actually, really good attack, considering. Is an Avenger. She's avenging the fact that her normal self is shit. Quick, Arts, Buster. 5-hit. Other card. NP gain is standard-ish. Alright, first skill. Arts performance up for 3 turns. 2 attacks, 3 turns for her evade. 6-turn cooldown. Inflicts a... Okay, so it's an auto-inflict curse. For 1,000 damage for 3 turns to all enemies. And it has a taunt on it. Draw attention of all enemies to self by 300% for 1 turn. Grant self on defense. Okay, so when she gets hit then. Enemy's defense by 10% for 3 turns when taking attack by them. And then charges own NP by 30%. Gotcha, interesting. The taunt, okay, the taunt is really good because it pairs so well with the Avenger. And then Grim Reaper, instant kill success rate up, crit damage up for 35% for 3 turns. 120% crit damage up is pretty good. Increase own damage against servant enemies by 35% as well. Interesting. Instant kill is still meme. These, she actually has riding with more than 1 quick card. Amazing. Anti-Lancer so she can bully herself. Deals damage to 1 enemy Chance to instant kill them after. The thing that makes that so important is that it won't instant kill them immediately, so she can refund so that she can loop. And also buffs her own arts damage beforehand. Yeah, she has really good single target damage. I don't know how often that you're going to really want a single target Avenger. But yeah, she's decent. She's really good. She's a strict upgrade to her... She's a strict upgrade to her Lancer self. And now she doesn't have class advantage against really anybody. But in a way that kind of helps her, because she can just bully people. And loop decently well. It's A+. I don't know if it's A+. Would I put it in the same tier as Kagetora? In Saito? I'll put her top of A. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 more. Summer Valk. Oh god. Okay, we'll go with the best one. There are, so okay. For some reason I thought they were quick. Okay. Oh my god, yeah, I remember this. Look at that NP charge, baby. That is horrendous. That explains a lot. Yeah, for real. So, Blaze, mod in the Discord, has, I want to say, a level 100 Valkyrie assassin. And I've used her. And her skills are, I remember her skills being okay. But I was never able to get her NP, and I was like, what is wrong with her gains? It makes sense now. Got it. Alright. Quicken arts up for 20% for 3 turns, and 3 attacks 100% quick up for 3 turns. Or sorry, 100% crit up for 3 turns. Pretty good. 5-turn cooldown. Valkyrie style combat increases party's attack for 3 turns, grants evade for 1 attack for 3 turns, increases NP generation rate of Valkyrie allies for 3 turns. This never comes into play. But the party attack for 3 turns is pretty good, 20%. It's just a charisma. And then War Maiden's Troth is a targetable 20% battery with a heal and 20-star star bomb on it. But have you been able to draw Hilder in Astolfo's outfit yet? Me? No. Maybe one day. And then she has the Arts NP. It hits 10 times. And it's AoE. With a chance to instant kill demonic enemies only. Deals damage to all enemies. The NP gain up. Even if that includes herself, this is atrocious. It's gonna take like 3 Castorias to get her to actually be able, even with the 10 hits. That's so bad. Yeah, that is why it was low. They didn't want to give anybody a looping assassin. And I'm sure that she can actually loop, but I'm sure it's like pulling teeth. She loops even berserkers. Really? Interesting. Just double Castoria. The Earth attribute bonus is pretty good. It just looks so... On paper, it looks so bad. But so she needs double Castoria to function then, which to me demotes her. Put her bottom of A. Alright, Summer Woo. They really didn't need to go and do all this, but they did. Christ. Alright. I remember looking at your kit recently and thinking it was bizarre. I never see you on a support list. I wonder why. Alright. Quick Arts Buster. It's an interesting deck for a caster. You have a 15% charisma, but also a Buster up for the party for 15% and an NP gain rate for the party for 20%. That's actually really good. That's very interesting. Okay. NP gauge for the party down. Increase party's damage against the undead for 3 turns. Charges party's NP gauge by 20%, 7-turn cooldown. The undead thing will almost never come into play. The NP gauge down for the party is pretty good. And 20% party-wide NP is always good. Stuns all undead enemies for 1 turn. God damn it, it's a gimmick character. Recovers party's HP and removes party's debuffs. Okay, so she's just a straight up support then. Okay, got it. She's a support. She's like a weird DPS debuff removal support thing. Like a weird like multifaceted support that's slanted towards undead. She's just like a worse Asclepius. Except this does damage, right? Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Wait, let me check something. Anti-foreigner, interesting. Inflicts the undead trait for 3 turns to all enemies, so she can actually utilize her shit. And then deals damage to them, deals 150% extra damage against the man attribute, reduces their defense for 20. And then increases on NP damage. Okay, so she actually is able to cap... What's your gains? How are your gains? They're okay. Your damage for a caster is... It's average, so it's probably below average for a normal servant. Okay, so you just need to hit them with your NP once, and all of a sudden... How long does that last for? 3 turns. Okay, I can see how you would work. You're very weird and unorthodox, but I can see how you would work. Maybe like a here. No, Miu's definitely better. Put her here. She's interesting. That's got me really interested for well, not next summer. The summer after next. Because that's a really interesting kit. Okay. Fascinating. I would love to see that work. Okay, Keisuke. I have Keisuke. So I actually use him somewhat. Spoiler alert, he's not great. Warrior but literate. What a fucking name. Increases party's attack for 3 turns by 20%. Increase it. Yeah, he's very handsome. He's made by a Van Gogh's artist. Increases party's NP generation for 20% for 3 turns. Gain 10 stars. Increases own quicken arts up for 3 turns by 30%. Charges own NP gauge by 20%. Gives the party evade for 1 attack 3 turns. Recovers party's HP. Removes their dots. And then he has the increases the party's attack for 3 turns by 20% at minimum. Gain 10 stars every turn for 3 turns. And if you're a Shinsengumi ally, you get... Wait, what? You get critical damage. 50%. Keisuke is bizarre. You only really want to bring him in the situation where you want, like, to use your Shinsengumi with him. But as a servant, he's not great. He really isn't. He's like C+ tier. He is just a strictly worse not Yan King, a strictly worse Landling. Which is a shame, because I really like him. Alright, EO. EO was really good, if I remember. Okay. Arts up 30% for 3 turns. Increases own damage against divine enemies for 3 turns by 50%. And then inflicts curse damage for 5 turns to all enemies. Deals 1000 damage. Curses or whatever. Increases own damage against divine enemies, also kind of whatever. The art up is pretty good though. Charges own NP gauge by 30%. Increases own critical star absorption of arts cards for 1 turn by 500%. Arts crit damage by 100% for 1 turn. That's decent. It's only lasts for the 1 turn with a 6 turn cooldown though, which kind of sucks. EO loops for massive damage. I believe that. And then increases party's attack for 3 turns by 20%. Increases the critical damage of wild beast allies for 3 turns. Interesting. And it gets 10 stars. Interesting. Can't be poisoned or burned. Has a territory creation.
Yay!
Oh. Anna Yelm, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Hope you enjoy your stay. This will give you the loops, brother. Oh, okay, so she gives herself the wild beast trait because of this. Increases own critical damage of quick cards by 10% and her crit performance is just better. Okay, so that makes her crit for the... Okay, I see. Interesting. And then... AoE Ruler. Arts NP. Guaranteed NP 5. Increases own NP damage by 10% for 3 turns. Inflicts Evil Curse on them. And curses them even further. What were your gains like? They're not great. But you have a lot of stuff in your kit that just makes your arts cards way better. She is interesting. I think here. Okay. I'm also interested in her event. Less for her, more for,
Bim bom bom bom.
Sen. My brain is just not working. I'm very tired. But we're almost done. We have 5 more. Huang Fei Hu is a ridiculously powerful servant. Even though his attack is bad, he's really strong. Alright. Party-wide, Arts Buster up for 20%. Grants the self Prince Wu Sheng, who guards the kingdom status for 3 turns. And changes chaotic alignment to lawful. That comes into play later. Charges its own NP gauge every turn for 3 turns by 20%. Create self gut status for 1 time for 3 turns. If he is lawful, he gets crit damage. If he is chaotic, he gets NP gain. So you can actually balance when you want to use this by popping this skill first if you want to, you know, get to mind game it a bit. Increase his own attack for 3 turns by 30%. Increase his own critical damage for 3 turns by 30%. And then he also makes stars, 10 stars every turn. Increase his own critical damage with his buster cards by 10%, which is really strong. And he just makes 2 stars every turn and has his own big debuff resist for 10%. Riding B+, 1 quick guard. Anti-foreigner. And then he gives himself a rainbow buff. He summons his sons, and he is the last single target unit we got before this most recent event. It deals a nice chunk of damage, hits 5 times. He is really, really strong and fun to use. He's all about buffing himself. He's very balanced in the way that he works. And it's nice that there's another single target rider that's actually decent. From my own experience, I would probably... He's not better than Liz. I'd probably put him, like, here. Everybody kind of forgot that he existed after he was released, which is a shame because he's really strong and really fun to use. Okay. Lizard. Nine Tattoo Dragon Eliza. This character's fucking weird. Increases the party's attack, so it has the charisma. If it's lawful, they get crit damage. If they are neutral, they get NP damage, and if they are chaotic, they get NP gain. Gives herself the Mount Liang trait to the party, except for herself, because I think she already has it. Yep. It increases her own critical star absorption by 500% for 1 turn. You can, like, it's nice to see something like this, where it gives something to everybody, so you can actually build around her. Enormous Banquet, Mount Liang, charges NP gauge of Mount Liang allies by 20%. Increases max HP of Mount Liang allies by 2,000. And chance to reduce the debuff resistance of Mount Liang allies by 20% for 3 turns. That can be removed. You can get rid of that with other supports. It's not that big of a deal. And the other effects that you're getting off of this are significantly worth it. 6 turn cooldown on this, and 6 turn on the last. And then this one's kind of just standard. 30% buff to her quick, buster, and crit damage. Yeah, if you don't use the first skill, the second skill actually does nothing. Well, no, it buffs her. It buffs her personally, but it won't buff her allies. Yeah, and then her third skill is just kind of standard. Bonus to her arts performance for her 1 art card. And she has better crits. Anti-assassin, so that she can fight the one-legged mommy. And then she has an AoE NP. Reduces the defense. It increases her own star generation and NP damage, 50% and 10% respectively. She is NP 5 for free, and she is a Pretender class servant, and she's really, really strong. What's your natural attack at? It's decent. I would say she's A tier. Maybe about here. She's, for being a welfare pretender, she's very powerful. Alright, next is Tlaloc. Everybody's favorite. Sex with the city. Okay. Turaraku. Do 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 do. Why is your hand doing that? Why you got the Takeuchi hand? The other Nemo support, yes. Okay. Charges own NP gauge by 30%. Charges own NP.
Yay!
Wait, what? Charges own NP gauge every turn for 3 turns by 10%. Tamamo fanboy, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Hope you enjoy your stay. And then turns the battlefield into a water side by 3 turns, 6 turn cooldown. Territory creation EX is amazing, I can already tell. Wait, what is this? Increase the party's arts performance except for herself while on the water field. Okay, that's really good. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce that. Increases party's attack for 3 turns. Increases party's critical damage for 3 turns, both by 20%. Recently watching your YouTube videos. Appreciate the support. Glad to have you here. Grants the party ignore evasion for 3 turns. Removes all enemies' latest gut status. If successfully removed, the buff 500% chance to reduce their defense by 50%. That's crazy. Yeah, appreciate the support. Glad that you're here. And Lake Texcoco. Guts removal is very good. That's a very interesting skill. Even if that doesn't proc, party-wide evasion, ignore evade for 3 turns, with a 20% crit and attack up is just good. That's just something extra. That's also just good. Increase on quick performance for 3 turns, arts performance for 3 turns, critical performance for 3 turns, all by 30%. Reduces the party's damage taken for 3 attacks for 3 turns by 2,000. 6. Are you all 6 turn? Everything's 6 turn cooldown. Got it. Anti-Avenger. I wonder why that is. Haha. And then a quick... You have a quick NP? What? I thought you were an arts unit. What the fuck? Yeah, I wanted to think that she was an arts support. That's weird. Or not an arts support, an arts unit. Alright, quick. Increases own NP generation rate by 20% on a waterside battlefield for 1 turn. Well, she can always control when that's going to happen, so that's good. Deals damage to all enemies. Increases party's NP damage by 20% except self for 3 turns. And then her overcharges, she increases it for herself anyway, so who cares? Cool. So she's a pretender quick looper then, right? That's her deal? With support capabilities. Interesting. I kind of like her. She seems weird. I don't see her working very well outside of that context, but she seems pretty decent. Her damage output is very low, though, which is kind of bad. So I would say that she's like here. Oh, design-wise, I love her. Unfortunately, this is not a design tier list. Alright. Goblin. Alright. You're an assassin, so you have no attack. You are a quick arts buster goblin. Probably the best 4-star assassin. Really? Let's take a look. I've actually not seen what her kit does, so I'm very interested. Very interested. Inflicts poison for 5 turns to all enemies. Increases own arts performance for 3 turns by 30%. Increases own NP generation rate for 3 turns by 20%. What is your normal NP generation rate? It's low. Got it. Robust health. Grants self guts status for 1 time 3 turns. Reduces own damage taken for 3 turns by 500. Grants self-poison recovery buff for 5 turns, which converts own poison damage to HP recovering. Oh, interesting. So if she's poisoned, it heals her instead. Wait, is that right? If she herself is poisoned, she gets healed? Or is it the poison that she inflicts heals her instead? Interesting. 20% party-wide buff to NP. Poison on her heals her. Got it. Okay. She gets healed instead. Okay, got it. Grant self on attack, activate debuff for 3 attacks, 3 turns. Inflict poison with 500 damage for 3 turns to 2/2 enemy when normal attacking, but inflicts it to yourself as well. Damage for 5 turns. How long does this last for? 5 turns. So okay, she's functionally immortal then, if I'm understanding that right. Increases on poison debuff success rate, increases on mental debuff resistance. So she can't die. If these 2 skills are active and at the same time, which they always will be, because there's 6-turn cooldown, matching cooldowns. She can heal 1k health for 5 turns. That's kind of disgusting. Okay. Anti-Saber. And now for her NP. Oh god, there's math involved. Inflict poison with 500 damage for 5 turns to one enemy. Deals damage to one. Okay, so she's a single target arts assassin that then has a damage mod for how poisoned they are, up to 10 stacks. Inflicts toxic, so they take even more damage to it. Increases poison damage on them by 100%. So she just stacks more poison onto them and then deals more damage to them depending on how poisoned they are. And it's also an arts thing that increases her arts performance first. That's kind of disgusting. That's really good. Okay, homie, I see you. I knew there was something cool about you. I knew I loved you when I saw you for the very first time. Okay. Yeah, whoever said that she's probably the best assassin, you're wrong, because Shiki, I think, is better. But she's from how I'm understanding how she works, she's A+ tier. I'm gonna leave her at the bottom of A+ because I need to actually test her out more. But Lacosta seems very interesting. I want to play test her a lot more now. She might be the one who's getting grailed. She's top of A+. I'm gonna leave her here for now. I'm gonna say that I need to play around with more because she just came out, right? I've not had any time to really experience it. You're still doing this? Almost done. Don't worry. Finally. The boy. At 9999 attack. Boy. Okay. You have really good NP gain, okay. I'm just gonna make the assumption you're a quick servant. Yeah, thought so. Okay. Increases own attack by 20%, removes on debuffs, gains 20 stars. Pretty good. What's up, Goomba? How's it going? Yeah, the 2-hit art card's kind of rough. But if you just do Art Quick Buster, it'll work. And he gets stars as well. Removes own debuffs, it's good. Increases own damage against wild beast enemies, that's a gimmick, but it's 100%. It has a quick buff tied to it too. Doesn't normal coup have this same skill? Or, not normal coup. This coup. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, he's got the 100% damage as well. Really want to get Beast Ubu on NA when she comes to NA? I grant you the luck to do it. So that's not going to come up very often, but that's interesting. When it does, it'll be great. Quick damage, 20%, 3 turns is good. Alright. Oh, he doesn't have a real protection from arrows yet. Chance to increase own critical damage for 3 turns. Chance to increase own critical star absorption for 3 turns. Crit dam. Oh, okay. I see how that's supposed to be working. If it's maxed out, it's guaranteed, and it'll be 40% and 400% respectively. Got it. He's good against assassins. Ignore evade. I'm assuming this is going to be single target. Deals damage that ignores defense to one enemy. Yep. He's going to be MP5 for free, so that's going to hit decently hard. 5 hits. And it lowers their defense. He seems kind of lackluster. He seems very middle of the road, just okay. He has decent attack, though, and he has NP5. But he doesn't seem amazing on paper. This might be another one I need to play test with more because, of course, I don't have access to him. He's kind of like Saber Mud. Kind of, except I would argue that he seems more usable. Debuff clear, he makes his own stars. He can increase his own attack. He's NP5 for free, which is huge. The quick up's pretty good. The wild beast thing. There's a decent amount of... You know what he's good against? He's good against these fuckers. Bicorns. If he wasn't guaranteed NP5, he'd be much worse, yes. And then if... This is so sad that this is not just protection from arrows. They gave him the coup alter treatment, except they made it worse. If he's your only quick single target Saber, he's good, except we have Santa Carna. Exactly. He's just strictly outclassed by Santa Carna. But being a mediocre Saber is still good. I'm gonna put him here. Currently have 982 Saint Courts and 31 tickets. God damn. Alright, it's late. Let's finish this up. So, this is the list, ladies and gentlemen. Feast your eyes. If there's anything that you believe should be changed, speak now, or forever hold your peace. Cat is C+, still grailed her to 100 though. If you're just now joining for that, I want you to know that when Cat showed up in the initial start of this video, I was essentially simping for her insanely hard. Because waifu-wise, she's a perfect character. Her gameplay sucks ass. So I understand. I love Cat. Cat might be my favorite Tamamo. She might be my favorite Tamamo, I'm thinking. I know Fran is not good, but I can't justify putting her higher. I realistically can't. Of the characters in E, the only one I'm even like looking at and thinking could be higher is Skahawk Assassin. And the only reason for that is because she has a taunt. So she can sit in front of somebody and eat a hit, die, and leave. So I may actually bump her up. I can't. Somebody needs to justify why Fran should be higher. Because again, the only argument that I've heard that has any weight behind it is that she has the highest damaging quick AoE quick NP in the game, which she does. She can't loop with it because she can loop with it, but it requires you to jump through so many like bells and whistles to get it to work that at that point there's no real reason to do it. The damage output isn't worth it. It just isn't. Like, the only thing that she has going for her in her to make her function is that she is a berserker, so she just has class advantage against everybody. But even then, her entire kit works against her. I don't want Fran to be the worst 4-star, but she might be. It's either her or Iris. At the very least, you can give Iris a max limit broken K-scope and give the party guts before gonging her away. Or like taunting her, gonging her away, then letting her eat a hit and die. Like, I'm racking my brain to try and find a reason why Fran should not be in... Why Fran is not the worst. Alright. Well, I'm sure the YouTube comments will tell me why I'm wrong. Anyway. Healers aren't really meta in this game, I agree. However, giving the party guts is good, and also Iris can solo the tree, which gives her a form of usability. Harsh but fair is how you have to be in these things. But that is the list. Thank you guys for joining us. I hope that you didn't watch this on YouTube for the full 8 hours that this ended up being about. Yeah, this is going to be about an 8-hour long video. So I hope that you maybe just like sat down, played like a round of Fortnite or fucking Overwatch or something. Maybe you were farming, listening to this, got mad at one point, punched your computer screen in, cursed my name, bought a new monitor, kept watching, got happy because I put Edison somewhere above C tier. You know, the good stuff. If we learned anything from here, I would say that we know that MASH is probably still the best 4-star in the game, and if you disagree with me, you're wrong. And Fran needs a rework or a buff. Alright? Savvy? Cool. Well, thank you guys so much for hanging out. I am going to go to bed because it is late.